Chapter 1 Don't use your phone while walking. He was dizzy, and his arms and thighs hurt a little, as if he had been hit by a dump truck. He remembered that he was attacked by a wild beast, but it seemed that he had not been eaten yet. Rhodes opened his eyes and did not see the strange ceiling. The sunlight was a little dazzling, and his eyes squinted unconsciously, and he subconsciously wanted to raise his hands to cover his eyes. Crash! Someone carefully pulled the curtains, which made Rhodes' eyes feel a little better. Calculate the time, it's almost time to wake up. Rhodes heard someone talking, a slightly old female voice. But he didn't understand what was said at all. This was not the Chinese he was familiar with, at least not Mandarin. It didn't sound like English or other familiar languages. Rhodes tilted his head slightly and saw an old lady with pink hair and a strange red cloak standing in front of the window. She should be the one who spoke just now. How do you feel? A kind male voice came from the other side, and Rhodes saw an old man wearing a clown hat sitting cross-legged on a chair beside the bed. Of course, Rhodes didn't understand what he said. Rod's throat was a little dry, and he asked with difficulty, "Where is this?" The two old men on both sides of the bed looked at each other with doubts on their faces, and they didn't understand what Rod was saying. Rod thought for a while and said tentatively, "Where is this? Who are you?" Where is this?" Looking at the increasingly confused eyes of the two old men, Rod felt bad. Mandarin doesn't work, English doesn't work, and plastic Cantonese doesn't work either. What can I do? The old man with the clown hat jumped off the chair lightly, and Rod found that he was not as high as he was when he was standing. It was too rude to think like this. Rod criticized himself, and then he noticed that the old man was unusually agile and didn't look like an old man at all. It seems like there is a language barrier. It's a headache. The old man was a little distressed. A language I've never heard of before. The pink-haired lady asked, "Where did you pick up this child?" "In the forest, didn't I tell you so?" At this time, the wooden door was knocked, and a girl of about 17 or 18 years old walked in. "President, it's almost time. If we don't leave now, we will miss the regular meeting." "Ah, I almost forgot. Polyasika, can you take care of this child?" the old woman asked the pink-haired lady. "I refuse. I hate humans, Makarov, and it's very noisy here." While saying that she hated humans, the pink-haired old lady helped Rhodes sit up and poured him a glass of water. "Thank you." Rhodes thanked him subconsciously. Polyasika didn't understand, but could probably guess what Rhodes was saying. But she didn't respond, but turned around and left directly. "His injury is no longer serious, I want to go back." "Ah, thank you." Makarov knew the character of his old friend and knew that persuasion was useless. Rhodes drank some water to moisten his dry throat, and watched the pink-haired lady leave in confusion. The short old man was talking to the girl who had just come in. The two spoke a language that Rhodes could not understand, but seeing the way they occasionally looked at him, he guessed that it was probably related to him. At this time, the slight pain in his left leg made Rhodes frown. He noticed that his left arm and waist were wrapped in bandages. He raised his hand to touch his head, and his forehead was also well bandaged. The wounds on his body reminded him of the attack. It was a bit weird. Rhodes remembered that he didn't want to move after waking up in the morning because he stayed up late with his roommates. The two roommates who went to buy food lost contact one after another and did not come back for a long time. Rhodes was so hungry that he had to take the remaining roommate out to look for someone. One of them went to the new cafeteria and the other went to the old cafeteria. As a result, Rhodes accidentally tripped and fell to the ground because he was playing with his mobile phone while climbing the stairs. When he got up, he found a big forest in front of him. What should I do if I suddenly find myself in an unfamiliar place while walking? Don't panic, turn on your phone to check the location first, and make an emergency call if necessary. But he didn't touch his phone. When he tripped just now, the phone seemed to have flown out. Rod realized that things didn't seem good, and he might have encountered a phenomenon that was difficult to explain by science. CCTV once had a program called Running Away Science, which said that a person was sleeping at home normally, and suddenly appeared in a city thousands of miles away after waking up. Rod suspected that he had encountered the truth, and of course there were worse guesses, not to another city, but to another world. Think carefully about whether his two roommates had encountered the same thing, so they didn't come back for a long time. In any case, you still have to go to a place where people are to ask. Rod tried to distinguish the direction, and after a while of hesitation, he decided to go west. The weeds over there seemed to have been trampled by people. But he regretted it a few minutes later, because he woke up a beast as big as an elephant. He had never seen such a giant beast, a bear with spots all over its body, a pig's head and pig's hooves. The branch that Rod had broken off for self-defense had no deterrent effect in front of it. The moment the beast pounced, the branch broke, and Rod was knocked away, his eyes black. Before he fainted, he heard the chirping of birds, the howling of wolves, the croaking of frogs, and the roar of unknown beasts. This is definitely not a normal world. It's just that Rhodes couldn't think about it at that time. He just felt that death seemed to come too suddenly, and there were still many things that had not been done in time. If there is a next life, he will definitely not play with his mobile phone while walking, especially when going up the stairs. But now it seems that he is not dead yet. Was he saved by the owner here? Hi there. Rhodes' thoughts were interrupted by a gentle voice. It was the girl who just entered the door. The girl is wearing a dark red dress, with long white hair hanging down to her waist. The bangs in front of her forehead are tied into a bunch and combed to the top of her head. She has delicate facial features and a gentle smile. This is a girl whose appearance and temperament will be very attractive no matter where she goes. Rhodes couldn't understand what she was saying, but judging from the way she waved, she was probably saying hello, right? Hello. Rhodes said this, and the other person's bright smile slightly dispelled his uneasiness. Just as the president said, the girl showed an expression that said, "Sure enough." Unfortunately, I don't understand what you are talking about. I think you are probably very distressed and uneasy. Ah, you don't understand this sentence. Anyway, the president has to go out for something, please let me take care of you for the time being. The girl tried hard to communicate with gestures, but with little success. By the way, I haven't introduced you yet, my name is Myra Jane. She pointed her finger at herself and said slowly, word by word, Myra Jane. Myra, Jane. Rhodes hesitantly learned a few syllables he didn't understand. A bright smile reappeared on Marajana's face. That's right, me, Jane. Rhodes was infected by such a smile and repeated it twice after her, his pronunciation gradually becoming more standard. Marajan. He learned the first word in the world. What about you? Myra Jane pointed to herself. Myra Jane. Then he pointed at Rhodes. What about you? Rhodes understood what she meant and pointed to himself. Rhodes. L.D. Myra Jane repeated. Rhodes. Rhodes slightly corrected his pronunciation like she did just now. Although the first step of communication was a bit reluctant, it finally started. Please give me more advice, Rhodes. The girl said, extending her right hand towards Rhodes. Rhodes gently held the other person's fingertips. Please, Myra Jane. He failed to learn that phrase, which probably meant something like nice to meet you. Gurgling. Rhodes's stomach made an inappropriate sound. Rhodes held his stomach and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Myra Jane smiled knowingly. I understand this, just wait a moment. She made a downward movement with her hands, turned around and left the room. Rhodes watched her leave the infirmary, picked up the cup, sipped the water, and began to sort out the few memories he had after the trip. First, there was the sudden appearance of the forest and the strange-looking beasts, and then there were the few people he saw when he woke up, and the unique language they used. This is by no means a world that I am familiar with, nor is it an ordinary world. Rhodes wanted to know how long it had been since he fainted, what happened during that period, where he was, how to get back, and many more things. But even basic communication is a problem, and there is nowhere to ask these questions, which is very troublesome. He lifted the quilt, his leg still hurt a little, but he could move, so the injury shouldn't be serious. It's better not to move, even though you don't understand. Myra Jane came in with a dinner plate, placed it on the bedside table, and made a sign of invitation, indicating that Rhodes should eat first. On the plate was a glass of milk and 2 delicate-looking sandwiches. The triangular bread slices are cut neatly, with lettuce, tomato slices and ham slices sandwiched in the middle. The bright colors make it very appetizing. Rhodes picked one up and gave her an uncertain and questioning look. With her approval and the urging of the 5 Zhang temple, Rhodes bit off an acute angle of the isosceles triangle. The entrance is filled with the soft, glutinous, and sweet taste of the bread and the smooth and delicious taste of the ham. Then the tomatoes were slightly sour and watery, coupled with the overly sweet sauce, which made Rhodes a little uncomfortable. But the refreshing fragrance of lettuce alleviates this problem very well. After swallowing this mouthful, Rhodes felt that he was really alive. But then he no longer cared about tasting the delicious food, and just swallowed it like a cow chewing peonies. After eating a sandwich, Rhodes' hunger eased a lot. He picked up the milk glass and felt the temperature on the wall of the glass. It was obviously heated on purpose. This must be a gentle girl who is very good at taking care of others, right? Rhodes cast a grateful look at her. Myra Jane smiled and watched him eat and drink quietly. Meng is new to writing a novel for the first time, no. This is my first time writing fairy tale, not entirely. Anyway, please collect and invest. Chapter 2 Fairy Tale. Myra Jane packed up the dishes and left, and soon returned, bringing someone with her. A man of peculiar shape. The body is as fat as a giant ball, but the limbs are very slender, and the face is not fat at all, which feels very uncoordinated. Based on his previous experience of watching Conan, Rhodes suspected that the fat man was fake. Myra Jane introduced, "This is Lidas, Li, De, Si." After Rhodes repeated it, Lidas also greeted Rhodes. Rhodes found that the 4 people he saw after waking up were all very unique. They were so beautiful and strange that it was difficult to forget them. Under Rhodes' puzzled expression, Lidas took out his paintbrush and drawing board and quickly started drawing on his round belly. "First I drew Rhodes, and then I drew the old man who just left. Then, 2 people actually jumped off Lidas' body and started moving. Magical pen Mal Yang? Super beast fake painting." Rhodes immediately thought of the story he knew. Lidas couldn't understand what Rhodes said and just continued painting. A forest emerged, and 2 little people entered the forest and started performing. Rhodes fell to the ground in the forest, and the old man's arms stretched out, and he picked up Rhodes with both hands and took him away. Then the pink-haired lady appears, gives Rhodes the medicine, then Rhodes wakes up, and Marajan comes in. These familiar plots. Rhodes was stunned. He understood that Mr. Lidas was explaining the situation to him in this way. He can indeed understand it, but this method is too fantastic. If it's not some high-tech projection technology, then it's magic? Spell? After a few villains demonstrated the situation, they turned into puddles of paint and flew to the drawing board as Lidas waved his brush. Then he took out a few drawing papers and showed them to Rhodes. The first one was a map, which marked the forest where Rhodes passed out and his current location. The second picture shows a wooden structure building, which is probably the house where it is now. The third picture is a big group photo, with dozens of people in the picture. Rhodes stared at the third picture for the longest time. He easily found the short old man, Myra Jane, and Lidas. Then I saw a few familiar characters. Natsu, Happy, Urza, Gray. Fairy Tale. Although it was unbelievable, Rhodes finally realized where he was in the world. If this is the case, then the strange beast, the magic of Litas, and the special images and colorful hair of the people I have seen all make sense. But why fairy tale? If it's pirates and Naruto, Rhodes knows more about the plot. Fairy tale, he's really not familiar with it. I was able to recognize the people above because a roommate posted a few posters in the dormitory. Except for those few people and Wendy and Lucy who are not in the picture, Rhodes knows almost nothing about fairy tale. Myra Jane noticed Rhodes' expression. What's wrong? Is there anyone you know here? Rhodes heard the voice and looked at her confusedly. Sorry, I forgot again. Myra Jane said regretfully, it would be great if Rebby was here, maybe I can understand what you are saying. Litas asked, can't you ask Wolien to communicate with him? Myra Jane said, even Wolien's talking magic can only transmit the sound to the other person's mind, and things that are incomprehensible are still incomprehensible. Then, teach him to speak our language directly. Myra Jane nodded, this is the only way to do it now, although it is a little less efficient. I hope Lebby can find other ways. If you need my help, just ask. Litas raised his brush, indicating that he could help with the illustrations during the teaching, and they were three-dimensional animations. Well, I'll have to trouble you then, Litas. Rod's literacy lessons soon began. He feels very complicated now and doesn't know what to do even if he wants to go back to school. And it's so dangerous here. Maybe you won't be so lucky next time you go out and get eaten by a wolf. For a moment, Rhodes didn't know what to do, so he simply listened to the other party's arrangements. Since he is the protagonist's friend, he probably doesn't have any bad intentions. After realizing that the other party wanted to teach him how to read and speak, Rhodes started learning actively. No matter what you want to do next, always solve the communication problem first. Myra Jane found a textbook that looked like a literacy textbook for kindergarten children from nowhere, and used the information on it to teach Rhodes how to read. What she uses to assist her teaching is a magical pen that can write light characters of different colors in the air. Seeing Rhodes' curious look, Myra Jane simply went out and borrowed a light pen to teach him how to use it step by step. She guessed that Rhodes might have never seen magic before. Rhodes found it novel that magic props could be used by people who did not understand magic. Or can he be considered a magician as long as he holds this pen? Perhaps because there was really nothing else to do, Rhodes was quite focused. His literacy lessons went quickly, and it didn't take long for Rod to master the basic syllables. The next step is to move on to learning specific words. It was just that Myra Jane seemed very busy. Every once in a while, someone would come to her with a piece of paper to register and stamp. Unfortunately, Rod didn't know what was written on it. Some people came and left in a hurry, while others would curiously ask about Rod's situation. Myra Jane patiently explained to everyone and introduced the names of these people to Rod. It was a pity that there were too many people. If you didn't understand the meaning of the names by pronunciation, you would not remember any of them. The more people came to Myra Jane, the more embarrassed Rod was. He seemed to have delayed Miss Marajana's work and caused a lot of trouble for others. Myra Jane didn't care about these things. After all, it was the president's request. And everyone just came to her to register for the task, and the distance between the infirmary and the hall was not far, so everyone would not care after understanding the reason. You. Me. Myra Jane taught word by word, and Rod followed her like a babbling child, parroting. Myra Jane pointed at her eyes. Eyes. Look. Rod found Marajana's eyes very beautiful. He thought they were black pupils, but when he looked closely, he found that they were light blue. Her iconic double eyelids made her eyes look big and energetic, and her eyelashes were not long but just right. Her thin eyebrows drooped slightly, which made her look very gentle, but with the drooping corners of her eyes, she seemed to have a hint of sadness. But once she smiled, her eyes would bend into a slit, making her look more friendly. Rod. Ah, sorry. Rod realized that he was a little distracted. It's okay, the class seems to be a little long. Myra Jane looked at the time and gently supported her knees to stand up. Wait a minute, I'll get some food. Myra Jane repeated it with gestures. Rod seemed to understand 1 or 2 words, and with the other party's gestures, he could barely guess what she meant. He then noticed that it had gotten dark before he knew it, and he had been in a foreign language class for half a day. In the past, he always disliked the slow pace of foreign language classes, but now it was the opposite. Maybe it was because there was really nothing to do. The second meal after coming to this world was a big bowl of steaming ramen. The bowl was a large white porcelain bowl with a strange red pattern on the outer edge. The chopsticks were ordinary brown, and judging from the touch and weight, they should be ordinary wooden chopsticks. The key point was the noodles with oil in the bowl, the deep red barbecued pork, the yellow poached egg, a few green leaves, and finely chopped green onions. The beautiful plating and color matching made people's appetites whetted. Rhodes picked up the chopsticks and picked up a big mouthful of noodles, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was too ugly to eat, so he only left half of it. He blew the hot air on the noodles gently, and before he could eat it, the fragrance had already penetrated into his nose and made his mouth hydrated. When the noodles were in his mouth, the fresh and fragrant texture of the noodles, which was not hard but not hard, made Rhodes admire the chef here, and he also wanted to have 2 heads of garlic. It doesn't matter if there is no garlic, there is also soft, tender, juicy, and slightly sweet barbecued pork to go with it. The poached egg was cooked at the right time. Biting off half of the egg yolk is one taste, and letting the remaining half of the egg yolk dip in a little soup is another taste. At this time, a piece of boiled but still slightly crispy green vegetable leaves to clean up the mouth, and then you can start the next round of fierce attack. Rhodes threw politeness behind his mind while eating, and his mouth began to slurp. After eating all the food, he did not forget to sip a few sips of the clear noodle soup, pure and peaceful, warm and mature. Sure enough, the noodles were so well made, and the soup was not bad. Rhodes let out a long breath, a layer of fine sweat on his forehead, the aftertaste between his teeth and the warmth in his stomach gave him a great sense of happiness. It's delicious, thank you. As long as you like it. Myra Jane smiled and put a glass of water on the bedside table, then left with the ramen bowl. When she came back this time, Myra Jane was holding a small bag in her hand, and there was a big guy beside her. The big guy was wearing a dark blue high-collared jacket, and through the open collar, you could see a tattoo on the left side of his neck. It was the same as the logo on the ramen bowl, but the color was black. Rod then remembered that it seemed to be the logo of Fairy Tale. It seemed that he had never seen where Marajana's logo was. Elfman, my younger brother. Myra Jane introduced. There was a scar on the corner of Elfman's right eye, which made him look a little fierce even though he didn't make any special expressions. Rod wrote down the name Elfman, but didn't understand the word brother. But looking at Elfman's demeanor and the white hair like hers, this guy was probably her brother, right? This is my first time writing a novel, not really. My first time writing fairy tale, not really. Anyway, please collect and invest. Chapter 3 Where are the people attacked by the dragon? Elfman came here pushing a wheelchair. Under Marajana's command, he helped Rhodes into a wheelchair and pushed Rhodes around the guild. In fact, Rhodes felt that he should be able to walk, but his left leg just hurt a little. But since it was someone's kindness, he accepted it. And the first place Elfman took him to was the bathroom. Rhodes felt a little embarrassed, but he had to thank the other party for his thoughtfulness. He did need to solve a small problem. Bathrooms, infirmary, library, kitchen, all necessary facilities are available in the guild. If necessary, there is absolutely no problem in making this place your home. Walking along the corridor, Elfman pushed Rhodes to the mission hall, the main activity place for guild members, which is also a tavern. There are more than 20 long tables in the center of the hall, with round tables on the edges, and a dozen stools at the front desk. It is not a problem to accommodate 100 people drinking together. Because it was getting late, the tavern that was bustling during the day was now quiet. Only a girl with purple hair and glasses with a red bow was playing with the tables and chairs. Myra Jane waved to her. "Thank you, Lucky. Is everyone leaving?" Everyone went home. It was a very busy day today, but luckily there wasn't much fighting. Lucky kept moving her hands and pushed the chair under the table. "I'm going back soon to cool down the dust with water." Elfman said, "She wants to go back and take a shower, right?" Myra Jane had long been accustomed to Lucky's way of speaking. "Sorry, I have something to ask of the president today, so I left everything in the tavern to you." "It doesn't matter, that's what the president asked you to do. He seems to be quite handsome." "Who is he?" "I don't know about this either." Myra Jane glanced at Rhodes and smiled apologetically. "We are still in the stage of teaching him to speak common language." "Hey, it sounds like it's a lot of trouble." Lucky asked no more questions and placed the last chair. "Well, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Usually no one is left in the guild at night, but Rhodes' situation obviously means he can only stay here. But it wasn't appropriate to leave him here alone, so Myra Jane decided to stay with Elfman tonight. After a brief visit to the guild, Rhodes followed Myra Jane for evening classes. Rhodes found that there seemed to be no electrical appliances here. Everything on the table and hanging on the wall were oil lamps or candles. "But I seem to have seen a ceiling fan in the pub before, and I don't know what it uses as energy source." During class, Elfman went back, probably to pick up things he needed for the overnight stay. At night, Rhodes slept alone in the ward, while Myra Jane and Elfman found another room to rest. "Good night, I'm right next door. If you need anything, just call me by my name." Myra Jane used words and actions to barely make Rhodes understand what she said. "Thank you." This is one of the few words that Rhodes has learned, and he has said it countless times today. The lights had been extinguished, and the light of a crescent moon in the sky spilled in through the window. Rhodes leaned on the head of the bed and turned his head to look out the window. There were no car lights that suddenly shone in, no roar of engines, and no annoying buzzing of the air conditioner. Many of the things he hated before were gone, but he couldn't be happy. Outside, it's a completely strange world. When people are free, they tend to have random thoughts, curiosity and fear about the unfamiliar world, expectations and uneasiness about the unfamiliar environment. During the day, Myra Jane, Litas, Elfman, and others were with her and she didn't feel too bad. At night, when the lights go out and a person is in darkness, all kinds of thoughts come up uncontrollably. Can you go back, or will you stay here forever? What will life be like in the future? Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Good morning. Of course Rhodes didn't sleep well, but he could only brace himself for the people who came to care about him early in the morning. However, his answer didn't matter because it was written on his face. "Are you really not used to it?" Myra Jane saw the sleepiness on his face and encouraged. "It's almost time to go out and do some activities today. Elfman, can you take Rod to wash up?" Elfman flexed his muscles. "If you are a man, cheer up." Rhodes shrank back and wanted to arm wrestle. "My injury hasn't healed yet." Elfman. "I know, sister. Today's schedule is pretty much the same as yesterday, nothing more than eating, drinking, studying and trying to communicate. It's just that today Rhodes can move around. Although his left leg is still a little stiff, he can already walk to the front of the tavern by himself, sit next to the counter and watch the several waiters in the tavern busy. The sun slowly rose, and the guild gradually became lively. Some people ordered breakfast and chatted with acquaintances, while others went to the bulletin board to read the paper posted on it. Occasionally someone would tear off a piece of paper and come to Myra Jane to register, then leave in a hurry. Some people just stood there and watched. Litas, whom Rhodes met yesterday, also came to the guild early, set up his drawing board, adjusted the colors and started painting. Myra Jane did her job with a sunny smile, serving dishes, cleaning tables, and registering tasks. Sometimes I also talk to people. When I have free time, I will teach Rhodes a few words. Rod looked at the people who entered the guild curiously, and tried to listen to everyone's conversation, hoping to find someone familiar or catch some words that he could understand. But most of the time he felt like he was watching a foreign movie without subtitles. Although he was getting more and more used to the language, it was still difficult to extract the parts that he could understand. And although many of the people who came in had distinct characteristics, Rod couldn't recognize any of them. Until a young man with cherry hair kicked the door open and shouted, "Old man! Where is the dragon? Where is the person attacked by the dragon? Natsu, don't make so much noise so early in the morning. Stop talking, Makeo." Natsu said to the middle-aged man with purple short hair, "Hurry up and tell me where the old man is, and where is the person attacked by the dragon." A blue kitten followed Natsu in, jumped on the table and explained to a middle-aged man with a crew cut holding a pipe. "Love." Natsu heard outside that the president rescued a person attacked by a dragon, so he hurried over. "Dragon? Is there such a thing?" Wakatomo blew out a smoke ring. "I heard that a beast ran away in the eastern forest and destroyed a large area of trees." "That's it." Natsu leaned forward with his hands on the table, and asked hurriedly, "Then, did a dragon appear? Did the old man fight the dragon?" "How should I know?" Wakaba spread his hands. "The president went to attend the routine meeting yesterday, and he didn't look like he had fought before. But the president did bring someone back." Makeo took over the conversation and pointed at Rhodes at the front desk with his thumb. "That's it, it seems that he was injured yesterday." "Hey!" Natsu had already run to the front desk. Rhodes was staring at Natsu, cherry-colored hair, a scarf with a grid pattern, and a black coat. This should be Natsu. After confirming his location again, Rhodes didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. He was happy because he remembered that he had heard Tatsuya mention it before, saying that fairy tale had a happy ending, and there was also a joke in my BGM that no one could beat me. So as long as he stayed here, he shouldn't worry too much about safety issues. The unhappy one is naturally completely sure that he is in a different world. Although there are a few people here whose names he knows, in fact, there is no one familiar with him. At this time, Natsu has rushed over and looked at him, at number %*. Although he could see the urgency on the other party's face, Rode really didn't understand what he was shouting, so he had to look at Myra Jane for help. Myra Jane stood next to Rode. "Natsu, calm down, Rode is still having a hard time understanding our language." Natsu was stunned. "Hey? What's that?" Myra Jane said, "Maybe the language and writing of his hometown are completely different from ours. Now he is trying hard to learn." Natsu clenched his fists, very unwilling. "I finally got the information about dragon, what a joke." "Natsu, your expression is too fierce." Myra Jane signaled Natsu to be gentler and not to scare people. "Try to ask Lidas for help, otherwise we can only wait for the president to come back, or wait for Levi to come back and try." Chapter 4 Missing 100 million. Natsu didn't have the patience to wait for the president or Levi to come back. When he heard that Lidas could help, he immediately dragged him over. Under Lidas's drawings, Marajana's gestures, and soft words, Rhodes finally understood what they wanted to ask. But he has never seen a dragon. He has only seen a spotted bear that looks like a pig and was almost beaten to death. Are there dragons in this world? Rhodes thought about the magical magic, and it seemed that it was not surprising that there were dragons. Natsu was very unwilling. "Myra, when will the old man come back?" Myra Jane replied, "Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, regular meetings usually don't last long." Natsu made a decision immediately. "Habi, we won't go to work for the next few days until the old man comes back." The blue kitten raised her hand in response, "Love." Natsu strode to the table and sat down. "Myra, I want to eat the flame-set meal." "Okay, coming right away." Myra Jane reported what they wanted to eat to the kitchen. "Natsu doesn't mean any harm, he's just a little impatient." Myra Jane knew the reason why Natsu wanted to find the dragon, but it was a long story. It was difficult to explain the current situation to Rhodes, so she had to try her best to tell him that Natsu meant no harm. Rhodes nodded. Although he didn't know the specific situation, it was normal for the protagonist of a hot-blooded comic to be impatient and impulsive. At this time, the blue cat stood on the table and raised his hand. "Mila, we want a grilled fish." Rhodes' eyes widened. Mau Mau spoke. Myra Jane smiled and said, "Happy is no ordinary cat." Rhodes nodded. It was not unacceptable for cats in the magical world to be able to talk. However, Rod was surprised again by the dinner plate that Lucky brought out from the kitchen. There were 2 plates and a cup on the tray. Although the shape of the food could be seen in the contents, they were clearly still burning with blazing flames. This, is this thing really food?" Myra Jane tried her best to introduce to Rhodes, "Those are flame pasta, flame fried chicken, and flame drinks, which are cooked using a special method." Seeing Natsu grabbing the flame with his bare hands and stuffing it into his mouth, Rhodes nodded hesitantly. It's normal for the food in the magical world to be a bit special. Myra Jane felt that Rhodes might have misunderstood something. In fact, Natsu was the only one in the entire guild who liked this. In the following time, Rhodes met all kinds of strange people and some interesting magic. There was even a fight witnessed, started by Elfman and Natsu, which ended up involving a quarter of the tavern. Seeing Elfman fighting with someone, Myra Jane actually just watched with a smile and did nothing except telling Rhodes to step back. Rhodes couldn't help but doubt his judgment. Could it be that this Miss Myra Jane was actually not that gentle, but just couldn't let go when facing a stranger like him? I had previously thought that the guild the protagonist belonged to would be a lively guild, but now it seems that it is too lively. Time passed in such an atmosphere that was both peaceful and restless. It wasn't until the next day, the afternoon of the 3rd day after Rhodes came here, that something changed. The president is back. There was also a handsome blonde guy with him. Many girls gathered around and exclaimed, "It's Hyakia's Shippiki. It's Shippiki who is number 1 on the list of the magician I most want to have as my boyfriend. So handsome." Shippiki raised his index and middle fingers together and greeted the girls with a soft smile, triggering another burst of screams. In the tavern, a handsome man wearing glasses and a green coat showed a panicked expression, and then took advantage of the chaos to sneak out of the guild. Myra Jane held the tray with a smile on her face. "Welcome back, President, you have had a hard journey." People in the tavern greeted Makarov one after another, and Natsu rushed over. "Old man. I'm finally back. I have something to ask you." Makarov raised a palm to stop Natsu. "I probably know what you want to ask, but it's hard to explain clearly right now. Please wait a moment." Natsu wanted to say something else, but seeing the serious look on the president's face, he just looked at him angrily. Makarov asked Myra Jane, "Is the child okay?" "His name is Rhodes. He has recovered well from his injuries and has a little trouble communicating." Myra Jane said, "I am already teaching him common language, but it will take some time." "Really, thank you for your hard work." Makarov nodded, "I have a faster way here. Let's take him to the infirmary first." Myra Jane glanced at Shippiki, who was surrounded by girls, and nodded, "Okay." Rhodes followed Myra Jane back to the infirmary in confusion. "Do you want to change the dressing? His injuries have recovered very quickly in the past 2 days, and now there is only a bandage on his forehead." Rhodes estimates that the medicine he used must not be ordinary medicine. In doubt, Makarov had already brought Shippiki into the infirmary. After Shippiki came in, he didn't hesitate for even half a second. He immediately went to Myra Jane and made a gentleman's greeting. You are Miss Myra Jane, you are really more dazzling than in the magazine. This is the first time we meet, I am Shipike from Cyan Pegasus. Please allow me to buy you a drink. Myra Jane held her cheek with one hand. Now is not the time to say such things, is it? Ah, that's right. I'm rude. Shipike knelt down on one knee in an exaggerated manner and stretched out a hand. So are you free tonight? Although Rhodes didn't quite understand what he was talking about, he always felt that this person was quite unique even in fairy tale. No, there seems to be someone who looks like him in the guild. Who is he? Now is not the time to think about this. Rhodes stood up, bowed slightly to Makarov, and said in a somewhat stiff common language, "Thank you for saving me." Makarov smiled, "Isn't this a good lesson? But it's not me who saved you." Rhodes showed a puzzled expression. Makarov's right hand suddenly stretched and enlarged, and he directly grasped Shipike's entire body and grabbed it. "I didn't invite you here specifically just to let you harass the girls in our guild." Rhodes looked at Makarov's hand in shock. Old Luffy? Old Koji? After being released, Shipike straightened his clothes and hairstyle, and seemed to be shining handsomely. "I already understand the content of the entrustment. I want to help him master basic common language as quickly as possible, right?" "That's right." Makarov nodded, on the premise that his body cannot be damaged. Shipike nodded, "Of course, it can be done with my magic. However, receiving a large amount of information at once may give you a headache in a short period of time. Is that okay?" Myra Jane struggled to convey Shipike's intention to Rhodes and asked for his opinion. Use magic to learn a language quickly, at the cost of headaches in the process? Rhodes nodded decisively. Is there any choice between using magic to get a headache for a few minutes or learning to have a headache for a few months? Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Makarov nodded. "Then, let's get started." Shipike raised his hands, and a golden magic circle appeared under his hands, and in the middle of the magic circle was a keyboard. As Shipike's fingers tapped, several screens composed of magical lights appeared in the air. Boxes and lines of text quickly passed by, and in the end only a screen was left. Rhodes was dazzled. "This thing is really magic, isn't it some future technology? It looks like a scene from a science fiction movie." Myra Jane suddenly realized, is this ancient document magic? So that's the case, no wonder the president wants to invite you. Zippage smiled slightly. "Finally, can you confirm that you only need basic common language? In fact, I also have 100 techniques for chatting up girls and 80 ways to please girls. Do you want to teach him together?" Makarov waved his hand. "Please be sure not to teach weird things like that." "What a pity." Shipike pointed at Rhodes' forehead with his hand, and golden light enveloped him. Rhodes didn't know how much wealth he had just missed. He felt his head swelled as a lot of information poured in. Pronunciation, writing, word formation, sentence structure. The headache was more severe than Rhodes imagined. The pain was like being pinched by a door, and he couldn't help but cover his head and scream. "Rhodes!" Makarov and Myra Jane looked a little unbearable, but fortunately the process ended quickly. The golden light dissipated, and the keyboard and screen in front of Shipike also disappeared. "It's done." Rhodes fell on the bed, staring up at the ceiling with his eyes blankly. He still covered his head with his hands, breathing heavily. Finally, "It's over." Myra Jane praised, "This is a very good sentence." "Hey!" Rhodes said in surprise, "I can understand you." Chapter 5 Is Tatsuya also a wizard? It's solved. Hibiki said to Makarov, "President Makarov, I'll go back first." "Ah, thank you for your hard work." Makarov said, "I will make up the commission form later and send it to the Blue Pegasus together with the commission fee." Rod said quickly, "Thank you for saving my life, and thank you Mr. Hibiki for your help. I am so touched." Mylogen covered her mouth and chuckled, "What kind of expression is that?" Is Rod going to become like Lucky? Very interesting. Makarov looked at Hibiki, his eyes seemed to ask what was going on. Ah, this. Because it is knowledge that is stuffed in rigidly, it always takes some time to digest. Hibiki said embarrassedly, so he may occasionally have some inarticulate words recently. Just help correct this a little, or wait until my magic improves a little and then come again. No. No need. Please allow me to decline this. Rod said that he didn't want to experience the feeling of a splitting headache again. Knowledge is something that is more solid if you learn it yourself. Definitely not afraid of pain. Makarov nodded. That's it, the commission ends here. Myra Jane sent Hibiki away, and Rhodes was stopped by Makarov. Rhodes, right? Did Myra tell you the general situation? Well, because of the language problem, I only understood part of it. Rhodes said, you rescued me from the forest, right? Makarov said, no, to be precise, I just brought you back from the forest. Rhodes showed a puzzled expression. The beast that attacked me, wasn't it knocked down by you? Makarov was not in the mood to correct Rhodes' words for the time being, and sat cross-legged on the chair beside the bed. He was even taller when sitting than standing. Rhodes felt that it was not polite to look down at the old man, so he sat down obediently by the bed. Makarov said slowly, actually, I went there because someone witnessed a monster rampage, a strange bird, a giant frog, a wolf, and even a dragon. The mayor believes that if a large group of monsters appear in the eastern forest, it will affect the safety of the entire Magnolia City, so he entrusted me to investigate. In fact, the reason why Makarov went to investigate in person was mainly because Polyasika lived in that forest, and he was a little worried. But when I got there was only a dead body of a porcupine, a severely damaged forest, and you lying on the ground. The more Rhodes listened, the more frightened he was. He felt that he was so lucky to survive in that situation. Maybe he should thank the porcupine that hit him? A strange name. Makarov asked, what do you remember about the herd? Rhodes shook his head, I don't remember these at all, but I seemed to hear a lot of strange calls before I fainted. The forest was very silent before. Makarov nodded, so the herd rampage should have happened before and after he fainted. Or, it was simply that Rhodes accidentally did something that triggered the beast tide. So, why did you go to the forest? I don't know. Rhodes was tangled. You may not believe it, but I just fell down, and when I got up, I was in the forest. Is that so? Makarov was thoughtful, and suddenly moved from one place to another. He knew several such cases. For example, Polyasika, who had previously treated Rhodes, suddenly appeared decades ago. According to her, she came from a world called Edras. There was also Natsu. Natsu suddenly appeared nearby 6 years ago. At that time, he could speak but could not read, but claimed that he had learned to read. Rhodes' situation of not being able to communicate in the same language seems to be more similar to Natsu. And when Natsu appeared, he was looking for a dragon, and when Rhodes appeared, he was accompanied by the legend of the dragon. These two people may have some connection. Makarov guessed that these two people might have been affected by the space magic of a powerful wizard in other continents and directly transferred here. I have a rough idea of the situation. Rod looked at him in surprise. You believed it so easily. Why not? Makarov looked into his eyes. I am a little confident in judging whether young people are lying or not. But Rod realized, oh, yes, this is a magical world. It doesn't seem strange for someone like me to suddenly appear like this. Makarov asked, so what are your plans next? I have nowhere to go for the time being. Rod has been thinking about it for 2 days, and staying here should be the best choice now. If he walks out now, he is worried that he will encounter some pigs, bears, pigs and tigers again, and he will die if he is unlucky. It's just that the fairy tale should be full of magicians, and ordinary people like himself. In order to survive safely, Rod can only bite the bullet and ask, "Can I stay?" Of course. So casual. Rod looked at the old man in front of him, without any hesitation. "You don't even know my origins?" Makarov asked, "Are you willing to tell me?" Rod hesitated, he didn't know where to start. "Then tell me when you have decided what to say." Makarov smiled kindly. "There are many homeless children in the guild, some of whom can't even explain where they came from. They were as uneasy as you were at that time. But it doesn't matter. It's because of the insecurity that we need companions, and that's why there is a guild. Everyone supports each other in order to survive strongly, and regards each other as family. This is the guild, and this is Fairy Tale." Makarov told Rhodes about his views on the guild, and his eyes seemed to be shining. For the first time, Rhodes learned about the purpose of Fairy Tale, which was different from the mission guilds he knew in games and anime. Fairy Tale seemed to be more than just an agency, but a place with more warmth. The process of joining the guild is very simple. Makarov took Rhodes to the front to find Myra and added Rhodes' name to the list of members. This is Magnolia City, located in the east of the Kingdom of Fiori. It has a population of about 60,000 and has been a city where magic has flourished since ancient times. Fairy Tale is the only formal guild in this city. And then this. Since Rhodes lacked common sense about this place, Myra Jane had to start with the geographical location. When she talked about Fairy Tale, she took out something like a seal and asked Rhodes to choose a favorite color and the location of the emblem. Rhodes rolled up his sleeves and asked Myra Jane to help him stamp the blue emblem on his left arm. The process was as simple as stamping an ordinary seal. Rhodes touched the position of the emblem and felt that it was no different from the previous touch. It seemed to be another magical magic. This shouldn't fade, right? Of course not. Myra Jane put away the seal and explained. This emblem represents the Wizard of Fairy Tale. It can be used to prove your identity no matter where you are. Wizard. Rhodes covered his arm and asked nervously, "But I don't know magic at all. What should I do? Will I be kicked out? How is that possible?" "If you want, just start learning from now on." Myra Jane said, "It's just that it's a bit difficult to find a commission that can be completed at first." "You don't know magic." Makarov pointed at Rhodes' chest. "Isn't that your magic prop?" "Ah." Rhodes picked up his necklace pendant and looked at it. It was a capital letter L, with a blue background and gold edges below. If you look closely, there are mysterious patterns inside. "You said this is a magic prop?" "It can't be. This thing is the software icon of a 5v5 competitive game. It was a gift from Rhodes' roommate Zhang Dia on his birthday. Although it looks like it's made with great craftsmanship and probably not cheap, it's just an ordinary pendant. Could it be that Tatsuya, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, is actually a wizard?" Chapter 6, Temporary Home. It is undoubtedly a magic item of good quality. Magic power does not lie. Makarov can tell at a glance whether the pendant is a magic item or not. Perhaps Rhodes was able to survive in such a beast tide by relying on this pendant, even though he himself did not know how to use it. Rhodes took off the necklace, and the thin metal chain piled up into a ball. The pendant lay quietly in the palm of his hand, and the golden letters and the blue round bottom reflected the star-like natural light. I looked at it over and over again, and besides being very beautiful, I couldn't understand what was special about it. "Tatsuya, that guy, didn't you give me the instruction manual at that time?" Rhodes burst out in his native language. Makarov and Myra Jane looked at him in confusion. Rhodes handed the necklace to Makarov and asked, "President, do you know how to make the best use of this thing? You don't necessarily need to know magic to use a magic item, but when you can use it, you can be considered to know magic." Makarov took the necklace and said a string of words like a tongue twister. Rhodes thought about the logic, and then saw that the ordinary necklace in his hand was glowing in the other person's hand. "So that's it, it's a prop similar to the celestial key, and only you can use this pendant. Celestial key. Rode didn't understand. What is that? Myra Jane kindly helped to explain, and even drew a diagram for Rode with a light pen. Celestial magic is the magic of signing a contract with the Celestials and summoning them from the celestial world to help. People who use celestial magic need to hold a special key, which is a kind of holding magic. Marajana's painting skills are a bit bad, and compared with Lita's, it can be said to be abstract. This caused Rode to not understand what kind of creature the Celestials are, but he could roughly understand what kind of magic it is. He used a word he could understand, summoner. That's about it. Makarov returned the necklace to Rhodes. I will teach you the basics of magic, and I will also tell you the tricks of Protoss magic that I know. In addition, there are also materials about Protoss magic in the guild's library. How about learning this kind of magic? Yes. Rhodes nodded. Summoner, what can this LOL game icon-shaped pendant be used to summon? Rhodes can almost think of it. With more than 100 heroes, if there are a few powerful ones, they should be invincible, right? Then it's decided. I will teach you magic later. Now let's talk about some practical issues. Practical issues. Rhodes was kicked out. His injuries were almost healed, so he needed to move out and couldn't occupy the infirmary all the time. Rhodes was a little nervous to find a house to live in a strange city, or a strange world. Fortunately, the president introduced him to a house not far from the guild, less than 1 kilometer away in a straight line. Rode had already visited it. It should be a street-facing storefront. The first floor was used as a shop, and the second floor was for living. The landlord was Goodman Riel, a young man in his 20s. He had lived here a few years ago, but moved out after getting married and only came here during the day when the shop was open. The house had a kitchen, bathroom, and shower, and the bathroom even had a bathtub. The bedroom was not big, but it was more than enough for one person. The rent was 80,000 J per month. Rode was not very sensitive to the currency here, but according to Myra Jane, this price was very cheap in Magnolia. The landlord's reason for this price was that the second floor was idle anyway, and living in a wizard would increase the sense of security. Rode thought that the other party might be looking at the president's face, and it was said that he would occasionally go to the guild's tavern to drink. However, even if the rent was not high, Rode could not afford it. The money for rent was lent to him by the president, a total of 150,000 J, and the remaining 70,000 was used for food and daily necessities. 150,000 J, just hearing the number sounds huge, but after seeing the face value of the banknotes, Rhodes felt relieved. These 1,000 yuan and 10,000 yuan bills, the actual value is estimated to be much lower than RMB. However, after borrowing the money, Rhodes realized that he didn't seem to have paid for the food and medicine he had eaten in the past few days. Especially those medicines, which are so effective, must be expensive. In addition, the remuneration of Mr. Hibiki who helped him learn the language should also be paid by him. But at that time, I didn't understand anything and my mind was very confused, so I forgot to ask how much money was needed. Who owes a lot of debts just after crossing? With mixed feelings, Rhodes went to a nearby store to buy toiletries such as towels, and also bought a few more clothes to change. Then he found that the money didn't seem to last long. A slightly thicker towel costs 500 J, a toothbrush, toothpaste and cup set costs 1000 J, soap 100 J, shampoo 500 J. Add to that necessities such as toilet paper, bed sheets, pillows, and quilts, and you'll easily spend nearly 20,000. Will the remaining 50,000 J be enough for a month's food expenses? Rode recalled that the flame-set meal that Natsu ate seemed to cost more than 1000 J, and ordinary food probably wasn't that expensive, and if it didn't work out, he could make it himself. Spending another 20,000 J on a few pieces of clothing should be enough. I'd better cut it in half and keep an extra 10,000 just in case. Luckily it's summer now. Rhodes was thankful for a second, then he realized that he might have to buy another mosquito net. Wealth shrank again. After a busy half-day, Rhodes finally bought everything he wanted to buy and took it back. Before it got dark, Rhodes decided to go to the guild for dinner. There were not as many people in the guild as in the daytime. Most of the remaining people wanted to have dinner here like Rhodes. A small part of them were drunk, some were sleeping soundly, and some were arguing with others with red faces, looking like they were about to fight at any time. Natsu, who had chased Rhodes to ask questions earlier, was not there either. He should have gotten the answer from the president. Myra Jane put the plates and cups on the tray on the guest table, then looked at Rod. "Rod, you're back. Have you finished the moving?" "Almost. I plan to have dinner here. Is that okay?" "Of course. What do you want to eat?" Rod thought for a while. It should be the same as the man just now. It seems delicious. "Okay, a super devil spicy curry rice." Myra Jane looked at the warrior with her eyes and clenched her fist to cheer him up. "Eat your own food well." "Wait a minute." Rod hurriedly stopped him. "You know my common language is not very good. I seem to have heard a thrilling word just now." "What kind of rice is that?" Myra Jane blinked innocently. "Curry rice. Where's the modifier in front?" "It's just super hot. Rod raised a hand. "I don't think just and only should be used like this." Myra Jane pointed at the person who ordered food in front. "It's okay, don't you see he's eating very happily?" Rod collapsed. "He's spitting fire." "Hey, I thought Rod would like this." "Please, absolutely, must help me change it to normal." "What a pity, I thought I could see a funny expression. Also, the sentence just now only needs to say must. Myra Jane chuckled and left, not even forgetting to help Rod correct his language habits. Rod couldn't figure out whether this girl really had a bad personality or just liked to watch the fun. She wasn't like this yesterday. Is it because he doesn't need to be taken care of now? Rod was in a complicated mood. Please give back the gentle and considerate Myra Jane. Chapter 7 Money. Fairy Tale Secret Beef Curry Rice. You can smell the aroma of curry from a long distance. When the plate was placed on the table, there was an immediate fragrance of rice in the nose. The rice must be high-quality rice. Rhodes picked up the spoon. On the left was the brown-red curry soup, evenly cut beef cubes, potato cubes, and carrot cubes. On the right was the rice that looked even whiter against the soup. The color and fragrance on both sides were so tempting that Rhodes didn't know where to start. This happy entanglement did not last for a few seconds. Rhodes chose to start from the middle under the urging of his stomach. The curry and rice entered the mouth at the same time, salty, fresh, fragrant, and with a little spicy taste filling the mouth, making his tongue and teeth work involuntarily. Rhodes was not very good at eating spicy food. Just a little spicy made his forehead sweat. But when the spiciness passed, he could taste the sweetness of the rice and the freshness of the beef. Rod was immersed in this delicious curry rice, unable to extricate himself. Rod seems to be very devoted every time he eats. Even my appetite has improved. Marajana's voice sounded. Does Rod like food very much? Of course I like delicious food. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now I seem to enjoy the process of tasting food more and more. Rod thought for a while and added, maybe I was afraid of hunger a few days ago, or maybe I almost died, so I began to cherish things that I didn't cherish before. Myra Jane seemed to have regained her gentle and considerate look. In this case, you have to work hard. Our menu here is very long. I will work hard, haha. Rod couldn't help laughing. Eat hard? Work hard for eating? Either statement seems a bit wrong. A delicious curry rice reduced Rod's living expenses by 500J, which he said was worth it. In addition, he asked Myra Jane to make up for the food expenses of the past few days, and his wallet shrank again. Myra Jane was a little worried that Rod wouldn't make it to the next month. Actually, there's no need to rush to pay these back. Those meals can be considered as condolences. It's only natural to pay for meals. There's no way to pay for medical expenses for the time being. The guild can't afford the meal anymore, even though the money was taken from the president by trickery. It's a temporary loan. Oh, a temporary loan. Rode looked at the menu carefully. If it's just a meal, the cheaper ones will cost a few hundred J. If you eat a lot but only order ordinary food, then a few thousand J is about the same. Of course, if you're in a hurry to have a meal, you can order whatever tastes good, and there's no upper limit. Rhodes, who wanted to enjoy the food, suddenly felt the pressure. He asked, "Is there any job in the guild that can be completed without magic?" Myra Jane pointed her index finger at her chin and thought for a while. "If you want, you can work part-time as a waiter in the tavern. Because you have to set aside time to learn magic. The salary can only be about 120,000 J per month. Is that okay?" Rhodes said without hesitation, "Of course, thank you." For a wizard, 120,000 J is not a lot. A stronger one like Natsu can earn it back in 1 or 2 days by taking a task to sweep the bandits. Weaker ones can earn 120,000 in less than half a month by taking some life-related tasks that do not leave the city. Only those low-level wizards who can only take small tasks of a few thousand J will worry about this little money. Unfortunately, Rhodes is now a quasi-magic apprentice who is even lower than the low-level wizards. This kind of work is already a favor for him. Myra Jane even specifically mentioned that he should set aside time to learn magic. Another benefit of being a waiter is that he gets 2 meals. After deducting the rent and some daily expenses, it will take about half a year to pay back the money the president lent him. Mr. Hibiki's commission and Ms. Polyasika's medical expenses will take a little longer. However, Rode thinks that after a few months, he should be able to take on some wizard tasks, and the debt should be paid faster. The road ahead is long and arduous. Since he decided to be a waiter for a while, Rode stayed to help clean up that day. The tables and chairs should be wiped and put in order, the floor should be swept, and after confirming that no one was staying, the door should be locked and the lights should be turned off before leaving. Rode found a little bit of the feeling of doing duty with classmates in middle school. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone went home. Elfman usually waited for Myra Jane to join him when he was not working outside. Rod would walk with the two for a short while, and during the chat, he learned a shocking news. "So Elfman is your younger brother? I always thought he was your older brother." "Oh, I'm not old enough to be happy when being praised for my youth." Myra Jane stroked her cheek with her right hand. She said she wouldn't be happy, but in fact she kept smiling. Elfman seemed very happy too. "As a man, you should be more mature." Rod fell into deep thought, and accidentally praised the two siblings. Am I the kind of person who is very good at talking? I don't know myself. Because Rod came back a little late, the landlord had locked the door and went home. Rod took out the key and opened the door. The house was dark inside. Rod used the moonlight from the window to find the stairs and walked upstairs carefully. The whole house was made of wood, and the stairs were naturally the same. Fortunately, there was no creaking sound when Rod stepped on it, so it should not be too old. After entering the house, Rhodes found matches and lit the candles on the table. The level of technology here is not very good, there is no electric light, and many people still use candles and oil lamps. Although there are lamps that use magic power as energy, and the prices have dropped a lot in recent years, they are still much more expensive than oil lamps and the like. Therefore, the landlord did not prepare any magic equipment for this old house that has not been lived in for many years. There is convenient tap water, but if you want to use hot water, you have to boil it immediately. After washing up, Rhodes wiped his body with cold water and wondered whether he should take a bath in the guild's bathroom. It seems that I will need to buy some household appliances in the future. Should this be called household magic props? Money, money. Rhodes, who left campus in a strange way, had to worry about making a living. Thinking about the salary from working in the tavern and the remuneration from the wizard mission, Rhodes began to look forward to the life after learning magic. With unlimited expectations for his future life, Rhodes fell into a deep sleep. Rhodes opened his eyes, and the sunlight slanted on his face through the window. He sat up suddenly and said, "Late. Fresh apples, crispy pears. Macaroni is cheap. Fresh horned melon, take a look." Noisy sales calls could be heard outside the window, and Rhodes suddenly felt a sense of dislocation. He lay back heavily and raised his arms to cover his eyes. "It seems that you don't have to go to morning class for a long time. Is that gratifying?" After being quiet for a while, Rhodes got up, washed up, put on the white t-shirt and black cropped pants he bought yesterday, pulled back his bangs a few times, and then went downstairs. After a while, he ran back to the room, found the necklace on the bedside table, put it on and left. "Good morning, Mr. Rhodes, did you sleep well?" Landlord Goodman Riel greeted warmly. "Brother Goodman, you're here so early. I just arrived and it's about to open." The window on the first floor is a single piece, a large wooden board about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After opening a few buckles on the inside, you can pull it completely outward and fall down. After unfolding the 2 wooden legs folded on the side, it immediately becomes a platform used as a shelf. Rhodes found it interesting. No wonder the door was not opened in the middle, but placed on the side. He helped Goodman set up the awning and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute, think of it as a thank you gift, this is for you." Goodman threw an object the size of a keychain towards Rhodes. Rhodes caught it and put it in the palm of his hand. He saw it was a small wooden sign measuring 2 to 3 centimeters, with indecipherable words engraved on it, and a red rope with a beautiful knot. "What's this?" Although the peace talisman is just an ordinary handicraft, the wooden sign was carved by me myself, and the knot was tied by my wife. Goodman smiled and said, "I heard that magicians occasionally take on dangerous commissions, so please pay attention to safety." Goodman's store mainly deals in handicrafts such as wood carvings and woven hangings. "I made one while stocking up yesterday." "Thank you." Rhodes wanted to say that it was too early for him to take on a dangerous mission, but he didn't say it out loud and was just careful to accept the other party's kindness. He found that the loneliness and uneasiness of surviving alone in a different world seemed to be washed away a little bit. Chapter 8 Open the door to another world. "Good morning, Miss Myra Jane, Miss Lucky." When Rhodes arrived at the guild, Myra Jane and Lucky were already wiping the table. Although it was wiped down last night, it still needs to be wiped down again before starting business. "Good morning, Rod." Marajana's smile was still as bright as ever. "Also, please don't use the honorific. Just call me Myra like everyone else." "Me too, just call me Lucky." "Myra, Lucky." Rhodes tried to shout and said politely, "Then I have overstepped my bounds." Myra corrected, "This context does not reach the level of using transgression." Lucky held her face, her long purple hair half covering her hands, showing a narcissistic expression. "Perhaps Rhodes wants to express that he treats us as princesses or queens." Rhodes denied, "Sorry, there is no such thing." After helping a little bit, Rhodes sat at the counter and had breakfast, which was a very ordinary combination of milk and sandwich. "The price is much cheaper than the curry rice I had yesterday, but it tastes great. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it's obviously the same food, but it tastes better the day I woke up. Maybe I was too hungry at that time." Rhodes was half leaning against the counter while enjoying his breakfast while looking at the people entering the guild one after another. There are many styles of clothing in this world, including Chinese cheongsam and Mandarin jacket, Japanese kimono and yukata, and European dresses and tuxedos. Modern and simple casual wear sweatshirts like what Rod is wearing now are not uncommon. In addition to these, there are also some quite peculiar costumes. For example, there is a very beautiful girl who wears double horns on her head, a tiger print chest-high slit dress, tiger print sleeves on her arms, and long tiger stripes on her feet. Boots, the soles are even shaped like tiger claws. The whole person looks like a little tiger with long horns, full of wild beauty. That's Honey, Honey Chikintag. Myra introduced, she's nicknamed the Ghost Princess. Ah! Rode has been staring at her since the beginning. Could it be that? Myra showed a gossipy expression and enthusiastically gave Rhodes advice. Magi likes fighting very much. If you care, go and have a fight with her. If you can win, she will definitely look at her differently. No, it's not. There were a lot of flaws in this statement, so Rhodes sorted out his thoughts. I just think her costume is unusual, and aren't we all magicians? Why do we like fighting? Myra asked strangely, shouldn't magicians be good at fighting? Devil. Rhodes was silent. Could it be that my perception is strange? Thinking about it carefully, during the past few days in the guild, I often saw everyone fighting and punching each other. Yesterday, I saw the president punching two guys who overturned the table into the floor. The magicians in this world don't follow the melee combat route of magic warriors, right? The tavern was usually not too busy in the morning. After Makarov arrived, Rhodes started his first magic class. Generally speaking, if you want to use magic, you need something called magic power. Magic is a special kind of chi that exists not only in our bodies, but also widely in nature. When the chi in our bodies harmonizes with the fluctuations of chi in nature, magic will manifest. To do this requires a considerable degree of mental strength and concentration. Since Rhodes knew nothing about magic, Makarov had to start from the most basic things. As for more profound theories, about emotions, about the soul, and about the power of the heart, we have to wait until Rhodes' magic practice reaches a certain level before talking about it, or until he understands it on his own. Is there magic in my body? Rhodes has always been worried about this. He is not even a person in this world. Fortunately, Makarov gave him reassurance, of course there is, but it's not easy to detect it yet. It's not easy for ordinary people to discover and strengthen the chi in their bodies. The usual method is meditation. But for you, you can feel the magic through another way first. Rhodes asked, what to do? First, focus on the pendant and try to call it in your heart. Then, try the spell I adapted from the magic of the stars. Makarov taught Rhodes the spell word for word, and Rhodes followed it like a parrot. Just try it if you remember it. Here. Rhodes looked at his companions in the tavern worriedly, will he cause trouble? Makarov said, don't worry, with your current magic power, you can't summon a creature that's too powerful. Even if you can, you can't maintain it. Rhodes didn't like this answer at all. But since the president said it doesn't matter, then we'll do it. He held the necklace pendant and stared closely at the gold and blue icon. After a few seconds, he seemed to really feel some connection between himself and it. Rhodes hurriedly recited the magic spell, I am the one who bridges the two worlds. You, a creature from another world, answer my call and pass through the door. The pendant emitted golden and blue light, and there was magic power gathering in the air. Rhodes squeezed the pendant tightly and shouted the last words. Open the door to another world. Buzz. A heavy and majestic sound effect sounded, and a vortex emitting blue light appeared in front of Rhodes, with stars twinkling in the vortex. Through this vortex, it seemed that one could feel the cold air of another world and hear the sound of the cold wind whistling over the cliff. In such a cold and murderous atmosphere, a figure leaped out of the vortex. The light and sound of magic attracted the attention of most people in the tavern. This must be a powerful and cold creature. Everyone thought so, and Rhodes thought so too. However, when the vortex disappeared, there was only a palm-sized, furry white object on the ground. Woo woo woo. The little guy made a strange cry, and seemed a little confused. But soon its eyes were fixed on Rhodes, and then it spit out its big pink tongue, and ran towards Rhodes with its short legs, and hugged his calves. Rhodes was a little confused. He looked at this little fur ball and felt that it looked familiar. He bent down and picked it up to observe it carefully. Black eyes, round body, white and soft hair like a sheep, a pair of curved horns on its head, and a long tongue like a puppy. Rhodes put it on the counter and touched its head. The little guy turned over comfortably, revealing a heart-shaped pink belly. Polo. Rhodes recognized this soft and cute little guy based on his experience in the Howling Abyss. Woo woo woo, the little Poro's voice was full of joy, as if he had found a meal ticket. Rhodes. This magical summon thing seems to be different from what I thought. Chapter 9 Poro. Poro? Is that its name? What a cute pronunciation. Myra seemed to like the furry little Poro very much. Rhodes also thinks Poro is cute, but what's the use of just being cute? What he wants is a superhero. Rhodes held Poro in front of his face and looked into his big black eyes. Can this guy be beaten? Poro's big tongue licked him, and Rhodes subconsciously leaned back, successfully dodging a face wash service. Makarov asked, "Do you know this creature? Does it have any special abilities?" "His name is Poro. He lives in a very cold place." "His ability?" Rhodes thought about it carefully. "You can eat, you can grow up if you eat, you can explode if you eat too much, and besides that, you can also be cute." Myra praised, "What an interesting ability. It looks like a great contract creature." Rhodes said listlessly, "Ah, thank you for the encouragement." "I see, is it an ornamental creature?" "Don't be discouraged. There are also ornamental Protoss among the stars, such as Nikolai in the constellation Canis Minor." Makarov said, "It's great to have such a lovely creature by your side, isn't it?" Poro seemed to sense Rhodes' disappointment. The pair of small horns standing on his head slowly drooped down, and the tongue that was sticking out also retracted, looking pitifully like an abandoned puppy. Rhodes scratched its chin, "Just treat it like a pet." Hylia Poro rubbed Rhodes' palm, making a comfortable sound, and a pair of small horns stood up again. Rhodes pinched the Poro's horns, touched the top of the Poro's head, and rubbed the Poro's heart-shaped belly, gradually falling in love with the soft and fluffy feel. Poro seemed to be enjoying it too, lying on the counter with his tongue tilted to one side. The appearance looks like a lamb, but the personality is more like a puppy. Myra picked up a sliced apple. "Want to eat it?" Poro turned over and left Rod's massage service, and went straight to Myra's feeding. His flexibility was beyond imagination. Does this guy have a setting that recognizes food but not people? Rhodes fell into thought. Makarov coughed lightly to attract Rhodes' attention and said to him, "Regardless of the strength of the Poro, when you just opened the door, did you feel a force draining from your body? That is magic power." Rhodes thought for a while. "If you put it this way, it seems that there is. Generally speaking, after the Star Spirit Wizard opens the door, maintaining the existence of the Star Spirit also needs to consume magic power, and you must be the same." Makarov said, "Now meditate as I say, feel the slowly draining magic, find its source, and then see your own power." "Yes." Rhodes sat down on the spot, closed his eyes according to the President's instructions, and concentrated on feeling the power slowly draining from his body. The noise in the tavern gradually disappeared, the sounds of Poro and Myra playing around gradually faded away, and the world became quiet. Rhodes saw himself sitting cross-legged in the darkness, with tiny blue light spots like mist. Outside of own body, there is a winding thin line composed of faint blue light spots, floating to the side of the body. That should be the connection with the Poro. The focus of Rhodes' observation was that within his own body, among the mist-like blue magic light spots, there was a conspicuous small vortex, slowly rotating in the center of the body, like a miniature Milky Way. It seems that all the magic power in the body is escaping from there, and at the same time, there are also sparse light spots seeping in from the outside and converging towards the vortex. The magic power is being consumed and restored at the same time. Rhodes easily felt this. He could even feel the speed at which magic power was consumed to maintain Poirot's existence, compared with the speed at which magic power was restored. To express it in a common way in online games. MP1. MP plus 99. The excess consumed will probably be used to replenish the magic power consumed when opening the door. After realizing that Poirot's magic power consumption was so low, Rhodes completely gave up hope on its combat effectiveness. Putting the Poirot matter aside, Rhodes concentrated on observing himself and trying to direct the light spots in his body. Although a little awkward, he can indeed simply control the flow direction of those light points, which is the magic power. In the real world, as Rhodes' magic power was mobilized, his hair swayed gently, left and right, as if blown by the wind. The tavern today was much quieter than usual because the president was watching. When someone wants to fight and may affect Rhodes, the president will slap him on the head. When Rhodes opened his eyes, Makarov showed a satisfied smile. This kid has great talent. That's it for today's magic practice. It's time for you to take care of Poirot. Makarov reminded, Protoss mages generally have to sign a contract with the Protoss and maintain a good relationship. As for you, you have to figure it out on your own. Okay, thank you, President. Rhodes stood up and looked at Myra, only to find that the Poirot was no longer with her. There. Myra smiled and pointed to the little guy having fun in the tavern. Rhodes looked at her finger and realized that his social skills were not as good as those of a dog. He had just meditated for less than an hour, and Poirot had already become familiar with many people in the tavern. It stuck out its tongue, constantly shuttled between tables, and rubbed its furry body against other people's calves from time to time. When picked up by someone who likes cute things, it acts like a baby and stares at the food on the table with its big eyes. He just barely had the words "please feed" written on his face. The most amazing thing is that after cheating the food, the little guy will immediately run away and go straight to the next target, highlighting the ruthlessness. In a very short period of time, everyone in the tavern remembered this cute creature, but only a few remembered its owner's name after being introduced by Myra and Lucky. Rhodes waved. Poirot ran over with his short legs, but accidentally fell and rolled to Rhodes' feet like a ball of wool. This guy simply didn't get up. He just lay down and turned over to expose his belly, becoming more and more proficient in his business. Rhodes couldn't help but rub its heart-shaped belly again, and then he carried Poirot to the counter. Can you understand me? Allura. Poirot tried his best to nod. Rhodes asked, do we need to sign a contract or something? Poirot shook his head so hard that he almost fell over. Then if you go back, will you be the one I summon next time? I remember there are many Poirots in the Howling Abyss, right? The little Poirot nodded, then shook his head, with a pleading look on his face. Rhodes guessed, it will be you, but you don't want to go back. Poirot looked happy. Rhodes looked at the president in embarrassment. Makarov said, if the magic allows it and neither party objects, you can stay as long as you want. But if it affects you from opening the next door, send it back then. Rhodes nodded, since you like it here, then stay here for now. The little Poirot spun around in circles with joy. Myra suggested, would you like to give it a name? Rhodes said, it's called Poirot. But Poirot is a general term, right? Just like dogs and cats, I mean it has its own name. Poirot looked at Rhodes expectantly. I have trouble naming. Rhodes looked at Poirot and thought for a while, call me Ziobi? Dumpling? Furball. The Poirot's horns gradually drooped, and it always felt very perfunctory. Rhodes was in trouble. President, Myra, do you have any suggestions? How about calling me Worm? Chapter 10 Warmth, Happiness, and Love. Warm. Well, warm, because it feels warm when you hold it. Myra explained. Rod said that Poirot lives in a very cold place, and I hope it can always feel warm when it is with you. Rod thought for a while. It seems pretty good, what do you think? The little Poro's horns stood up, obviously he liked it. As long as you like it. Myra smiled, that's how the name Happy came from. Happy is the talking blue kitten that has always been with Natsu. Myra introduced it to Rod. She said that Happy can fly and can take people to fly with him, but it's a pity that Rod has never seen Happy fly. Then it's decided. From now on, you will be called Warm, Justified. Justified is not used like this. The president was thinking about whether to call Hibiki back to provide after-sales service. Worm jumped into Rod's arms and rubbed his chest with his head. Rod hugged Worm and felt that its little horns were a bit uncomfortable. Sister Myra, 2 beers over here. Lakai waved towards the counter. Okay, Myra took 2 wooden beer cups, filled them up and put them on the tray. Rod, it's almost noon, we have to get busy. Okay, I'll start working now. Rod put down Worm and picked up the tray. Worm looked around and followed Rod to deliver the beer. The man who wanted the beer was a middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth, a brown crew cut, and a floral shirt, cropped trousers, and slippers. Your wine. Hey, why didn't Myra-chan bring it? Wakaba complained casually, but it didn't affect him picking up the wine glass. Speaking of which, you are the one who has been sitting at the counter these days. Rod felt that he was being despised, but it was normal. If it were him, he would prefer a beautiful woman to bring him food. My name is Rod. I just joined Fairy Tale and am currently working as a waiter in the tavern. Please take care of me. Oh, newcomer. My name is Wakaba. Wakaba was in a good mood. A cloud of smoke like a hand came out of his pipe. He held another wine glass and brought it to Rhodes. As you can see, smoke magic is used. This glass of wine is my treat. Welcome to join Fairy Tale. Bang. Before Rhodes could speak, the person sitting opposite Wakaba slapped the table and stood up. Asshole Wakaba, don't give my wine to others casually. This person has short purple hair, sparse beard around his mouth, and a white windbreaker on his body. As he spoke, purple flames had already appeared in his hands. The flames knocked Wakaba's smoke hand apart, and took the wine glass instead. If anyone wants to treat, I'll treat you. He straightened his collar formally. Hello, I'm Asshole Macau. Wakaba stood up and smashed his wine glass on the table, stepped on the stool with one foot, and leaned forward. Do you want to fight? Hey! Who's afraid of you? Macau also stepped on the stool with one foot and leaned forward. The 2 men pressed their foreheads together across a table, tit for tat, and neither gave in. Thick smoke gathered above Wakaba's pipe, and the purple flames also rotated and retracted, floating on Macau's hand. The wine glass originally supported by the flame fell, and Rhodes hurriedly caught it, spilling a few drops of wine. That he wanted to persuade them, but the 2 had ignored him, arguing while rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight at any time. Rhodes looked around for help, but found that the people around him all had an expression of watching a good show. Some even started to shout, "Let's fight, and teach him a lesson." Lakai was still holding the empty wine glass she had just taken back, but now she couldn't take the time to go back, and stood in the crowd watching the excitement. She didn't forget to remind him, "Rod, if I were you, I would stay away now." Why? Whoosh! A wine glass flew past Rod's ear. Makao and Wakaba had already jumped onto the table, holding each other's palms and starting to wrestle each other. Rod touched his temples and decisively gave up trying to persuade the fight. He picked up Poro Worm with one hand and the innocent beer with the other, holding the tray under his armpit, and ran back to the counter quickly. The president's small figure gave him a great sense of security. Rod asked, "President, don't we need to care about them like this? Let them do it." Makarov picked up the wine glass that Rod had just put down and drank a glass of beer. Now no one is meditating, so there is no need to worry about anyone being disturbed. It's good to make a fuss. Not only that, when someone opened a bet on who would fall off the table first, Macau or Wakaba, the old man also bet 1000J. I thought those days were chaotic just because the president was away. Rod looked at the president, who was gradually cheering for him to come on, and said in despair, "Is there no normal person in this guild?" "Don't say that." Myra wiped a wine glass with a smile. "This is fun." The place where Macau and Wakaba were was clanging, and the long table was soon smashed and the stools were overturned. The two wrestled for a long time before they were barely separated, and the onlookers soon felt bored and dispersed. This fight can only be regarded as a minor fight in fairy tale, because the two uncles were too sensible and did not affect others at all. "Are they both okay?" Rod looked at the two people who were sitting at separate tables angrily, and felt that they had their own reasons for breaking up. "It's okay, they are like this, they will sit together and drink again soon." Myra didn't worry about this at all. She said to Makarov, "President, the glass of wine just now should still be charged to you." "Ah? That glass of wine was obviously ordered by Makarov. You drank it secretly?" "Yes." Makarov failed to escape the bill and was listless. The image of the kind, benevolent and reliable president in Rhodes' mind gradually collapsed. This old man doesn't seem to be upright. The guild has become like this. It must be because the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, right? He was about to ask what to do with the broken table, when he saw Lakai walk over and make a strange gesture with her hands. "Wooden shape, sincere friendship, wooden table." The broken tabletop and broken table legs moved as if they had gained life, bending and extending, and then perfectly fused together, transforming into the original long table again. A buck-toothed guy next to him complained, "Why do you always use such weird names?" Lockie pushed her purple hair behind her and adjusted her glasses with her hand. "Oh, are you jealous of my magic and talent?" "Who would be jealous of that?" Lockie was immersed in her own world. She held her face. "I am such a sinful woman." "Rod. I had discovered some clues before, and now it is almost certain that Lakai is a very narcissistic person. But her magic is quite convenient, almost catching up with the would release Yamato in the next studio. No wonder everyone is so unscrupulous in destroying the house." Language problem. The setting is that the language of the other world is spoken in fairy tale, not Japanese, English, etc. As for why the anime uses English and Japanese, and the text magic also has English and traditional Chinese characters, that is for the anime to make the audience understand. This seems to be a very classic and old-fashioned setting of time travel literature, so don't worry about it. When Poro was named, it was considered that Poro represents the meaning of warmth, happiness, and love. So Poro is called warm, and the name of the harpy is happy, and the catchphrase is love, which just fits the atmosphere of fairy tale. In short, all the Chinese and English homophones in the text are regarded as the translation of the language of the other world into the jokes that we can understand after being translated into faithful, expressive and elegant. I deliberately wrote why the protagonist learned the language at the beginning. Those who understand will understand. If you have to worry about these, the novel is still in Chinese. Chapter 11: Big Sister and Perversion. Shaping magic is magic that uses magic power to give shape, or it can be magic that takes away shape. Myra took the time to give Rod popular knowledge about magic. Shape magic seems very convenient. Rhodes was a little excited. This is a practical magic that allows you to have a stool to sit on anytime and anywhere, and a house to live in. Myra nodded. Yes, in addition to the wood shape used by Lucky, there are also ice shapes, earth shapes, etc., which are magic that can well show the personality of the magician. Personality? Rhodes couldn't tell. Is Lucky's personality reflected in her name? By the way, I haven't asked yet, Myra, what is your magic? Makarov glanced at the two of them drunkenly and said nothing. Me? Myra looked as usual. I'll show it to you now. Take a look. Change only the head is worm. A burst of smoke passed, and Myra's body remained unchanged, but her head had turned into the shape of a poro. Rhodes was startled. Porovam was frightened even more, and sat down on the counter, swinging his front legs backwards and dragging his butt on the floor. It's not over yet, the change is only the head of Rhodes. Rhodes watched helplessly as his own face appeared on the opposite side, but from the neck down, Myra was still wearing a red dress. Rhodes covered his eyes. "Sister, you are my biological sister, please spare me." Myra changed back to her own appearance and asked with a smile, "Ah, am I different? It's just because they are so similar that I feel like they are mediocre." Myra corrected, "It's trouble." "Yes, it's bothering, it turns out you know." Rhodes felt that there was something sinister in Myra's smile. Snap! Someone slapped a few big bills on the counter. "Myra, I want a barrel of wine." "Kana, did you start drinking so early today?" Kana leaned on the counter and sat on a stool, winking at Myra with her left eye. "I originally planned to go out to work after lunch, but thanks to Tamakeo, I just won money." "Congratulations." Myra smiled and gently picked up a wine barrel and put it on the counter, without blushing or out of breath. Rhodes was surprised. He had moved the wine barrel before, and it was so heavy. Myra was so relaxed and so powerful. "Is this a wizard?" The girl Myra called Kana was not bad either. She opened the cork on the wine barrel, held the barrel and poured it into her mouth. "That was so bold. I really don't know where their slender arms can get such power. Does magic have such an effect?" Rhodes looked at Kana carefully for a few times and then looked away awkwardly. "What this beauty wears is so bold. The lower body is still ordinary cropped pants and leather sandals, and the upper body is only wearing one piece." Rhodes was so short-sighted that he couldn't tell whether it was underwear or a swimsuit. Anyway, after glancing over, his eyes were involuntarily attracted to the waist, groove, and ball, making Rhodes very embarrassed. He has never seen this kind of world in reality. Porowam doesn't have this problem. When he sees someone sitting down, he immediately runs over to beg for food. "Ah? Do you want to drink too?" Kana noticed this little furble and asked Myra for a cup to feed Poro wine. Myra wanted to confirm, "Rod, can worm drink?" Rhodes thought for a moment and said, "I don't know about this either. Why don't you give it a try? You guys, you don't even turn your head when you talk?" "Hey!" Kana's voice was a bit drunk. Rhodes' behavior was somewhat rude. "You're the new guy, right? Do you think you can't stand me the moment you get here?" "No, I'm sorry." Rhodes had no choice but to turn around with difficulty to face Kana, but he still didn't know where to look, and his eyes were wandering around. That. Who?" Kana seemed to understand something and asked with great interest. "Could it be that you are the reserved type? You haven't even had a girlfriend, right?" Rhodes felt that he might have met a bad woman and was a little at a loss. Kana didn't need to hear the answer at all. She had already read the answer from Rhodes' embarrassed face, and she laughed. "Ha ha ha, this reaction is so funny. How about it, do you want me to take care of you?" "No, no need." Rhodes blushed. Did this sister drink too much or was she just like this? He didn't know that Kana, who claimed to be his sister, was actually only 17 years old, a little younger than him. But Rhodes was frightened. He didn't know how to deal with this type of girl. "Rod, Gray at table 3 over there wants fried pork chops and pasta." Fortunately, Myra came to the rescue at the critical moment. Rhodes looked at her gratefully, took the tray and ran away. "It's so disappointing, Myra." Kana complained dissatisfiedly, raised the wine barrel and took a few big gulps. "I'm sorry, I should take a closer look at how Sister Kana cares for Rhodes." Myra smiled. "Should we hug first, kiss first, or directly?" "Pfft! Enough, enough." Kana spit out a big mouthful of wine. She looked mature and chic just now, but now she was blushing. Obviously, her experience in some aspects may not be better than Rhodes, and bold clothing is just bold clothing. He is simply a talkative king. Rod knew the name Gray and had seen the poster a few times. But for Rhodes, Gray's characteristics were not obvious enough compared to Natsu, and he didn't dare to recognize him before Myra introduced him. However, after meeting Gray face to face, Rhodes immediately remembered this person because naked man. Rhodes felt like he was going blind. What happened to this guy named Gray? The chest and abdominal muscles look pretty strong, but that's not the point. The point is, why don't you wear clothes in public? Looking at the tops, trousers, and underpants scattered on the ground, this person took them off on purpose after arriving at the guild. Hey! Gray was stunned for a moment, then looked down at himself. When? I'm sorry, he didn't even know when he took it off. Rhodes felt like he was about to get a needle's eye. Gray hurriedly put on his clothes, and a buck-toothed man sitting opposite him helped explain. Don't worry, Gray is not a pervert, he just takes off his clothes unconsciously. Rhodes hesitated. What? I don't know common Chinese well, so taking off my clothes anytime and anywhere can't be considered a pervert. The buck-toothed brother glanced at Gray and said uncertainly, absolutely, otherwise you should just treat him as a pervert. Who are you calling a pervert, you bastard? Gray slapped the table and raised his hand. Want to fight? Rhodes felt that he had almost adapted to the communication habits here. He was not lenient with his words and would take action if he was not convinced. So, when I just felt like I couldn't handle it, I should actually take action with Kana. No, the situation is different, it's not good to hit girls either. Mainly because he, a half-baked magician, probably couldn't defeat her. Hey, by the way, where is the top that Gray just put on? Chapter 12 Magic Encyclopedia. Rhodes, who watched another close combat between magicians, luckily returned safely. Kana had already left with a wine barrel in her arms, leaving behind a worm sleeping soundly with his belly turned to the sky, and a Makarov with his legs crossed and a snot bubble hanging from his nose. Rhodes turned Worm over, but failed to wake it up, and waved his hand in front of Makarov's eyes, but there was no response. Why are you so asleep? Myra covered her mouth and smiled. Both of them were drunk by Kana. Rhodes glanced at the woman who was holding a wine barrel and tasting wine with Macau. So cruel. Haha, actually Kana. Myra wanted to reveal a little bit about Kana's nature to Rhodes to avoid any bad misunderstandings, but she felt that would not be fun, so she immediately changed her words. She's a very good person. Probably. Rhodes tried his best to believe Myra's words. By the way, is there any magic in this world that can take off clothes instantly? Yes, dress-up magic. Myra said, many girls know basic dress-up magic. It is very convenient to change clothes when going out. But the person who is the best at changing magic, and can even change magic armor and weapons in an instant during battle. It must be Gray, right? Rhodes answered. He remembered that Gray was a member of the protagonist group, so he had to have some special skills. I just witnessed Gray's shirt disappearing technique with my own eyes. The person who is good at changing clothes and can even use it in battle must be Gray. Rhodes felt that his analysis was reasonable and well-founded. But Myra denied, no, it's Urza. Ah. Gray is the ice-shape mage. Taking off his clothes is just a bad habit. He seems to have developed it when he was learning magic. It's modeling magic again, ice modeling, making ice sculptures for fun? Urza uses disguise magic. Speaking of which, Urza is almost coming back. Myra continued, by the way, Urza is the strongest female mage in the guild, and she is also very beautiful, so look forward to it. Also, if you want to try to pursue her, I have information here. Myra suddenly became more talkative. The last person in the guild who pursued Urza was Loki, but he was beaten half to death. Maybe Rhodes is just the type she likes. Spare me. Rhodes showed a helpless expression. Miss Myra, your bad taste seems to be becoming more and more undisguised. Moreover, do you also have a tendency to like gossip? The job of a waiter is calm, noisy, and occasionally a little exciting. If you don't respond in time, you may be affected by other people's fights. But as long as you stay away in time, there will always be fun to watch. Of course, when watching the excitement, you have to avoid the wine bottles, tables, and chairs that may fly towards you at any time. At noon, Rhodes unlocked a small perk of being a waiter: free lunch. Today's main dish is Fairy Tale's special cassolette. This was the first time Rhodes had heard the name of this dish and he wasn't sure what it tasted like, but the moment the lid was lifted, his nasal cavity and salivary glands had already made a judgment. It smells so good. It was so fragrant that poor Ovum, who was drunk by Canna, opened his eyes and followed the smell to ask for food. Various ingredients such as chicken legs, pork, sausages, and white beans are regularly arranged in the thick soup, and there is a layer of crispy skin on the surface that looks crispy and fragrant. When Lucky and Myra sat down and signaled for the meal to begin, Rhodes couldn't wait to take a sip of the soup before talking. When the delicious and viscous soup entered his mouth, Rhodes couldn't help but exclaimed, This would be absolutely amazing if used with rice. Wow, the skin of this chicken leg is crispy and sweet, and the inside is soft and tender. It will be more delicious when eaten with some soup. Wow, this pork tastes great too. How come even the beans taste so delicious? Rhodes transformed into a wow monster. He had a lot to say about each ingredient, but he felt that talking would affect the efficiency of cooking. After much hesitation, I decided to have a good time first before talking. 20 minutes later, both Rhodes and Worm had their bellies rounded, and both let out a sigh of contentment. Rhodes pointed to the empty casserole. Is this really a staff meal? It seems like this kind of dish is very troublesome to make, right? Myra thought for a while and said, It's not very complicated, just use white beans, onions, carrots, tomatoes, thyme, pork rinds, etc. to make a pot of thick soup. During this period, fry the chicken legs, pork, and sausages. Then put the various ingredients into the casserole layer by layer and arrange them. Pour over the thick soup and bake for a while before serving. Isn't this very complicated? Rhodes put Worm on his lap and moved him. He always felt that the current scene had a sense of déjà vu when Wang Zifeng introduced Qiqian to Grandma Lu. Well, Grandma Lu, just Grandma Lu. Rhodes thought about the delicious food just now and said in a hopeless voice, Myra, I want to be a waiter here forever. Lucky smiled and said, It seems that Rod is very satisfied with the contents of his stomach bag this time. Fill your stomach? Contents? Rhodes thought for a second. Is this how you express feeling full after eating? Myra saw his doubts and quickly waved her hands and said, No, please don't learn from Lucky in terms of common language. Sister Myra, Lucky said angrily, what you said is too much. My way of expression is obviously very poetic. Yes, Myra said accommodatingly, but Rod's language level is not yet at the stage of learning your kind of poetry, so let him go. Really? Lucky pouted and began to clean up the dishes. Rod's afternoon is his rest time. Rod plans to follow the president's words and go to the library to read. Rod was pushed by Elfman to visit the guild's library before. The light inside was a little dim. There were rows of bookshelves taller than people in the room. There were movable stairs next to the bookshelves for people to use to take books. The library in the afternoon was as quiet as usual, and the air was filled with the unique smell of books. Woolulu. Worm didn't seem to like it here very much. SHH. Rod made a quiet gesture to Worm, then picked it up and put it on his shoulder, unconsciously lightening his steps. According to the signs hanging on the bookshelf, Rod found the magic area, and then searched for related books one by the title. Unfortunately, there was no book titled Star Spirit Magic. The president said that there are relevant materials in the library. Rhodes thought for a while, it should be included in a certain category with other magic, right? He went back and found a magic encyclopedia. Opening the catalog, it clearly divided into two categories, ability system and possession system. In simple terms, one relies on oneself to use magic, which is somewhat like superpowers. The other needs to rely on magic props to a certain extent, which is a bit like relying on technology. According to the president, Rhodes' magic belongs to the possession system, and it is very similar to the star magic, so all he needs to do is find the star magic in the catalog of the possession system. But before that, Rhodes followed the standard process of reading a book. First open a page at random to see what is written. Chapter 13 Lane Engine Team. Reception Magic, a magic that can receive the body of an animal for its own use and increase its own strength. The risk of this magic is that if you forcefully receive a monster that is too powerful, and your own strength or willpower is insufficient, you may lose your mind, or even go berserk, until you die of exhaustion. The basic practice method is as follows. Snap. Rhodes closed the book and looked at the cover carefully. It was the Encyclopedia of Magic. Just open an encyclopedia and it clearly states the practice method of magic. Is this something I can read without paying? Boom. Worm fell from Rhodes' shoulder and hit the cover of the book. He turned over in a daze, a little confused. I can see that you really don't like to study. Rhodes put Worm back on his shoulder, and then left the library with the big encyclopedia in his arms, just in case. He had to confirm whether he could read the book. Encyclopedia of Magic? Of course it's fine. Myra said, there are no books that are forbidden to read in the library. But there are even methods to learn various magics, won't that be a problem? But the purpose of putting such books in the library is for people to learn. Myra probably guessed what Rhodes was worried about. Don't worry, some dangerous magic will not be left there casually. Rhodes nodded. Oh. Then I will be reckless. Reckless is not used like this. Rhodes waved his hand and returned to the library, reading quietly. Star magic is divided into holding magic according to the way it is used, and space magic according to the type of effect. At the same time, it is an ancient magic that has been passed down for more than 400 years. Each star corresponds to a constellation in the sky, and has its own medium, that is, a key. Ordinary star corresponds to a silver key, while the most powerful 12-star corresponds to 12 golden keys. Because Rhodes was reading the Magic Encyclopedia, not a special star magic book, the above introduction is relatively superficial. The learning method did record the method of opening the door after holding the key and the process of signing a contract with the star spirit. However, Rhodes had already learned the important part from the president. For more detailed content, Rhodes needed to find special materials, such as books about ancient magic and space magic. He looked around the sea of books around him. This was really not a small project. Rhodes stayed in the library for several hours. Worm slept and woke up on the desk, woke up and slept again, and finally woke up hungry, making a slight snoring sound to remind Rhodes that it was almost time for dinner. Rhodes stood up and stretched his waist and checked the time. It's almost 5 o'clock. I study much harder than when I was studying at school. If I keep working so hard, I will become a magic master sooner or later. Woolworm's little horns drooped, as if urging him to finish bragging and leave quickly. It was impossible to be fast. Rhodes had to put the book in his hand back to its original place, and went to the bathroom to wash his hands again before returning to the tavern to work. As waiters, the meal time is usually advanced or delayed to avoid being too busy to take care of it when it is time for dinner. Rhodes and Myra chose to advance the time. During this period, when customers came to the tavern to order food, someone had to put down their bowls and go to receive them immediately, which was quite troublesome. Sister Myra, we are back. A blue-haired girl walked in with 2 tall and thin boys. Libby. Welcome back. Jet and Troy too. Some people chatting in the tavern immediately welcomed the three people. It seems that they are popular. Myra put down her bowl and chopsticks immediately and went to greet him. Welcome, it's 2 days later than expected. Is the mission going well? Yet. Lei Bai said excitedly, the client is a good person. He invited us to spend 2 more days in the Zilosai store. Hey, Myra deliberately showed a difficult expression. If you increase the reward without authorization, it will be considered a violation. It's not an unauthorized increase in the reward. Lei Bai hugged Myra's arm and used a slightly coquettish tone. The client said it's to prevent any subsequent changes. Just as after-sales service or something. Her height is only a little higher than Myra's shoulders. She is a very petite and cute girl. Lying next to Myra like this, she looks even more adorable. At least Jet and Troy are envious of Myra. Then. Consider you pass. Myra closed one eye. It seems that they have a good relationship. Thank you, Sister Myra. Levi let go of Myra, handed the task list back to her for registration, and asked, has the guild changed? It's basically the same, but a new person has come recently, and he wanted to ask you for help with language problems a few days ago. Levi stood on tiptoe, supported her hands on the counter, and asked, what? What's going on? The magic she used was 3-dimensional text, which could write text with magic power and give it real meaning. For example, if you write the text representing fire, the text will really turn into flames and be launched. Perhaps it was because of this magic that Levi knew a lot of ancient texts and was full of interest in everything related to language and text. It's like this. While helping Levi register the task, Myra briefly talked about Rhodes. I'll introduce him to you later. Rod should need your help now. Jet and Troy, who were standing behind Levi like two generals, immediately noticed the key word, he. Rod had already finished his meal quickly and was ready to come over to take over. Myra just happened to introduce him, this is Rod. This is Levi, Jet, and Troy. In fact, Rod had already heard Lakai introduce them once, but before he could say hello, Jet had already jumped onto the nearest table. Levi also jumped onto the stool next to the table, while Troy stepped on the stool with one foot and the table with the other. The three of them each posed handsomely and said loudly, we are the Lane Engine team. The two buddies who were drinking nearby were startled by the three. Rod was also embarrassed by these three people. Seeing their performance, he could only think of Team Rocket. Rod raised his hand, not knowing whether to applaud or scratch his goosebumps. He covered his mouth with one hand and leaned close to Myra's ear. Well, they are not the type that are very eccentric and can cause trouble. Myra thought for a while, how should I put it, compared with Natsu, they cause less trouble. Rod already knew that Natsu was a little troublemaker, and most of the compensation for each job was used to compensate for the damaged things. If it is said that they cause less trouble than Natsu, Rod sighed, it is a very disturbing description. A girl as petite and cute as Rebecca is actually a person who can cause trouble? Lane Engine, also known as Shadow Gear, translation problem. Jet is also called Jade and Jet, which is actually a nickname. His original name is Sarasuk. Chapter 14. The guild's reputation seems to have a problem. Then it's settled, I'll help you find the necessary information, and I can also help explain it. You tell me about Chinese. According to Myra, Rebbe loves books very much, and she is probably the person most familiar with the guild library. And in addition to magic, Rhodes also needs to understand the history, geography, culture, and other aspects of this place. You can also ask Lebby about these things. Even if she doesn't remember them all, she will know where to look. With Lebby's help, Rhodes' learning efficiency can be greatly improved. And she was interested in Rhodes' native language, so both parties could get what they needed. The only ones who were unhappy were Jet and Troy, but because Rhodes didn't do anything special after seeing Lebby, he didn't say anything rude. But, then again, Rebbe is so cute, but he doesn't react at all. This is another kind of unhappiness. Rhodes didn't understand the chaotic expression changes of these two people at first, but later he heard some gossip from Myra. The three of them grew up together, and Jet and Troy were recently investigating the ways girls like to express their feelings. Rhodes suddenly realized. It turns out it's tea. No, it's not polite to call your companion that way. He should be called the flower protector. However, Rhodes looked at those two people as if they were scum. Lebby probably looks like a junior high school girl, right? Is this a crime for them? Myra covered her mouth and smiled. Lebby is 16 years old. She knows that you will be sad if you say this. Rhodes was silent for a moment. He remembered that Myra was 18 years old, and the 2-year gap seemed understandable. That's not right. Rhodes said, a 16-year-old is still a minor. No, in the kingdom of Fiori, you can drink and do various things at the age of 15. Myra pointed at Kana, who was half drunk and half awakened while holding the wine bucket. For example, Kana has been drinking since she was 13 years old. Oh. Rhodes felt that the example Myra gave was full of flaws. But it seems quite normal for people in this guild to not follow the rules. The agreement with Lebby was of course to start tomorrow. She just came back today and needed to rest after a long journey. Jet and Troy were particularly energetic. They chatted about their journey experience with familiar people in the guild without returning home. Rhodes was a little envious. He had to learn magic quickly and then he could see this magical world with his own eyes. Of course, the key point is that you can make money and pay off debt faster. He is a person who doesn't even dare to spend money, and now he always feels uncomfortable carrying a large amount of debt. During the dinner in the tavern, it was busy and noisy. Just like yesterday, Rod helped wipe the tables and chairs and swept the floor with Worm back to his rented house. The room was still as dark as yesterday, and seemed a little deserted. But Worm sniffed around like a puppy, adding a little more life to the empty house. Rhodes allowed Worm to explore as he pleased. He sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated as he did during the day, working hard to exercise his mental power and increase the magic power in his body. It wasn't until sleepiness and exhaustion came over him that he washed up hastily, put out the oil lamp and fell asleep. Before going to bed, I still thought that the oil lamp was inconvenient and I would buy a magic lamp sooner or later. Worm was like a little fur ball, lying quietly on Rhodes' pillow until the early morning, when his body gradually became transparent and disappeared. That night, Rhodes always felt warm and comfortable in his sleep. Early the next morning, Rhodes got up on time to wash up. When he made the bed and was about to go out, he felt like something was missing. Where's my Poro? Rhodes bent down and looked under the bed. Worm. After searching around the room, Rhodes remembered that Worm's location could be determined by the connection of magic power. He closed his eyes and found that his magic power was much stronger than yesterday, and it seemed that it was not consumed now. Is the time limit up or will it automatically return when I fall asleep? Rhodes was not sure about the situation and decided to summon again. I am the one who connects the two worlds. You, a creature from another world, answer my call and pass through the door. The pendant emitted golden and blue light, and there was magic power gathering in the air. Rhodes squeezed the pendant tightly and shouted the last words. Open the door to another world. A small stream of magic power was drawn out of Rhodes' body, and a small white figure appeared on the floor. Worm was confused for a moment, then immediately threw himself into Rhodes' arms and arched again and again. Your jumping ability is really good. Rhodes caught Worm and rubbed it, then asked, were there any other companions beside you just now? Worm shook his head, it had been sleeping in its nest. Just now I felt that besides you, I could summon another. I don't know what it was. Worm's dark eyes looked at Rhodes, revealing clear foolishness, clear innocence. It seems you don't know anymore. Rhodes touched Worm's head, put it down, and then picked up the pendant again. I'll find out if I try again. I am. Just as the pendant started to glow, Rhodes interrupted the magic. Forget it, I don't feel safe trying it at home, so I'd better ask the president. He picked up Worm, locked the door, went downstairs, and left. Goodman came earlier today and had already arranged the stall. Good morning, Mr. Rod. He noticed Worm sticking out his tongue. Is this your pet? Rod realized an important problem. Do landlords hate tenants keeping pets? Fortunately, Worm is not just a pet. It's called Worm. I summoned it from another world with magic. Rod said, Worm, say hello. Woolworm made a cute sound. Magic, no wonder I've never seen such an animal. Goodman was a little envious. Why not wait until my son grows up and let him learn magic? You have a son, that's great, he can join Fairy Tale at that time. Ha, ha ha, yes, but he is only 3 years old, it's too early for this kind of thing, too early. For some reason, Rod felt that Goodman's smile was a bit dry. Because he didn't quite understand the two-tiered reputation of his own guild, it was both the most trustworthy guild and the most guarded guild. Fairy Tale is now one of the most famous guilds in the country, and being able to join it is something that wizards should be proud of. In addition, citizens usually come into contact with wizards and know that they are generally good people. Causing trouble and destroying things are secondary, because they will try their best to make up for and compensate for the things they cause. The problem that worries Goodman the most is that there are many weirdos and problem children there. If I send my own children there, will they get some quirks? Will they tear down my house at any time? It's fun and exciting to watch them fight and destroy the guild, but if my own child becomes a nuisance? Goodman needs to think about it carefully. Chapter 15 Farewell, the beautiful heroes I admire. It was less than a kilometer away from the guild, and it would take less than 20 minutes to take a leisurely walk. However, the tempting smells from the breakfast stalls and shops on the road kept wafting, which somewhat affected Rod's pace. Worm was even more troubled than him, with his tongue hanging down, and his eyes didn't know where to look. The types of food here were as diverse as the clothing styles, with Chinese, European, and Japanese styles. Rod picked a bun shop that he liked and bought 2 buns, one for him and one for Wom. Rod only ate half and gave the remaining half to Wom. He thought that he should not waste it before he had more money in the future, so it would be better to go to the guild to eat a bowl of noodles instead of buying this. Wom was very happy to eat, maybe because the resources in that damn place of Howling Abyss were scarce. This child was not picky about food at all. Good morning, Myra. Good morning, Rhodes and Worm. Raki came a little late today, and as soon as she arrived, she apologized breathlessly. Sorry, I sorted out the collection this morning and forgot the time. Myra said, it's okay, there's not much to do in the morning, and now Rhodes is helping. Collections. Rhodes was curious about what Raki would collect. Wood carvings? After all, she used wood modeling magic. Raki's collection is very interesting. Myra smiled. If Rhodes has a chance, he must go to visit. Rhodes already knew a little about Myra's dark side, and looking at Myra's smile, he felt that this matter was not that simple. Unfortunately, boys are strictly prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory. However, I can bring 1 or 2 smaller pieces to show you when I have time. Raki adjusted her glasses, and the white light reflected on the lenses made Rhodes feel more and more that something was wrong. Let me ask you something, it's not something scary, right? How could it be? They are all very cute collections. Rod became more and more suspicious. Myra refused to say anything, just smiled, as if she was expecting Rod to see a surprised expression. Anyway, he would know sooner or later, so Rod put aside his curiosity and decided to eat a bowl of noodles first. After he had eaten and drunk enough, the guild gradually became lively, and the president also appeared in a casual uniform with a wooden stick, sitting cross-legged on the counter as usual, watching the children laugh and play. If someone who didn't know the situation saw him like this, they would probably think that he was just an ordinary kind old man. President, there is something about my magic that I want to know everything about. After Rod finished his chores, he immediately went to Makarov to explain his situation. Is that so? Then let's try it now. Let's go to the back of the guild. Makarov was actually a little touched. This child actually came to ask for his opinion before doing something that might be dangerous. The stability level has exceeded more than 90% of the members of Fairy Tale. Also, the usage of "know everything" is wrong. Oh. Rode went to say hello to Myra, leaving Worm to play in the tavern, and walked to the back door with the president. Behind the guild was a large courtyard, with a blue stone wall and an iron fence gate with the Fairy Tale logo in the middle. Rode looked out through the gap in the gate, and outside was an endless water surface. The morning sun cast orange-red light on the water surface, which was broken by the breeze, and the eyes were full of waves. As a person who is not very self-disciplined, Rode has not seen the morning sun for a long time since he went to college. So there is a sea behind the guild. No, it's a lake, but it's just a big area. Makarov knew that Rode's common sense was still a little lacking, and introduced it by the way. Magnolia is an inland city. If you want to see the sea, you have to take a train to Harjan. It is a port city with beautiful scenery. Then I must go and see it in the future. Rode set another small goal. It's a good thing to have a place you want to go. Makarov is most worried that Rhodes will lose his direction. In the current situation, as long as he has something he wants to do, whether it is to learn magic or to travel, it is a good thing. Okay, let's get started. Okay. Rhodes took out the pendant from his collar and chanted the spell again. This time, the vortex appeared from the ground, and what he felt through the vortex was no longer the cold wind, but moist water vapor, and the shadow of water plants could be vaguely seen. The vortex disappeared, and Rhodes felt that the magic power in his body poured out like a flood, and most of it was gone in an instant. The ground was rippling like the surface of the water, and a green, shelled creature that was nearly 1.5 meters tall and about 2 meters long emerged from the middle of the water waves. 6 legs, a pair of short claws, a pair of green eyes and a pair of tentacles like twin ponytails on the head. It feels wider, shorter, and shorter than an ordinary van. Is this a crab? Makarov looked up at the creature that was taller than him. Is that right? When it appeared, Rhodes already knew the name of this big guy. It's called the Kenyan sprinter crab, from the river in Summoner's Rift. Its characteristics: run very fast. The Kenyan sprinter crab is commonly known as river crab, river crab, etc. Like Poro, it is a creature in the game League of Legends, but not on the same map. To be precise, it comes from the Serpentine River, or the Serpentine River, but Rhodes, like most players, does not know the name of that river. Unlike the Poro, which is a mascot-like thing, the Kenyan swift crab is a neutral creature, commonly known as a wild monster. Killing it can earn money and experience points. In the game, the river crab should be the weakest wild monster, because it no meeting attack hit. It is said that in the ancient version, the river crab once had attack power, but when Rhodes played, he was just a wild monster that only knew how to run away after being beaten. This thing should be regarded as one of Tatsuya's favorite wild monsters. Almost every time before or after going online to support Rhodes, Tatsuya would brush up a river crab to add to the fun. You don't have to take the heads, but you have to brush the river crabs. Rhodes was not too disappointed with the fact that his second summoned object still might not have any attack power. Because what's even more disappointing is that his summoning route may be different from what he imagined. I thought I could get help from all kinds of beautiful, all kinds of powerful heroes, but now it seems I can only get help from wild monsters. Rhodes held the necklace given to him by Tatsuya with mixed emotions. Should it be said that it was indeed a necklace given by the arrogant jungler? If this continues, we can change our name to Ivern instead of Rhodes. Criticisms come from the belly, this magic should still be practiced. Although it went in a different direction than I expected, it was still very powerful for being able to summon wild monsters. One day, when he summons the little dragon and the big dragon, won't he be invincible? Putting aside those considerations, the size of the swift crab in front of him was beyond Rhodes' understanding. But if you think about the size comparison between the hero and the crab in the game, it seems that they are indeed that big. Although this guy is not aggressive in the game, in reality, with his size alone, he would probably be fatal if he hit someone, right? Rhodes felt the tangible magical connection between himself and the swift crab, and with the president beside him, he had the courage to approach it. As if it understood Rhodes' thoughts, the swift crab meekly leaned down and let Rhodes' hand be placed between its two tentacles, which should be regarded as a head-touching action. It feels cool to the touch and seems a bit damp, but fortunately there is no fishy smell. Do you have any special abilities that I don't know about? Rhodes felt that the game settings might change after being mapped to this magical world, so he asked. In fact, he also asked Porovum the same thing. Then Worm showed him very awesome skills such as hugging his thighs, jumping into his arms, and eating. Now Rhodes only hopes that this canyon swift crab can bring him a little surprise. Chapter 16 Scout, Canyon Swift Crab. Just after asking that question, Rhodes saw himself. Not with his own eyes, nor in the mirror, but from a bottom-up angle. His hand was on his head, and his arm blocked a little bit of his vision, but because the distance between his eyes was large enough, he could still see his face. Is this the perspective of the swift crab? It felt strange that two pictures suddenly appeared in his mind. Rhodes retracted his hand and could immediately see his hand retracting action from two angles. When the swift crab stood up, the perspective would also change subtly. Rhodes commanded the swift crab to turn around, and he and it were back to back, and they immediately gained a full 300-degree field of vision. Makarov nodded after listening to Rhodes' description, so it is a reconnaissance-type summoned beast, and it should be widely used. Then, the swift crab demonstrated its mobility again. After letting Rhodes sit on its back, the swift crab crashed through the guild wall and ran to the lake, performing a unique skill of floating on water. Its 6 legs waved and it moved on the lake as if walking on flat ground. Rhodes held the 2 rain-like tentacles of the swift crab tightly with both hands, feeling the strong wind and the occasional splashes of water. He didn't know how fast it was, but it was more exciting than riding a speedboat in East Lake, maybe because he didn't wear a life jacket. It's faster than ordinary horses and pig horses, and it's also good to be able to move on water. The destructive power is average, but... Makarov gave a rational evaluation. Looking at the damaged wall, he shouted at Rhodes' back. Even so, don't destroy the guild casually. I'm sorry, this is my first time riding a river crab, and I don't understand its movement habits. I didn't mean it. Rhodes missed Libby. Originally, we agreed to study together in the library, but now we can only build walls under the supervision of the president. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. The president will teach you on the spot. He knows a little bit about carpentry and masonry. The main thing is that the president has destroyed the guild as many times as others. He has become a good doctor after a long illness. It's okay. I just accidentally destroyed a little wall. Libby showed great tolerance for this. Maybe she was used to such accidents. It just so happens that I have found a suitable common sense book. I will find some suitable content to read to you now. That's great. Thank you, Libby. Rod was very happy. He used to like to play songs and crosstalk on his mobile phone when doing things like cleaning. Now he is bored. This girl is really considerate. No wonder Jet and Troy like her so much. First of all, this country is called the Kingdom of Fiori. It has a population of about 17 million and is located on the peninsula west of the continent. It was recognized as a neutral country about 160 years ago. Libby's voice of reading and explaining sounded a little pleasant. Rod kept building the wall. Hearing the population of Fiori of 17 million, he felt that this country might not be too big. The neutral country is good, so there is no need to worry about war. The city of Magnolia where we are is in the east of the Kingdom of Fiori, not far from the border with the neighboring country of Bosco, with a population of about 60,000. Rhodes heard Myra say this once, that magic has been popular in Magnolia since the past, and it is a very prosperous city in the Kingdom of Fiori. Then the next point is the key point. Rebbe emphasized. Magic used to be something that people feared, so wizards were often persecuted in the past. In addition, wizards often fought each other, so that the whole world was unstable. In order to change all this, 150 years ago, the world's first wizard guild, Magic Dragon, was established. The wizards began to unite, using magic to protect themselves and their companions, and also tried to communicate with ordinary people, and even solved troubles for ordinary people to earn rewards. Since then, wizard guilds have emerged one after another. Now, magic has gradually become a part of people's lives, and this has slowly evolved into a situation where wizards and ordinary people live in harmony. Then 97 years ago, in X686, our guild Fairy Tale was established. Do fairies have tails? In the final analysis, do fairies really exist? All of this is unknown, which means eternal mystery and eternal adventure. This is the meaning given to Fairy Tale by the first president Mavis. When she said the latter part, Levi's eyes sparkled, and it can be seen that she really likes this guild. This is the first time that Rhodes heard the meaning of the name Fairy Tale, and it felt a little romantic. It was so romantic that he didn't remember a few sentences of the history of Fiori that Levi said. But it's not that there is no gain. At least Rhodes understands that this is a country with a bit of feudal monarchy. There are kings, ministers, knights, and armies here. Naturally, there are people in the royal family and those who serve the kingship who learn magic. Magicians are respected in many places, but they are still citizens of this country and are subject to the jurisdiction of the royal family. They do not enjoy the same privileges as nobles with titles. At the same time, in order to maintain the stability of the magic world, there is an organization called the Magic Council responsible for monitoring the behavior of wizards, sanctioning dark guilds, etc. However, when Levi mentioned the council, her expression became strange, as if she didn't like this organization, and even a little afraid of it. In this way, Rhodes couldn't understand. What are you afraid of an organization that sanctions dark guilds? Isn't our Fairy Tale a formal guild? It's broken. Rhodes found that he forgot to ask this question. Fairy Tale is a formal guild? It's a very pleasant thing to get along with Levi. Whether the little girl explains history and geography or the basics of magic, she is very methodical. Rhodes, who has almost no basics, doesn't find it obscure to understand. Moreover, during the explanation, she often cited many related stories, which made Rhodes marvel that Levi's knowledge was even broader than his senior year. When Rhodes almost repaired the broken wall, Levi said she was tired and looked at him eagerly. Oh, yes, Chinese. Rhodes understood her look. Shall I go wash my face first? In fact, he wanted to take a shower and change clothes, and he was very uncomfortable with the mud after being busy for a long time. If you want to wash your face, I'll help you. Three-dimensional text water. Rebecca waved her arms and wrote the word for water in the air with her fingers. The words with magical light when writing really turned into letters composed of clear water after she finished writing. And with Rebecca's control, they floated in front of Rhodes. Use this. Rhodes looked at the word water composed of water in front of him and tentatively put his hand in. It can actually wash your hands like in a basin, and you can even scoop a handful of water and splash it on your face to wash your face at the same time. What a convenient magic. It's just, what is it? Yes, say it and it will happen. Hee, not that exaggerated. Rebecca was a little embarrassed after being praised. After Rhodes washed his face, she controlled the water words to fly into the lake like ordinary water. And I'm not very good at using it. I can only provide a little assistance when my companions are fighting. I think this kind of magic will definitely come in handy. Rode felt that the three-dimensional text was very similar to the plot in some novels where people picked up a pen to write and used it for fighting. It should have great potential. Then let me teach you the pronunciation of Chinese characters first. Rode took the light pen that Rebecca had just used and wrote the initials and finals of Chinese pinyin in the air. After thinking for a while, he marked it with the basic syllables of the language of this world, and then taught her to read one by one. Rebecca read and took notes with great interest, and did not stop until Lakai came to call Rode to work. Chapter 17 Fairy Queen. At noon today, the tavern was noisier than yesterday. The main reason was that Natsu had returned from a mission, but Gray hadn't left yet. The two people were 10 meters apart, but suddenly they looked into each other's eyes and started arguing for no reason. Natsu yelled things like droopy eyes and ice cube bastard. Gray also shouted words like hanging eye and flaming fool. After no more than 10 seconds at most, the two's foreheads touched each other, and then they fought together. These two guys didn't fight as measuredly as Makao and Wakaba, and soon a stool leg flew out and hit Elfman on the back. Elfman yelled man and other words and waved his fists to join the battle group, but was soon punched away by Natsu and Gray each. Elfman flew away and knocked over Kana's wine table. The wine bottle thrown by Kana hit a handsome guy on the head. The handsome guy who was chatting with two beauties did not show any anger, but let go of the two beauties in a graceful manner. Please wait a moment, I'll get involved. He also winked at him before leaving. Two beauties were shocked by his eyes and screamed to cheer him on. The tavern became increasingly chaotic, and one member after another was involved in the battle. Even Lidas, who was painting, Nabu, who was looking at the task board, and Levy's team were not spared. Myra, as before, was watching the excitement from inside the counter with a smile. Lucky is already fighting, and this girl is not an economical person. Rhodes decisively placed the food he was about to deliver on the counter and left it next to the drunk president. Feel safe. He was concentrating on the various battlefields in the tavern, not to watch the excitement, but to avoid the unidentified flying props that might fly at any time. Rhodes is already an old employee who has joined Fairy Tale for 2 days. When working in the guild, you must learn to protect yourself. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more intense, and the hand-to-hand combat was about to escalate into a magic battle, Rhodes felt that it was time to wake up the president to stop them. This step seems to be a routine. But before he could take action, the door of the guild opened with a bang, and the bright sunlight at noon shone in through the door, outlining a graceful figure. When Rhodes' eyes gradually adapted to the sunlight, the figure had already walked in steadily. She has long crimson hair, no emotion or anger on her delicate face, and her black boots and blue skirt perfectly modify her beautiful legs, However, the upper body he wore was a piece of metal armor, complete with shoulder armor, arm armor, and gauntlets. If you put armor plates on the skirt and put a sword in her hand, she will look like a female knight. But what she was holding at the moment was a 3-meter-long rope. When she walked in the door, she could see that the rope was pulling a flatbed truck. The car contained a mountain of suitcases that were taller than her. He must be a tough guy. Rhodes made this judgment in his heart. Then Rhodes noticed her crimson hair and remembered what Myram mentioned just yesterday, Urza. The noisy guild fell into silence as Urza walked through the door with her luggage. The people who were noisy just now were frozen as if the pause button had been pressed, even if some people were still grabbing others by their collars or hair. Myra smiled happily. Welcome back, Urza. Ah, I'm back. Urza responded politely, then looked at the others, her expression immediately becoming serious. Everyone was silent, and only a few brave ones tried to talk. Miss Urza, is the mission going well? He even added a special honorific. Don't try to get away with it. I heard that you have caused a lot of trouble again. Those things aside, Pidgeotto, don't dance on the table. Nabu, don't just wave in front of the bulletin board, take on a commission. Wakaba, watch your cigarette ashes. Kana. When Urza came up, she named and criticized a group of problem children and uncles. Those who broke tables and chairs were severely reprimanded. No one she named dared to talk back. Especially Natsu and Gray, the two guys who had just fought the hardest were now arm in arm, looking like they had a good relationship. Urza nodded with satisfaction. It's good to live in harmony, but Gray, your clothes. Ah? When? Gray hurriedly found his pants and put them on. However, Urza has not stopped outputting yet, President, they are drunk in broad daylight, so we should restrain them somewhat, right? What does it matter? Makarov seemed not to be very sober, and was even burping from wine. Rhodes suddenly discovered that the tavern had returned to its normal state, and the people who had been fighting in groups just now were drinking and chatting normally. Natsu and Gray sat opposite each other, still unconvinced when their eyes met, but once Urza's eyes glanced over, they immediately clinked glasses and laughed in tacit understanding. This is simply the teaching director. At this time, Urza's eyes fell on Rhodes. Fortunately, he was still kind. Where is the new member? Is he a new member or a resident of Magnolia? Rhodes greeted him politely. Hello, I'm Rhodes. I just joined the guild 2 days ago. I heard Myra mention your bad deeds before, it was like thunder. Madara, Banban's evil deeds. Urza seemed to have been hit by something, and looked at Myra in shock. She only knew that Myra liked gossip, but she didn't know that Myra would speak ill of people behind their backs. That's not it. There is something wrong with Rhodes' common language. Myra had a headache, and finally a misunderstanding occurred. She explained how Rod learned the language and added. Anyway, while Rhodes is still learning magic and common language, he will temporarily work part-time as a waiter in a tavern. I see, I'm Urza. Urza's attitude towards the new members is quite friendly. Since you have joined the guild, you are like family. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me and I will try my best to help you. When she said the word full strength, Urza clenched her fists, her tone and expression very serious. Ah, thank you. Rhodes didn't know whether he should be happy or not. Good news, Urza and Urza from the protagonist group have become family. Bad news, Urza just took care of a large group of family members, and judging from how skillful she was, it was definitely not the first time. Urza sat in the guild for a while, drank something, and then left with the luggage trolley, saying that she had been out for too long and had to go back to clean the room and sort out the loot. Rhodes curiously asked Myra what Urza's mission was. But Myra said that the client requested to keep the specific situation confidential. Basically, he was helping a remote border town deal with a difficult criminal gang. Urza solved dozens of criminals in one go. Myra smiled. How about it? Our fairy queen is very handsome, isn't she? Rhodes nodded. Yeah, he is very handsome. To be fair, Urza is powerful. Her personality currently seems to be a rare decent person in the guild. And her appearance is no worse than Myra's. Rhodes estimates that she is definitely the target of many people's hearts. But he didn't dare to have any random thoughts. Because Myra gave him the glorious record of popularizing Urza. For example, she beat Natsu, who challenged her to the point where Hobby couldn't even recognize him, repaired Gray, who was walking around naked until he was almost buried in the ground, and beat Loki, who pursued her until he was barely alive. Rhodes suddenly felt that the word stained with bad records he used earlier was not wrong. Ricky? What is that? Myra noticed that Lucky came back with a gift box as tall as a person after sending Urza out. It's a specialty that Urza brought back for me. Lucky happily put the red gift box down with a thud, which sounded very weighty. Chapter 18. The women in the guild are tigers. Urza, who looks resolute and has a terrifying aura, would be so careful to bring special products for her companions? Rhodes was a little curious about what was in the gift box. It couldn't be armor, could it? I'll open it now. Loki laid the gift box flat, gently pulled the ribbon tied with a bow on it, and opened the lid. What is this? Rhodes couldn't recognize the contents for a while. First of all, it's not armor, but it is indeed a metal product. It looks like a statue of a woman? No, there shouldn't be strange gaps and handles on the statue. While Rhodes was wondering, Lucky had already pulled the handle and opened the metal statue, revealing the hideous spikes inside. Unexpectedly, Lucky's expression was not horror, but surprise. Ah! It's the Iron Lady. She stroked the cold metal, and her face flushed. Great! Iron! Iron! Rhodes' tongue was a little robbery, his head was buzzing, and he unconsciously took a half step back. This thing is a torture device. Isn't it a specialty? What place's specialty is a torture device? Why do you have to give someone an Iron Lady as a gift? And since Lucky can bring this thing back without changing her expression, she must be born with supernatural power like Kana, right? The biggest question is, girl, why are you so excited? Myra smiled. Ah, Urza prepared a very thoughtful gift. Intentional? Ulterior motives, right? No, that, Myra. Rhodes considered the wording. Are you sure this thing is a gift, not a death threat or something? How could it be? Lucky's favorite is all kinds of torture instruments, and this well-made Iron Lady is the best gift for her. Myra tilted her head. Hey, didn't I tell you? Lucky has a lot of torture instruments in her room. You only told me that Lucky's collection is very interesting, and said that I would have the opportunity to visit. Rhodes realized a serious problem. The girls in the guild, such as Mickey, Kana, Lucky, Urza. Although each one is prettier than the other, they are also more difficult to deal with than the other. That is, Rebecca is cute and has a good personality. Although Myra is a little bit treacherous, she is gentle most of the time. I just don't know if there is any side of her that he doesn't know. Rhodes has a little more free time in the afternoon, and he has time to practice magic for a while. Urza seems to have nothing to do, so she comes to the guild to chat with a girl with long green hair. Thanks to her, the tavern is unprecedentedly quiet. But according to Myra, it's only when Urza just comes back that everyone will be noisy again soon. Rebecca holds a small notebook and reviews the pronunciation she learned in the morning. When she sees Rhodes pausing his practice, she will come to him to learn a few Chinese strokes. During this period, Makarov also helped Rhodes modify the summoning spell. Generally speaking, when a celestial wizard summons a celestial spirit, he will call out the name of the celestial spirit and use the corresponding key at the same time. Rhodes only has one pendant, but it is connected to different summons at the same time. Now he can only distinguish them by calling their names. When he becomes more proficient in magic, he can omit most of the lengthy spell chanting in the front and just call their names. The initial spell will be used when he feels that there are new summons. Toad, 3 wolves, 6 birds, stone monster. Rhodes counted the monsters he might summon next with his fingers, and felt that there was still a long way to go before the little dragon and the big dragon. Although I don't know if there are any special monsters among those ordinary monsters, judging from the size of the river crab today, even monsters like 3 wolves and 6 birds, which are very weak in the game, can be called beasts just by their size when summoned. For Rhodes, the most important thing now is to increase magic power and improve magic proficiency. As for magic power, the time for meditation every day is limited, and it can't be rushed, so the only thing that can be practiced is magic. Rhodes caught Worm, who was cheating in the tavern, and started practicing the magic of closing the door, that is, cancelling the summon. I am the one who connects the two worlds. You obey my will and return to the abyss, Poro. After the spell of closing the door was chanted, Worm's figure gradually became transparent and finally disappeared completely. Success! Rhodes was very happy that he succeeded for the first time. Then he began to chant the summoning spell. I am. Go through the door. Open the door of the abyss, Poro. The magic vortex appeared and disappeared, and Worm reappeared in front of Rhodes. Very good, try again. Return to the abyss. Poro. Open the door of the abyss, Poro. Return. Open. Rhodes practiced magic over and over again, and Worm could only cooperate. It was okay at the beginning, but it would get boring after a lot of times, and the little guy became more and more casual. Sometimes he appeared standing, sometimes he appeared sitting, and sometimes he lay on his back and tried to cross his legs but couldn't. Worm felt very annoyed, but Rhodes had no choice, who told him that he consumed less magic power. If he were to summon a river crab, with Rhodes' current magic power, he would have to rest after 2 times at most, and there was no way he could practice repeatedly. Woo-ah, achoo. After practicing countless times, Worm sneezed violently when he appeared in the tavern again. It had retracted its long tongue, and a long snot hung up. Rhodes' first reaction was, "So you have a nose." Worm sucked his snot hard, turned around and faced Rhodes with his butt, and the little horns on his head drooped down. It was a little angry. It was a harsh winter in the howling abyss, but it was already summer in the kingdom of Fiori. After so many times of tossing back and forth between hot and cold, even Poro was about to catch a cold. "Ah, sorry, it's my fault. What should I do if Poro is angry?" Rhodes thought about it and said tentatively, "Myra, I want an omelette." Worm's originally drooping little horns stood up. "And a bowl of tomato and egg soup." Worm turned around and stuck out his tongue again, and happiness was written on his face. "Although I haven't fully understood WOM's hobbies, eggs are definitely one of WOM's favorite foods. So easy to coax." Rhodes skillfully reached out to touch his head, corners, chin, and belly. Myra smiled and helped him order, but a slightly harsh voice sounded from above. "Are you finally quiet? You guys have been noisy since just now." Rhodes looked up and saw that the person who spoke was a blond young man with a lightning scar on his right eye. He wore something like headphones, a brown top, and a coat on the outside. It was obviously summer now. At this time, he put his hand on the railing on the second floor and looked down at Rhodes with a bad face. Chapter 19. Is there any forbidden area in the sect? Laxus. Myra stood in front of Rhodes and raised an arm to block him. Rhodes is a companion who joined the guild just yesterday. He was just practicing magic. Magic? That? Stop making me laugh. Logger that's chuckled, what use can that pitifully weak magic power do? Worm was trembling with fear, and Rhodes frowned. This was the person with the worst attitude he had ever seen in the guild. Even Ms. Porliusika, who claimed to hate humans, had to be very attentive when caring for the wounded. And the person in front of me looks like she really hates him. No, it's not that I hate him, it feels more like contempt. He seems to exude a sense of superiority. Rhodes was new here and didn't want to cause trouble. "I apologize if I disturbed you just now." As expected, not only the magic power, but also the character is pitifully weak. I really don't know what the old man's point is in taking in such a guy. Laxus looked down, and this time he was no longer talking to Rhodes, nor just to Myra. There are enough weaklings in fairy tale, why are these guys qualified to be my companions? Hey! Such words angered many people in the tavern, especially Natsu and Gray. The 2 people who stayed calmly under Urza's suppression slapped the table and stood up. "What did you say?" The sound of the bottom of a wine glass hitting the table was heard on other tables, and everyone stared at the blond young man upstairs with dissatisfaction. "That guy Laxus is still like this." Urza stopped chatting with her friends and said with a cold face, "No matter what, it is too much to say such things, Laxus." Lagartha's eyes met Urza's, with a tense look on his face. "Oh? Urza, you are going to do this for these losers? That's enough." Makarov didn't know when he sobered up. He took out a task list and said, "Lagarsis, there is a commission naming you here. Go and deal with it first." Laxus looked at Makarov, who didn't even look up at him. He snorted softly, went downstairs, picked up the task list, and turned to leave. Boring. Everyone watched Laxus leave, more or less dissatisfied with him. Natsu had an angry look on his face, as if he wanted to rush forward and fight at any moment, but Gray put his arm around his neck and stopped him firmly. In the corner of the tavern, 2 men and a woman stood up silently and followed Laxus' footsteps. The atmosphere in the tavern cooled down as a few people left. It took a while for everyone to sit down again, and gradually there was talk. Sorry for causing trouble to everyone. Rhodes felt that there might be something wrong with Laxus, but today's conflict was caused by him. It would be better to go to the yard to practice next time. It has nothing to do with you, that guy has always been like this. Lucky curled her lips and said, if he wasn't the grandson of the president, he would have been kicked out long ago. Reiki. Myra stopped her from continuing. The president must have felt more uncomfortable than anyone else when Laxus became like this. Is he the grandson of the president? Rhodes compared the tall and straight Laxus with the short and lean president. I can't tell. Yes, he is my grandson, but... Makarov looked in the direction of the guild gate. I'm sorry. It's my responsibility for Laxus to become like this. Don't worry about what he said. No, you don't have to apologize. Rhodes could almost guess what was going on. According to the routine of the general story, this child was probably told that he was worthy of being the grandson of the president since he was a child, and then he developed a rebellious mentality. It didn't matter for a short time, but after a long time, I started to want to be recognized for my own abilities, rather than as the grandson of the president. Konohamaru on the set next door seemed to be acting like this. The difference with Lagerthats is that the rebellion lasted a little longer and seemed to go a little awry. Rhodes recalled it, but he really couldn't remember anything related to Laxus. But since Tatsuya said it was a happy reunion, then this kid can probably correct himself. The guild gradually returned to its usual bustle. The sun is setting and night is falling. The lights have been lit in the guild, and there are only a few guests left in the tavern still drinking and chatting. Rhodes was ready to divide the work with Lucky and start sweeping the floor. Let me come downstairs alone today. Lucky said apologetically, because I came so late in the morning. Rhodes said, then I'll go upstairs. Lucky stopped her and said, no, I have to leave it to Sister Myra to clean up the upstairs. Ah. Rhodes was puzzled. I'll do the same. Myra is also having a hard time today. No, it just can't be done, Lucky said. The guild has regulations. Except for a few approved people, no one else is allowed to go to the second floor. Why? Why is this like a martial arts novel, with a gang forbidden area? Because there is a special bulletin board on the second floor, which contains extremely difficult S-level tasks. Lucky explained. Although the reward is considerable, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Therefore, only S-class magicians are allowed to accept tasks on the second floor. S-class magicians are easy to understand, and Rhodes guessed that they are probably the strongest people in the guild. He asked, that doesn't mean it's forbidden to go upstairs, right? Lucky said helplessly, because there are too many daredevils in the guild. That's true. Rhodes thought about the appearance of the guild members and immediately understood this rule. For example, Natsu is so reckless and he is the main character, so he might secretly go on an S-class mission one day. This rule may have been made just for him. No wonder only Myra, the most steady among the waiters, is allowed to go up. By the way, how many S-class magicians are there in the guild? Who is the most powerful? Lucky thought for a while, not to mention the guild president, the strongest one is probably the uncle, but he went out on a mission and hasn't returned to the guild for 2 years. 2 years? What mission takes so long? Rhodes asked in surprise and worry. He won't encounter anything dangerous. No. Lucky immediately waved her hand in denial, that Mr. Gildarts is as strong as a monster. Although I don't know what the mission is, he is the only one who will never get into trouble. It seems that the uncle is quite trusted by Lucky, so Rhodes no longer worries about it. What about him? Besides him, there are S-classes, including Laxus, Mistgun, Urza, and. Lucky changed her words. No, there are only 3 of them now. As for which one is the strongest, I don't know. You have already met Laxus and Urza. As for Mist Gang, you probably won't be able to see them. It seems that only the president of the entire guild knows his true identity. Another mysterious person. Rhodes silently wrote down the name of Mr. Gang. The most troublesome one is Laxus. Rhodes was still thinking about when he could help the president teach his ignorant grandson a lesson so that he wouldn't always have his nostrils in the air. But think about my current summoning magic, Poro, Kenyan Swift Crab. It seems that it cannot be completed in a short time. Chapter 20 What Pet Can and Number 039, T do housework? Ah! Another busy day. Rod returned home and took a simple cold shower. Fortunately, it is summer now, and since I have magic power, I feel that my body has become stronger, otherwise I might not get used to it so quickly. I don't take a hot shower because there is no solar energy equipment, and it is too troublesome to boil water with firewood. Rod thought about buying a set of equipment that uses magic to boil water, but after asking the price, he decided to hold back and wait until winter is really unbearable. After helping Worm take a shower, Rod began to miss the washing machine in school that could be used once with 2 coins. Washing clothes by hand is really slow and troublesome, and there is no mobile phone to watch videos when washing clothes. At most, he can only use an old-fashioned hand-cranked phonograph to play music. At first, he was not used to it, but as he listened, Rod suddenly felt that he was very stylish, just like those upper-class people in the Republic of China movies. It's just that the songs recorded in this record are a bit mixed, popular, rock, classical, everything. Swish, swish, swish. The washboard was leaning against the basin, and Rod grabbed the wet clothes and rubbed them, leaving white foam. He was not very skilled in using this thing, but he felt that the sound was quite relaxing when he rubbed them to the rhythm of the music. Worm stared at the bag of detergent curiously, and finally couldn't help licking it with his big tongue for a long time. Then its facial features twisted, and it spit out white powder. Are you stupid? Rod knocked on Worm's head and threw him into the sink. Rinse your mouth yourself. After hanging the washed clothes on the balcony, Rod noticed that there were several pots of green plants on the balcony. 1 pot looked like succulents, and 2 pots looked like orchids. Because no one had watered them in the past 2 days, the soil on the surface was dry. It seems that there are a few more lives that I need to be responsible for. Maybe. Rod picked up the spray bottle next to him and filled it with water to give these poor plants some sweet rain. The shower had sprayed a string of water droplets, wetting the leaves and soaking the soil. Rod seemed to be able to feel their vitality, and said to himself, "From now on, you will be called Tatsuya, you will be called Renming, and you will be called." Alas, when you arrive in another world, your father will have to take care of the 3 of you. Worm looked at his master's expression and always felt that he was not happy. Why do you have that expression? Rod put down the spray bottle and picked up Worm. Go, clean the floor, you just dirty. Worm looked at him in shock. Didn't he treat me as a pet? Why did he ask me to clean the floor? Don't look at me like that. How can a pet not do housework? Rod threw Worm into the laundry room. You are responsible for cleaning up what you dirty. Worm squatted on the ground and looked at his little paws. How to clean it? How to clean the floor is not a problem for Rod to consider. Anyway, the little guy can understand human language and is smart. There will always be a way. Rod got angry when he thought of this. Why can Worm, a creature from the howling abyss, understand the language here as soon as he arrives? He has to learn it himself? Why can the language package sent by Mr. Hibiki be shared? Rode sat in front of the desk in his bedroom with indignation and opened the book he brought back from the guild. This is a history book. Although he is not interested in history, he always feels the need to learn about it. And in order for him to read well, Lei Bai lent him a pair of glasses. The magic prop, Feng Yang's glasses, can allow people to read books at 32 times the speed at the fastest. In other words, as long as you concentrate on reading for 1 minute, it is equivalent to reading for half an hour. Rode felt that his blessing had come. No matter how much he disliked reading history books, he could always read for a few minutes, right? However, 1 minute later. Bang! The sound of the spine of the book hitting the table woke up the sleepy Rode. He miscalculated one thing. Although the time for reading books was shortened, there was still the same amount of content to read. If you are not interested, you are not interested. Even if you have the help of magic props, you will not become a top student if you get sleepy when you read history books. People like Rode are suitable for asking Hibiki to use magic to directly instill knowledge. Or listen to beautiful girls like Lei Bai tell historical stories. For example, the story of the legendary hunter Belbarasso and the heroic story of Ruben Collado told today left a deep impression on him. Let's do 50 push-ups to wake up first. Rode lied on the ground and did 30 push-ups in one breath, and then his arms began to tremble. If you want to improve your magic power as soon as possible, in addition to meditation, you should also exercise your body a little, otherwise, you will suffer. The president said so to Rode. However, Rode always felt that the old man said that he would suffer, not going out to fight, but fighting in the guild. Although he himself did not like fighting, looking at the situation in the past few days, it is hard to guarantee that he would be affected one day. Think about the girls in the guild who are so strong and powerful, and dare not imagine how heavy Najgra's fists are. Rode gritted his teeth, to improve magic power. 1. To avoid being beaten. Another. To be able to fight back if beaten. Another. The reason for Rode's efforts is getting weirder and weirder. Exercise to improve physical fitness, meditation to improve magic power, and reading to increase cognition, these are the 3 most important things for Rhodes at this stage. The biggest difficulty is reading. Magic books are okay, but books on history and geography are a bit more troublesome. Rode decided to ask if there are any newspapers and magazines here tomorrow, just to get a little news. The next day, the weather was a bit cloudy, but the sun was not visible, and it didn't look like it was going to rain. Rode chose a cool way to go to work, riding a Kenyan swift crab. The huge dark green crab attracted the attention of neighbors as soon as it appeared, and many people were scared by its weird appearance. However, when it ran with Rode on its back and took the initiative to avoid pedestrians, the little panic disappeared. It turned out to be a mount. It looks a bit strange but quite majestic. Hey, is that a crab? Why doesn't it walk sideways? The one on the crab's back seems to be a wizard from fairy tale. Is it a newcomer? It seems to be another unruly guy. Someone was sharp-eyed and saw the blue emblem on Rhodes' arm when his short sleeves were blown by the wind. Someone was riding a monster on the street, so strange. It was fairy tale, so it was not strange. The emblem on Rhodes' arm was providing him with convenience in a strange way, but he himself was unaware of it. Rode held the 2 tentacles of the swift crab in both hands, feeling like he was driving a heavy motorcycle. He only heard a gust of wind and stopped at the door of the guild. Less than a kilometer away was still too close. Rode adjusted his hair that was messed up by the wind, thinking that it was fortunate that it was automatic, otherwise it might have knocked a few people away. This river crab motorcycle did not feel safe at full speed. Chapter 21. A good start is a good start. The tavern was as lively as ever, and Urza's intimidation dropped significantly as the time she stayed in the guild increased. Although she would still stand up and preach when the trouble went too far, but the scar was healed and the pain was forgotten. There will always be people who drink too much when they are chatting, or who start fighting when they are making trouble. This resulted in Rhodes sometimes being forced to practice avoiding various flying objects. After going to work in the morning, Rhodes left Worm behind and rushed to the library. He wanted to use Feng Yang's glasses to read some books about magic. As for history and geography, let's leave it alone for now, and just ask Lebby to hear stories from time to time. The pages of the book turned quickly, and the entire text and sentences on it were reflected in the lens. Rhodes was able to see every sentence clearly. An encyclopedia with more than 700 pages, it only took Rhodes about 20 minutes to read it all. Rhodes already has a rough understanding of many magics in his mind. Although it is not memorable, it is equivalent to reading it carefully. This kind of prop is really useful for people who don't need to read intensively but who like to read. For those who don't need intensive reading and just want to broaden their knowledge, this is a perfect tool. The reading speed of 32 times is too exaggerated. Rhodes doubted whether Feng Yang's glasses had time-related magic on them. The inventor is a genius. Putting the encyclopedia back in its place, Rhodes sat down and meditated with his eyes closed, giving his brain a little rest. After a while, I looked for books related to ancient magic and space magic, and read them until I went to work at noon. You are Rhodes, right? My name is Marcus, and I use sand magic. A young man ordered a drink, sat at the bar and chatted with Rhodes. I've heard your legend, it's very powerful. Rhodes was stunned. Do I have any legend? Myra poured Marcus a glass of wine with a smile and listened with the same curiosity. A gossip like her doesn't know what powerful legends Rhodes has. That's it. Before I joined the guild, I easily defeated the beast tide and destroyed a large forest. Marcus waved his hand. As expected of our fairy tale mage, he fits this place perfectly. Rhodes also wanted to clarify the outrageous legend, but Marcus didn't give him a chance. He asked, now, what kind of magic are you using? It must be very powerful, right? It's not very powerful. What I used is it Natsu's kind of fire magic? In terms of destructive power, it must be fire, right? No, that is earth magic. It is extremely destructive when used in the forest. I heard that Jura, one of the top 10 magicians, uses earth magic. In addition, Rhodes tried to interrupt several times, but found that this person didn't give in at all. He looked very much like a barber shop lady he had encountered who was pulling people to apply for a card on the road. Marcus is the host of various guild activities. He usually likes to talk to people. And after he drinks, he will be a little. Myra whispered in Rhodes' ear to introduce Marcus. She carefully considered her words and continued. He is a bit talkative and it is difficult to interrupt. Just listen quietly and listen to what he has to say. Okay. Rhodes nodded. Compared to Lucky, who likes to collect torture tools, Marcus talks a lot after drinking and is considered a normal person. Myra reminded, you can just leave if you don't want to hear it. In the guild, as long as you hate something, you can express it directly. There is no need to wrong yourself for things like politeness. It's okay. I'm a little curious about who spread the rumor that I destroyed a forest. Rhodes was a little unhappy. He was obviously attacked by a wild beast, so why did he suddenly become a destructive maniac? Yes, who would make up such a rumor? Myra looked a little unnatural. Of course she wasn't the one who started the rumor, she just truthfully told her companions about Rhodes' origin. Beast tides and forest destruction are all real things. But for some reason, word spread that Rhodes easily defeated the beast and destroyed the forest. Myra is not sure now whether she is the culprit. Marcus droned on for almost 5 minutes before stopping to take a sip of beer to soothe his throat. Just as Rhodes was about to take the opportunity to ask a question, a wine bottle flew over and hit Marcus on the back of the head. Marcus spit out half a glass of beer in one breath. Who is it? This kind of question requires almost no answer. Marcus turned around and saw the conspicuous battle group in the tavern, and joined in without saying a word. Rhodes dodged very quickly and was not sprayed by the drink. Myra skillfully took out the rag and wiped the counter clean, and then watched her companions fight with a smile. The fight continued until someone knocked over Urza's plate. The air fell into a brief silence, and Natsu and Gray tried to sneak away. "Give me, enough is enough." Urza stood up suddenly, and her fists wearing gauntlets fell equally on the heads of every participant. Several people, including Najgra and Marcus, covered their heads and fell to the ground. Urza clenched her fists. "Okay, since you want to fight so much, then I will fight with you until one of you can't stand up." "Love." The blue cat Happy stood on the table and raised his hands, gloating, "They can't stand up anymore." "Haha." Myra smiled happily, "Sure enough, it's like this again." The word "end" was used well. It simply gave Rhodes a full understanding of this guilt. "Here." Myra brought out a piece of pudding. "I'll give this to Urza at the right time." Rhodes was puzzled. When is the right time? Myra pointed at Urza and smiled without saying a word. Urza, who had been so majestic just now, suddenly started to tremble, and she staggered back to her seat as if she had lost her soul. She did not sit down, but squatted down and picked up a pile of broken porcelain pieces and smashed desserts from the ground. "My, strawberry pudding!" The domineering fairy queen was as helpless as a little girl at this moment. "Ah, Urza is so cute like this." Myra held her face, enjoying the strange fun. "Now should be the right time, right?" Rhodes walked towards Urza hesitantly. "You guys!" The air pressure around Urza dropped, and she turned to stare viciously at the culprits lying on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. "Miss Urza!" Rhodes shouted, and added the honorific specially. Urza turned her head suddenly, with a shadow on her face, and one eye seemed to be shining red, like a beast about to become angry. The astonishing aura made Rhodes palpitate, and he seemed to be stared into a low-pressure area by her eyes. "Your pudding seems to be strawberry-flavored, too." Rhodes managed to say this. The astonishing courage lasted for another second. Then the queen turned into the big sister next door. She stood up, straightened her hair, and showed a gentle smile. "Thank you very much." Urza even clenched her fists and began to self-examine, saying sadly, "Really, I almost got angry because of a pudding. My practice is not enough." Wings grew out of Happy's back, and he flew to Rhodes' ear without noticing anything, and complained, "He's obviously already angry." Rhodes said nothing and looked at it with admiration. "Kitty, do you really dare to say that? Isn't it a good idea to give her some face?" Urza said seriously, "Speaking of which, aren't you Rhodes? I just joined the guild and you care so much about your companions. I'm very touched." A truly moved expression appeared on her face, and she hugged Rhodes' head into her arms as she spoke. "That's right, fairy tale should be like this." When Rhodes' head hit the hard metal armor, making a crisp sound, and his head was buzzing. He peeked at Myra, who gave him a thumbs up at the counter. "Is this also part of your plan, Miss Myra?" Chapter 22 Mr. Gang. Rod made it back to the counter alive. Myra asked with a smile, "How was it?" Urza's hug. Rhodes rubbed his forehead, as solid as a rock. "Ah, I can't tell whether you used the wrong word or whether you were stating the facts." Myra covered her mouth, unable to hide the smile in her eyes. Why does she always wear armor? Rhodes thought, if Urza didn't wear armor today, it might be a little embarrassing, but at least it won't give you a headache. Urza has been like this since she was a child. Except for bathing and sleeping, the armor is almost never left behind. Myra's movement of wiping the table slowed down. Maybe it's because of uneasiness. Can someone as strong as her feel uneasy? Rhodes always thought that he was the most uneasy. Before he learned magic well, he might not even dare to leave the city of Magnolia. This kind of thing depends on the heart and has nothing to do with strength. Myra grabbed her left arm with her right hand, and her expression became sad. Many of our fairy tale companions are burdened with heavy things, trauma, pain, hardship. Even me, no, even Rhodes. I will never forget the confusion and panic in your eyes when we first met. Rhodes looked into Myra's eyes, and what was revealed in her light blue pupils was not teasing or ridicule, nor the usual bad taste when watching a show, but a kind of sadness that she felt. Has she ever experienced panic to the point of being overwhelmed? Or, as she said, is it more pain and trauma? I don't want to leave that impression on you, although it's true that I'm not very strong. Rhodes said this, and then abruptly changed the subject. Isn't the president not here today? Yes. Myra regained her composure. The president is writing a letter of apology on the second floor. Oh. Rhodes responded absently, then realized something was wrong. A letter of apology? Is the president writing a review? Who is he going to report to? Of course it's the council. When talking about this kind of thing, Myra finally smiled again, because Gray was complained about sexual harassment. How could Gray? Rhodes subconsciously wanted to retort that Gray couldn't be this kind of person, but considering that person's stripping fetish, it didn't seem impossible. So he really did it. Of course there was no substantive action. Myra smiled. He just accidentally took off all his clothes when he was escorting a certain city official's carriage. Rhodes glanced at Gray, who was currently chatting with someone wearing only a pair of big underpants. It was him as expected. The client's wife and daughter were both in that car. Myra seemed to be gloating again. If Gray hadn't defeated a group of robbers on the way and perfectly protected them, it wouldn't have been as simple as filing a complaint in the end. Then why is the president writing it for him? Rhodes felt a little sorry for the president. The old man took good care of him, but he actually wanted to take the blame for Gray. Because Gray is a member of the guild, all his actions during the execution of the commission represent the guild. That's why the guild has to deal with the aftermath and apology. Of course, it's also up to the guild president to decide how to teach Gray a lesson afterwards. Myra looked at the second floor with soft eyes. The president is like a father to everyone, especially to the homeless children. A responsible parent. Rhodes looked yearning. The same goes for you, Rhodes. Hey. Rhodes failed to hear Myra's last words clearly and suddenly felt a little dazed, closing his eyes and falling down. Myra quickly supported Rhodes, but then she herself fell down. It's strange, I suddenly feel so sleepy. After the two of them, everyone eating, drinking and laughing in the tavern also fell down one after another, some lying on the table, and some falling directly to the ground. Worm, who had played with hubby for some time, was also lying on his back on the table, exposing his heart-shaped belly. This feeling, is it the mist gang? Urza persisted for a few more seconds, and finally fell asleep on the table. Even Makarov, who was on the second floor, was shaking his body slightly, feeling a little sleepy. The president jumped over the railing and jumped downstairs. How long are you going to keep doing this? A man wearing a black turban, black cloak, and a hijab wrapped around his face strode in. Sorry, I will apologize to everyone when I get the chance. He went to the bulletin board to pick out a task list, handed it to the president for confirmation, and then immediately turned around and left. Really, hurry up and unlock the magic. Learn. The moment Mr. Gang stepped out of the guild gate, his figure disappeared as if erased by an eraser. At the same time, everyone who was sleeping in the guild suddenly woke up. Damn it! Is it Mist Gang? That guy, the sleep magic is still so exaggerated. Everyone complained, and Natsu chased him out the door. Mist Agon. Come and fight me. Damn that guy, he does this every time. As soon as Rode woke up, he found himself lying on the floor, his chest still a little heavy. Sorry, I'll get up right now. Myra stood up gently, not forgetting to reach out to give Rode a hand. I wanted to give you a hand, but I didn't expect it was Mistgun's sleep magic. Rode held her hand and stood up, his eyes dull. It's okay, Rhodes. This is the guild. Mr. Gang is a partner. He has no ill intentions. Myra's tone soothed Rhodes' emotions gently. She felt the other's hands become cold and sweat oozed out of the palms. This is a sign of extreme anxiety. Would the sudden sleep magic scare him to this extent? Myra held Rhodes' right hand with both hands, hoping that he could calm down. Rhodes pursed his lips and gently pulled his hand back into a fist. I know, I'm fine. Of course there is something wrong. Without any defense, suddenly losing consciousness and having no power to resist, this is a very terrifying thing for Rhodes. The heart that has been slightly settled down because of the joyful and lively atmosphere in the guild these days is suddenly hanging again. There should still be many terrible things in this world that I don't understand. Mr. Gang is a companion, but there should also be people as powerful as Mr. Gang who are enemies, right? Rhodes took a few deep breaths to try to calm his heartbeat. Worm seemed to feel something and ran back to hug Rhodes' calf. The reassuring warmth came from Worm's heart-shaped belly, and Rhodes leaned over and hugged it. The soft poro actually gave Rhodes a sense of security. All fears come from the unknown and weakness. He lifted Worm up and looked at him. If you feel uneasy, just work hard to become stronger. What's more, there are cheats. Is there any cool summoning words for me to copy? I don't want to use the star spirit magic all the time. Chapter 23 Weekly Saw Shara. Thank you. Rhodes thanked Myra for her kindness. Now I know why Lakai said that no one has seen the true face of Mist Gang. Myra was still a little worried and followed his words and said, well, he is always mysterious, and he probably has his own difficulties. Hey, even Urza was hit. Rhodes noticed that the whole guild was in chaos. Does that mean that Mist Gang is much stronger than Urza? No, strength cannot be compared in such a simple way. Myra said. If they fight head-on, Urza will have a way to defend against this sleep magic. You can't be sure about this kind of thing without a serious fight. Is that so? Rhodes nodded. Miss Myra said she is not good at fighting, but she can always talk about fighting. Is it because she knows her companions well enough? Or has she watched too many fights? Many people in the guild were also talking about Mist Gang. Some felt that it didn't matter and did what they had to do. Some were proud of having such a powerful wizard in the guild and showed a longing expression. Some of them were upset and shouted that they would beat him up sooner or later. This is how the members of the fairy tale get along with each other. They show their own personalities and tolerate others' behavior. If they can't tolerate each other, they will fight to resolve the conflict. If they can't resolve it, they will find another opportunity to fight. After the fight, they are still a family. As Myra said, you can express your likes and dislikes directly. Okay, I hate Mist Gang now, and I will beat him up in the future. Rod said. This kind of words should be considered in line with the style of the guild, but it is a bit difficult to achieve. Well, you have to work hard. Myra smiled, and the word 7 hands and 8 feet. I used it wrong, right? Rod answered, my magic is definitely used for group fights, and there must be more than 7 hands and 8 feet when I beat him. Myra showed a helpless expression. Okay. Mist Gang has reasons to do this, and I will explain it to you later. Then. Makarov stopped the condemnation of everyone in the guild and secretly paid attention to Rod with his peripheral vision. Seeing Myra talking to him, the president was relieved and glared, Gray. Yes. Gray, who was named, stood up subconsciously. You did a good thing, and I was nagged by the judges again. Yes, sorry. Gray looked away, not daring to look at the president, with a guilty look. At this time, Natsu, who had chased Mist Gang in vain, returned to the guild angrily. But when he saw Gray's appearance, he immediately laughed out loud, laughing so hard that others could almost see the flames in his throat. Ah ha ha ha! Gray, you're scolded again. Tisk! Gray gritted his teeth, Natsu, that bastard. Compared to being scolded by the president, he was more annoyed by being ridiculed by Natsu. "You too, Natsu." However, Makarov yelled at Natsu again. Why would a mission to capture a wild boar burn several acres of crops? Even the water in the rice fields was dried up by you. Natsu and Gray stood in a row, and sweat began to break out on their faces. "Asshole! You've destroyed more farmland than the wild boar itself." The president scolded the two for several minutes, and was so angry that he used magic to enlarge his head and roared in their ears with a big mouth that could almost swallow two people. Natsu and Gray were almost blown away. However, the president scolded them for so long, but he didn't even say a word to ask them to change their bad habits, and there was no substantial punishment. The president vented his anger and went back to write a self-criticism. Natsu used the reward to compensate for the farmland he destroyed on the spot, so there is no need to worry about this. Gray's attitude of apologizing to the client was also quite sincere. Of course, the words "promise not to do it again" can be ignored. But next time there is a task to escort a lady, try not to arrange Gray. Makarov caught a glimpse of a handsome guy hugging two beauties and chatting on the stairs. Loki can't be arranged either. The guy also received a complaint when he attacked the female artist of the entertainment company that issued the commission last time. Makarov sighed, each of them is a worry. But seeing the children so noisy, and energetic, he couldn't help but feel happy. Happy troubles. Myra brought some tea and snacks at the right time, which made Makarov feel a little relieved. He pushed the issue and said, "Just replace the tea with wine." "No, President." Myra put her hands on her waist. "You drank a lot yesterday, you can't drink too much today, you should pay attention to yourself." "Yes." Makarov was listless. He himself is also a worrying person. Of course there are magazines. During the afternoon break, Lakai faced Rhodes' question and took out a book from behind the counter. "Weekly Sashera, the most popular wizard magazine now. I bought this one a few weeks ago and forgot to bring it back." Rhodes took it and looked at it. There were three handsome guys on the cover, one of whom was Mr. Hibiki, who helped him load the language pack. The other two also have their own characteristics, but the poses of the three together easily remind him of Team Rocket. "Are they all Blue Pegasus wizards?" Rhodes asked. Loki nodded. "Yes, the theme of this issue is Blue Pegasus, a guild with many handsome guys." Rod had reason to suspect that Lakai put it here because she wanted to see handsome guys and forgot to take it back. Opening the magazine, the first page is a photo of Hibiki, followed by his age, magic, hobbies, marital status and other information. Following is the two people in the same guild and team with him, and the format is similar. Eve of Holy Night, Hibiki of 100 Nights, and Lien of Sky Night, the three of them together formed the signature team of Blue Pegasus Tri-Mens. In the interview column later, it was also mentioned that they have a powerful wizard as the captain and guide. The three said that he was a very manly wizard, the big brother and teacher they admired. "That is the strongest man in Blue Pegasus, Yiya Wander Li Shao." It's a pity that Mr. Yiya learned that the magazine had limited space, so in order to take care of the younger generation, he deliberately gave the opportunity to appear on the screen to the three team members, which was touching. "He's a good man." Rhodes continued to turn the pages. Following closely was an obvious advertisement page. The main recommended product in this issue was magic mosquito repellent. Just spray it gently to keep away mosquito bites. Just looking at the introduction on the advertisement, the effect seems to be much better than mosquito coils, floral water and the like. The merchant even spent extra money on special effects. Because Rhodes stayed on the advertisement page long enough, the magazine directly emitted light and projected a 3D image in mid-air, showing how to use the potion. Coupled with professional dubbing and high-quality advertising slogans, Rhodes, a poor guy, couldn't help but want to buy a bottle. As for the timeline issue, it is about 11.5 months before Lucy joins the guild, which is when the plot begins. Chapter 24, surprises in the magazine. It's this kind of advertisement again. It's very annoying. Lucky's attitude towards this kind of advertisement is similar to Rhodes' attitude towards software opening screen advertisements in the past. It was new at first, but became disgusted after seeing it too much. She said mysteriously, "If you turn a few more pages, there will be a surprise." Surprise? Rhodes flipped back as he was told. The column behind the advertisement was the news column he wanted to read. The surprise Lucky was talking about was obviously not this, but Rhodes still glanced at it. The boyfriend of the popular actress of Writer Entertainment Company is exposed. It was said to be an exposure, but it was actually just a photo of the two of them from behind. Rhodes didn't know the popular actress, but he only thought that the rumored boyfriend looked like a certain handsome guy in the guild. The council decided to intensify efforts to rectify the Dark Guild. It was like an official article, but it had nothing to do with Rhodes. He had asked in a roundabout way whether Fairy Tale was really not the Dark Guild. The Fairy Tale wizards wiped out the bandits in one fell swoop. The title is normal, but there seems to be a sentence in the content: the bandits were extremely ferocious, and the fighting was so fierce that the pine forests on the mountainside were burned to ashes. Lucky said it was a magazine from a few weeks ago, and Rod didn't even bother to guess who did it. After flipping through the news column, Rhodes finally saw the surprise Lucky mentioned. This is not. Isn't this Myra? The iconic white hair, the hairstyle is the same as now, with bangs tied into a bunch and combed on the top of the head. The smile was different from what he had seen before, a little more charming than usual. The key point is that Mila in the photo is wearing a sea blue swimsuit, standing naturally on a beach, keeping one hand holding her hair. There isn't much fabric on the upper body, so Rhodes wouldn't be able to tell if it was underwear or not. Even if you try hard to look away from the gravitational place, you will still be attracted by the smooth shoulders and delicate collarbone. The lower body is a long skirt with high slits, or simply a large piece of cloth tied up in a knot at wool, hanging diagonally on the waist and hips, showing off the waist that is enough to make countless girls envy. Mila's right leg was completely covered by the long skirt, while her left leg was exposed to the air through the slit of the long skirt. For the first time, Rhodes learned that Myra's coat of arms was white and was printed on the side of her left thigh. It's beautiful, isn't it? Are you all stunned? Hey. Rhodes nodded subconsciously at first, then felt something was wrong and shook his head in the negative. But I still feel wrong, saying that Myra is not beautiful is really against my will. Really? Lucky looked regretful. I have the weekly Saw Shayla from the past year, and more than 20 of them have photos of Sister Myra. Do you really not want to see it, Rhodes? No. Shame drove Rhodes to say no, but he always felt that he would regret it if he refused. He had a troubled look on his face. I just want to borrow the magazine to learn more about the situation here. When you ask me this, it feels weird whether I borrow it or not. Ha ha ha. Lucky couldn't help laughing, covering her waist with one hand and slapping the counter with the other. It's the same as what Kana said. Rod's reaction is so funny. He is different from Natsu, who is completely clueless, and he is also different from the shameless perverts like Mikao and Wakaba. Only someone like Rhodes who knows what needs to be understood but is very shy is interesting to tease. Kana. Rhodes thought of that alcoholic bad woman. Although Myra said she was a good person, Rod wanted to keep a small notebook. Lucky laughed for a while, and finally stopped when Rhodes wanted to run away. Sister Mila started receiving invitations to be Saw Shayla's special model last year, and she became very popular from the first photo shoot. Sister Myra has appeared on magazine covers more times than them. Lucky pointed to the boy band on the cover. Now, she should be the best cover girl among all the magicians in Fiori, and also the signature girl of our guild. It turns out to be the poster girl. Rhodes felt that he seemed to have figured out Myra's position. Myra is also very powerful. Fairy Tale is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Those who can fight like S-class magicians are particularly good at fighting, and those who can't fight like Myra are also particularly famous in other fields. It seems that the reason why Fairy Tale has become one of the most famous guilds in the country is not just because of its outstanding ability to get into trouble. Although he was slightly tweaked, Rhodes finally borrowed the magazine. The price of the salad in the weekly magazine is $300J. It was about the equivalent of 2 glasses of the cheapest beer. If the magazine was a weekly, Rhodes could afford it. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to buy previous issues of the magazine. It's better to borrow someone else's to read and buy the future ones yourself. Lucky had promised to bring it over tomorrow. In her words, it would be useless to leave it there anyway. The free space can be used to store one more collectible. She seemed to resent the magazine. Because Shayla claims to introduce the latest high-quality magic products on the market, but her favorite torture device has never been seen in the magazine. Well, that's too much. It's simply false propaganda. For the sake of her borrowing his things, Rhodes decided to agree. That's right, false propaganda. Lucky, who received Rhodes' support, completely concluded that this was the publisher's fault. She clenched her fist and said, "I'm going to sue them in this week's magazine opinion poll." Rhodes looked at the other party's serious look and felt that he might have said the wrong thing. "Well, why don't you be more decisive?" "Decisive?" Lucky thought for a moment and nodded heavily. "Yes, decisive, let them know my attitude." "Rod. Did I say the wrong thing again?" "Well, I just tried it out by chance when I was invited, and later it was hard to refuse. Myra herself is not very interested in being a model, but she has no objection. After all, she and Elfman lost their sister last year, so they were immersed in grief for quite a long time. It was even almost impossible to do any magician work. If it weren't for the income from photo shoots and the little savings they had before, the siblings might have been in debt like Rod. It is precisely because of this that Myra doesn't want to refuse the invitation from the magazine even though she doesn't need this income now. Let's not talk about that for now. How is your training, Rod?" "Not bad. I think I can try to summon new wild monsters in a few days." "Wild monsters?" Rod nodded. "Yeah, it's a general term for my summons." "Is Poro considered a wild monster?" "Anyway, it's almost the same." "Then do you want to find someone to try it in actual combat?" "Actual combat? With whom?" "Well..." Myra tapped her chin with her finger. "You also know that there are many warmongers in the guild. Just find one at random. If it's the first time, just choose the one you dislike the most." Based on Myra's dark personality, Rhodes suspected that she was picking trouble. "But it doesn't matter. It's not good to practice alone." He pointed at a handsome guy in the tavern. "Of course, the one I dislike the most is him. Loki." "Hey." Loki, who had just been fed a sip of wine by a beautiful woman not far away, raised his head in confusion. "Marajana's photo. Find it yourself. Even illustrations won't pass the review." Chapter 25 Practical Training. The battle location was chosen in the guild's backyard. In fact, Loki wanted to go to the street in front, but Rhodes refused. He estimated that he had only learned magic for a few days, so he probably wouldn't be able to win. Wouldn't he be embarrassed to be beaten on the ground in public? However, the situation is not much better after choosing the backyard. "I don't know who shouted, 'Rookie Rhodes' first battle, challenge Loki.' As a result, almost everyone in the pub came to watch the fun. "That's so deceitful, Loki, I want to fight the newcomer too." Natsu recklessly pushed aside the crowd and pushed forward, even spraying small flames from his mouth. "There's nothing I can do about it, it's all because my light is too dazzling." Loki raised his index and middle fingers to push up his glasses, his face exuding confidence. All Loki, 2 female fans screamed excitedly for Loki. This person, who even leads a fan club during fights, really makes Rhodes envious. No, it's because he can't bear to see him ruining the guild's atmosphere. The two stood opposite each other, about 4 meters apart. Rhodes looked at Loki seriously and had to admit that this man was a million times more handsome than him. The audience stood in several rows in front of the door to watch closely, without worrying about being accidentally hurt. Then both sides are ready. Makarov stood at the front of the crowd, bet on Loki and pay 1 for 1, and bet on Rhodes and pay 10 for 1. Everyone enthusiastically placed their bets, and Rhodes almost fell down. President, why do you? I thought that the president was here to be the referee and ensure that nothing happened to them, but it turned out that the market was opening. Ah, since Kana is not here, the bet is on me, don't worry about it. Sure enough, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Okay, now that we're done, you two can get started. Rhodes glanced at the 2 trays in front of the president. Loki's tray was full, and his tray only had 3 bills. Come on, Rod. One of them was a friendly gesture of support from Mila. Come on, newbie. Beat up that boy Loki. The other 2 are Macau and Wakaba. They want to see Loki get beaten, and the higher odds make the bet more exciting. Wait a minute. Rhodes raised his hand. President, 30,000 J. I bet I will lose. No, match fixing is prohibited. Makarov refused decisively. He waved his hand. Now the battle begins. Rhodes missed the opportunity to make a fortune, so he had to hold his necklace and prepare to chant. Do you have the element? I happen to be the same. Loki showed his ring. I don't have the magic system. I don't often practice magic in the guild these days. Isn't this the first time you've seen me? Loki smiled and said, sorry, I'm not in the habit of observing men. This person really deserves to be beaten. I am the person who connects the 2 worlds, you. Wait a minute. Loki trembled all over after hearing Rhodes chant. He immediately stretched out his hand to stop. Are you a celestial spirit mage? No, but the president said it's a bit similar to celestial spirit magic. Rhodes showed his necklace. Well, what I use is not the star spirit key. That's right, ha, ha ha. Loki smiled a little dryly. In his panic, he didn't even notice that Rhodes' magic item was not a key. Do you want to continue? No, no need. Loki ran out of the backyard gate in a panic with sweat on his forehead. Well, I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Let's compete next time. Goodbye. Ha. Hey, all those who bought Loki to win were collectively dumbfounded. What is that guy Loki doing? People who lost money denounced. Loki. The 2 girls chased him out. Allah, it's rare to participate and win money right away. Myra stroked her cheek with a hand, feeling a little happy. Makarov has also made a lot of money now, but he is worried about Loki. Does it just have some similarities with the Protoss magic to make him so sensitive? Macau and Wakaba were so happy that they hooked up with each other and paid 10 for each, winning several days of drinking money at once. Well done, newcomer. You defeated Loki in no time. Hubby complained, love. But he didn't fight at all. Ah ha ha ha. Natsu jumped out happily, just in time. I'll fight for Loki. No, Natsu. Urza put her hand on Natsu's shoulder. Rhodes has only learned magic for a few days, and the battle is to test his strength. Your attack was too frivolous, so let me do it. Without Rhodes paying attention, his opponent changed, and he was also a ruthless one. Miss Urza, are you serious? Affected by the performance of Natsu and Gray these past few days, Rhodes was somewhat timid. Of course. Urza said with seriousness written all over her face, even if it's just to thank you for your previous care, I will do my best. Please don't go all out. At this critical moment, Rhodes didn't understand the wrong words. Urza was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, don't worry, I understand, I won't be harsh to my companions. Gray and Natsu must have something to say. Rhodes gave up his struggle. It was not a fight to hit anyone. He couldn't beat him anyway. Compared to the reckless Natsu, Urza might strike more lightly. President, let's open the market quickly. I'll bet on Urza to win. Me too. Hurry up, President. I refuse. Makarov said that he would not do such a stupid thing. If Natsu comes on the field, someone might bet on Rhodes, and if Urza comes on the field, forget it. If he goes all in on Urza, will he, the banker, have to pay for it? Urza, be gentle. Rhodes, try your best to survive. We will miss you. Rhodes. Just a discussion, isn't it? Rhodes was heartbroken by this group of people. Come on, Rod. Rhodes felt warm in his heart. Fortunately, Myra's attitude did not change. She was just as encouraging as before. No, why is she holding a medicine kit in her hand? Then the second round, Rhodes versus Urza, the battle begins. As the president finished speaking, Rhodes didn't care anymore. He held the necklace and said, I am the one who connects the two worlds. You, the creature of Summoner's Canyon, answer my call and pass through the door. Canyon Swift Crab. The chanted spell has been slightly adjusted compared to the previous one, making it more suitable for Rhodes' magic and making the summoning process smoother. Ripples appeared on the ground like water, and green Canyon Swift Crabs emerged from them. Oh, is this another summon of Rhodes? It looks very strong. I thought he was going to let Worm deal with Urza. Don't be ridiculous. If we want to fight, of course we will let the spectator Worm go back. Urza was very virtuous in martial arts, and patiently let Rhodes finish the chant, then opened her hand. Change. A magic sword appeared in her hand. Rhodes pointed at Urza and gave the order to the river crab, assault. Click, the river crab opened and closed its pincers twice, and sprinted towards Urza, seeming to drag an afterimage behind him as he ran. Rhodes had seen the power of this move, which could easily break the courtyard wall, but, to these destructive maniacs in the guild, it was just ordinary. So it should be a good starting point. Urza made a judgment in an instant. Is it a speed type? Chapter 26, Sex is a knife above your head. Not bad, but... Urza took 2 steps forward, jumped up, put one foot on the head of the river crab, and flew directly over the river crab towards Rhodes. The best way to deal with this type of magician is to attack the magician himself. Hey! As a person who had hardly ever fought, Rhodes watched Urza rushing toward him, at a loss. He only saw the sword in Urza's hand disappear, her right hand clenching into a fist, then her forehead hurt, her vision went dark, and she fell on her back. Urza landed lightly and faced Rhodes. Come on, attack with all your strength. No, no. Myra held the medicine box and walked aside with a smile and waved her hands. I can't stand up anymore. It's true. The onlookers were a little surprised by the speed of Hesia's sudden advance, but they were not surprised by the result. Because even if they were replaced, they wouldn't necessarily be better than Rhodes. It's just that it's hard to judge Rhodes' strength. Urza, that guy should be considered screwed up. For a newcomer who has just learned magic, his magic level is quite good and he is very proficient in magic, but his actual combat experience is almost zero. Makarov could see clearly that Rhodes had the potential to become the backbone of the guild. As for actual combat experience, as long as you stay in the guild, this is the only thing you will never lack. Gray, help me. Myra opened a small bag in front of Gray. Hey? Okay. Gray made a fist with his right hand and put it on the palm of his left hand. Ice-shape ice bag. The ice blue magical light lit up, and the bag in Myra's hand was quickly filled with ice cubes. It's over, I'm embarrassed. Rhodes was sitting on the round stool in front of the counter, doubting life. Rhodes, raise your head. Rhodes subconsciously followed the instructions and something cold fell on his forehead. Rhodes' eyes looked upward, as if they were ice packs, and he carefully wrapped them in a towel. Myra lowered her head behind him and met Rhodes' eyes, and said with a smile, "Don't move around. A little cold compress will reduce the swelling faster." "Thank you." Rhodes stretched out his hand to hold the ice pack. Myra saw his disappointment and said, "There is no shame in losing to Urza. After all, she is one of the strongest people in the guild. But I shouted such a long chant and summoned such a cool crab, but she knocked me down with just one move. She used her fists and didn't even use her sword." Myra tilted her head. "Do you want her to use a sword? Urza is the kind of person who hardly knows how to show mercy in battle." Rhodes thought of the bloody scene, then, "It's not necessary." Bang! Someone dropped something heavy on the counter. Rhodes held the ice pack and turned to look over, then sat up involuntarily. "Miss Urza." "Just call Urza. Then I want to apologize to you." Urza clenched her left fist and put it on her chest with a look of remorse. "I'm sorry, I was too harsh. I was so cruel to my companion who asked for a discussion. I was so mean. I was simply bullying the new members of the guild." Rhodes was startled by her serious attitude and waved his hands hurriedly. "No, not really, not to that extent. No, your tolerance will only highlight my evil deeds." Urza opened the large box she placed on the counter, and the mountains of things inside rolled out scatteredly. At a glance, there are bandages, band-aids, iodine, painkillers, anti-inflammatories and other medical supplies inside. "I have bought all the trauma medicine in the pharmacy, please feel free to use it." "No, I just have a bump on my head, it just hurts a little bit." "Really? What I did caused you such a headache? Please let me find a way to make up for it." "Did I say the wrong common language again?" Rhodes looked at Myra for help. Myra was enjoying watching the excitement and explained. "Urza's character is like this, she is a bit serious. If you don't accept the medicine, she will bandage it for you herself." Before Rhodes could speak, Urza suddenly realized, "So that's it. I can only express my apology by helping bandage it myself." "Really not? Change your clothes." The light flashed, and Urza had finished changing her clothes. The nurse uniform perfectly modified her figure. Oh, a wolf howl sounded in the tavern, and many men's eyes turned into heart shapes. Urza was used to seeing Urza in armor, but when she suddenly saw her nurse uniform, she realized that aside from her frighteningly high martial arts value, Urza's appearance was also first-rate. If it weren't for the fear of being beaten, old perverts like Wakaba and Makeo might have come close to him. "Okay, let's start bandaging." Urza picked up a roll of bandages. "I really don't, no need." Rhodes' heart was beating unsatisfactorily, and it didn't take even a second to change from objecting to giving in. Seeing Urza taking off the bandage, Rhodes began to blame himself for not being firm, but soon turned into regret. No matter how professional Urza's dress was, her technique was unprofessional. She just used a roll of bandages to have the effect of a rope. Normally, for a minor injury like Rhodes's, just apply some anti-swelling medicine to the area where the swelling occurred. If it's an exaggeration, just wrap it around a few times. But Urza's bandage somehow wrapped around Rhodes' neck, tied his arms, and then wrapped around his legs. He was just rushing to tie up prisoners. Conspiracy, cough cough cough. Rhodes was choked and breathless, but some people in the tavern seemed to be more excited, looking at Rhodes with envious eyes. "Stop it, Urza. Rhodes is going to die." This was actually the first time Myra saw Urza treating others, but she didn't expect her to be so cruel. Fortunately, she helped stop Rhodes before he rolled his eyes. Urza solemnly apologized, "Sorry, my healing skills are a bit rusty. But you are very skilled at killing people." Rhodes was so moved that he burst into tears. "No, you are excellent. Thanks to your treatment, my forehead doesn't hurt much anymore." "Really?" Urza's eyes sparkled. Rhodes nodded seriously. it's absolutely true, thank you for your treatment. Leave the rest to my recovery. He was sure that his forehead really didn't hurt much anymore compared to his arm. Rhodes felt like he was about to break a bone. Is the bandage so strong that it can almost break a person's bones? That's great. Urza may have believed it, and she changed back into her armor with satisfaction, leaving the large box of trauma medicine and leaving. Rhodes rubbed his arms and looked at the ceiling to reflect on himself. The word sex has a knife on its head. After this difficulty, his soul will grow. Myra covered her mouth and snickered. Chapter 27 Invitation and Rejection. Urza seemed to have something to do and left the tavern directly. Then Natsu resurrected with full health. Let's show off, Roddy. It's Rhodes. Rhodes corrected, and then added, you saw it just now, I'm very weak, I was knocked down with one punch. The blue kitten rushed to say, it doesn't matter. When Natsu challenged Urza before, he was defeated with one punch. You talk too much, Habi. I am different from before. What I say now will definitely. Hubby covered his mouth and muttered softly, I can definitely hold on to a few more punches. What did you say? Natsu stared, as if he wanted to fight with Happy first. Happy flew behind Myra and stuck his head out, love. Myra didn't say anything, just wiping the newly washed wine glass with a dry cloth. Anyway, come and fight me, that crab of yours looks pretty strong. Well. Rhodes thought for a while, tomorrow, I need to take a rest. Mainly because he didn't want to get beaten for the second or third time today, and he was still hurting now. Then it's agreed. Natsu left angrily. But Habi didn't leave in a hurry. He stood on the counter and asked Rhodes, are you a magician who uses summoning magic? Rhodes nodded, yes. Hubby started drooling at the corner of his mouth, then can you summon fish? Rhodes silently took stock of the types of wild monsters, probably not, at most it's a toad. Lost. Habi suddenly squatted in the corner, and the whole cat was shrouded in shadow. Is fish so important? Rhodes couldn't laugh or cry. Besides, even if he could summon fish, they would only be used for combat, so it was impossible to feed him. Hubby raised his fist, fish is the supreme delicacy. Yes, yes. Rod didn't want to argue with the cat about whether the fish was delicious. Worm really liked Harpy, who was similar in size to him, so he leaned over to nuzzle him, and the two cute creatures soon started playing together. In the evening, Libby came to the guild and chose a mission on the bulletin board with Jet and Troy, and then came to see Rhodes to learn Chinese characters. Today I will teach you two slightly more complicated Chinese characters, the character for fist and the character for pain. Rhodes borrowed Libby's light pen and wrote the two words one stroke at a time, not forgetting to explain the meaning of the two words. Why do you suddenly want to teach me these two words? I feel it. Ah, by the way, they said you had a duel with Urza today. Libby showed a look in her eyes that said, you're so brave. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and tried to press it down again. It felt very hard. It's hard to say, you can laugh if you want. Haha. No, I'm not laughing at you. Haha, I'm just happy to learn new words. Just because there was no malice in the laughter, Rhodes couldn't even get angry. He sighed. By the way, here are these for you, Feng Yang's glasses. Libby shook her head, let me lend it to you first. I still have a spare one on hand, and I have to go out to work tomorrow, so I won't need it. You've only been back for 2 or 3 days, right? Are you so diligent? Because the pay from my last job was not high, and I also spent a few days in the target city. In fact, the strength of Libby's team is average among the guilds, so the tasks they take on are often not very difficult. Accordingly, the remuneration will not be too high. Then the reward for a task has to be divided among 3 people. Compared with other partners, they naturally have to be a little more diligent. But even this is enough to make Rhodes envious. I don't know how long it will take before I can take on some higher paying tasks. Lebby suggested, if you want to take on the mission, how about joining our lane engine team? The reward this time will be very good. Rhodes was a little moved, but immediately shook his head. No, even if I join you, my strength will only hinder you. It doesn't matter. This time I am going to the mountains with the expedition team to solve puzzles and hunt for treasures. I rely more on my brain than force. Lebby closed one eye, raised two fingers, and said seductively, the reward is 200,000 J. Rhodes swallowed his saliva, not because Lebby's actions were too cute, but because the reward was too tempting. If 200,000 J is divided equally among 4 people, it would be 50,000 J, which is less than half a month's salary. But to go into the mountains? Sure enough, let's forget it. Thank you. I don't think I'm ready yet. Is that so? Lebby tilted her head and did not continue to ask the reason. What a pity. Rhodes smiled bitterly, the shadow of being attacked by wild beasts when he first crossed over, coupled with Urza's punch today. Before he had a certain level of strength, he would never dare to step outside the town limits of Magnolia. Makarov, who closed his eyes to rest, glanced at Rhodes. This child was also a problem child. After getting off work, Rhodes did not go home directly. Instead, he jogged along the road in front of the guild, briefly warming up and then gradually speeding up. Exercise your body, otherwise you will suffer. The president's words still lingered in his ears. Rhodes felt that just doing push-ups before going to bed was too perfunctory. It would be good to add a running event. A large box of medicine and medical supplies sent by Urza was transported back home by Rod's swift crab. The box might have been custom-made by Urza, with the fairy tale logo painted on it, so no one would mess with it even if it was placed at the door. Rhodes ran through the residential area near the guild, and jumped down the stone steps that were nearly 2 meters high, and arrived at another residential area. Running further along the road, he arrived at the bank of a canal that passed through Magnolia City. From a distance, he could see the tallest building on the opposite bank, the Cathedral of Cardea. The streets around the church belonged to the city center, which meant that the guild was actually built at the edge of the city. This might also be the reason why Rhodes' rent was relatively cheap, and it was a little farther from the city center. After reaching the river, Rhodes did not go to the city center, but continued to run along the canal until his heartbeat accelerated, he was out of breath, and sweat began to flow down his cheeks. He was not sure how far he had run, but he silently counted the number of steps, which was more than 3,000. Rhodes was surprised to find that his physical condition might be better than before the time travel. He used to be in this state after running 3 laps around the playground, but now he was obviously a little stronger. In the past, this feeling of almost bursting lungs would have driven him to stop, but now, Rod knew that it was just the beginning. Real exercise is not only for the body, but also for the will. Every time he felt that he could not hold on, he just held on for a while. Even if he ran 100 meters more, it would be progress. Of course, a guy like him with weak physical fitness might be laughed at for talking about willpower. This distance, people have just warmed up, and you are exercising your willpower? There is no way. Given his physical condition, Rod can hardly move his legs now, and he even has to rely on the twisting power of his waist and hips to drive his legs and feet forward. Worm, the disloyal guy, originally moved his short legs to run a few steps, but soon he thought of Rod's shoulders as a weight for him. Rod decisively chose to send it back. He felt that it was not time for him to carry weights yet. Today's weather was not sunny, so that only a vague light spot could be seen when the sun set. Come on, young man. Someone in the canal was riding a boat upstream, and when he saw Rod sweating profusely, he gave him a cheer. Rod raised his sore arm as a response and continued his will training. The residents here are quite friendly. Chapter 28. It's raining, time to be emo. A new day has arrived. Rod woke up to the sound of dripping rain. As soon as he got out of bed, he felt his legs swell. Yesterday, maybe because of the stimulation or because he secretly made up his mind, Rod gritted his teeth and ran until he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Even when he went home, he specially summoned the canyon swift crab to let it use its tentacles to roll him on its back and carry him back. Before going to bed at night, Rod specially used a wet towel to apply cold compress for a while, and also found some swelling-reducing medicine from a large box of medicines sent by Urza. Now it seems that it was fortunate that he had foresight. Rod dragged his sore legs to the bathroom to solve personal problems and wash up. After coming out, he decided to use some more medicine. "It's broken, I forgot to put away the clothes." Rod went to the balcony to check. Sure enough, it rained a little hard last night, and all the clothes were wet by the rain. He had to put them away first and soak them in a basin with the sweaty clothes he took off yesterday. Staring at the basin for a while, Rod reluctantly sat down to wash clothes. There was no other way. Apart from these 2 sets and his pajamas, he only had 1 set left in his closet. Every time he opened the closet, he felt it was empty. If he encountered any more accidents, Rod would be faced with the dilemma of having no clothes to wear. "I'll prepare 2 more sets when I have more money." Rod washed and wrung out the clothes and hung them in the laundry room temporarily. He thought for a second about the possibility of taking them to the guild to find Naz to dry them, but gave up decisively. The risk was too great and he couldn't afford it. After a flurry of activity, Rod went downstairs to go to the guild. However, the rain showed no signs of abating, but rather a tendency to get heavier. Even Goodman didn't come to the stall today. Opening the door, Rod realized a new problem: he hadn't bought an umbrella yet. "I'm so miserable." Rod made a poor sound. "Hurrah!" At the critical moment, Worm took out an umbrella from the corner of the first floor. "Well done!" Rod praised, summoned a river crab, and jumped up with an umbrella to the guild. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a note for Goodman to tell him that he had borrowed an umbrella without permission. The canyon swift crab walked slowly on the street according to Rod's instructions. It not only did not hate being in the rain, but also felt that such an environment was more comfortable. Rod sat cross-legged on the highest point of the swift crab's back shell and tilted the umbrella towards the direction where the raindrops were coming from. The streets of Magnolia were much quieter in the rain. The hawking sounds in the morning on weekdays were basically gone, and there were only a few pedestrians passing by. They were either holding umbrellas or wearing raincoats and rain boots, and they walked hurriedly in the water. Rod had seen many such scenes before crossing, but he looked down at his appearance and felt that he was out of place here. Yes, he was originally an alien who did not belong to this world. But this little bit of pretentiousness completely disappeared when he arrived at the door of the guild. Because at this moment, Lakai walked slowly from the northwest intersection with a wooden umbrella and a pair of wooden boots, and a wooden box in her other hand. The long purple hair swayed gently, and it looked very friendly in the rain. On the other side, Gray also came from the other side holding a large ice crystal umbrella with an exquisite shape. The rain flowed down the umbrella cover, neither freezing nor melting the ice umbrella, but just adding a bead curtain-like decoration to the ice umbrella. Noticing Rod and Lucky, Gray raised his hand casually. "Yo!" Lucky responded energetically, "Morning." "Morning." The swift crab disappeared, and Rod was down to earth, looking at 2 companions who were as weird as him, and couldn't help but smile. This is also the meaning of the existence of the guild, right? The 3 of them walked into the guild gate. Lakai looked at the floor at the entrance and said, "I feel like I'll have to keep mopping the floor today." Rod thought about what the cafeteria and supermarkets do on rainy days, and suggested, "How about putting a few more pieces of cardboard at the entrance?" "Good idea, let's do it, but..." Lakai chose to cast a spell. "Wooden shape pure love is spotless." Swish, swish, swish. Thin wooden boards appeared inside and outside the guild gate at the same time, and the upward side was deliberately made quite rough. Shaping magic is really convenient. Rod sighed again, and by the way, he wanted to complain about what a crappy name it was. It's better to call it Clean Soleils of Feet Are Spotless. There wasn't much to do in the morning, so Rod was busy for a while before finding Gray. Natsu's weakness. Gray blurted out, he's irritable and impulsive, and he's a fire fool. But... Gray thought for a moment, he's like this normally, but it's another story in battle. Many times his intuition is as sharp as a beast, and it's very troublesome to fight him seriously. Although he usually calls him a fool, and they don't get along well in terms of personality and magic, if Gray really wants to evaluate Natsu, he will definitely give him a high evaluation. Unless it's in front of Natsu. That's it, I'm definitely going to get beaten again today. Rod was worried, is there no actual, obvious, immediate weakness? By the way, Natsu asked you to duel today. Gray slammed his palm, he was interested in helping others beat Natsu. As for the obvious weakness, there is one. Gray said, that guy can't do anything with transportation, you just need to build a car under his feet and you'll win. Good idea, but I don't know styling magic. I'll teach you now. Now. That's right, now. Gray raised his hands excitedly and his shirt disappeared, do it with me. Rhodes glanced at Gray's bare upper body and said, sorry to bother you, but I may not be suitable for learning the ice style. Rhodes didn't think it was worth it to become a pervert in order to defeat Natsu. Gray just put his right fist against the palm of his left hand and looked at Rhodes, who was running away in confusion. Hey? I haven't started teaching yet. While Natsu didn't come, Rhodes decided to find a quiet place to meditate for a while. Rod. Lucky called to him and handed him the wooden box he came with. Inside is the magazine you want. Rhodes' hand sank. More than 50 magazines were heavy, thank you. Why is this box without a mouth? Because it was raining and I was worried about getting wet, I didn't open the door. Lucky said, when you get back to a place where you can relax, just give the box a hard blow. I know, you are so thoughtful. Does she mean to go home and smash it open? Rhodes, who was not good at learning common language, took his mind for a while before he understood what she meant. Also, it turns out that this box was made by her before she went out. The wood modeling magic is really suitable for life. Rhodes put the box away, ran to the door of the library, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and meditated. Feeling the magic power growing bit by bit, Rhodes felt the joy of harvest. I don't know when the next summon will come, how can I have some attack power then? Chapter 29, Rhodes vs Natsu. Let's fight it out, Rhodes. Natsu was very direct. He came straight to the point without even a normal greeting. Rhodes said helplessly, at least wait until the rain stops. Natsu asked back, hasn't it stopped? Hey. Rhodes looked out the door, and the sun shone through the gaps between the dark clouds, as if a few golden threads were sprinkled from the sky. Then the light became more and more, the dark clouds quickly dissipated, and the sky was blue. Rhodes was shocked, are you Takasaka Anoka? Who is that? Is she strong? To some extent. Rhodes stopped shirking, then come on. Natsu jumped into the backyard first, stepped on the mud twice, and Rhodes suddenly didn't want to go. After thinking about it, he decided to turn around and ask for help. Loki. Leave it to me. Loki cast a magic, wooden shape pure love is spotless. A circular wooden floor with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in the backyard, like a ring. Several people around Lakai complained about her name, but Lakai was very pleased with herself. Natsu jumped up and stamped his feet, saying happily, oh. This is good, it's decided, falling out of range is considered a loss. Or it's considered a loss if you don't fall to the ground. Rod would rather fake a fall than roll in the mud. Natsu had no objection, the onlookers were already in place, and the president had opened the game. Rod didn't even know when he showed up. Then, Natsu vs Rod, start. Rod held the pendant, I am the one who connects the two worlds. Kenyan Swift Crab. Natsu and Urza were both martial and did not sneak attack, but Rod felt awkward, and the chant had to be shortened as soon as possible. When the Kenyan Swift Crab appeared, Natsu finally couldn't hold back, and his fists collided, flames appeared on his fists, and he rushed out in one step. His posture was like a fire dragon waving his front claws and rushing forward. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. This fist was not aimed at Rod, but at the river crab. The burning fist of fire enlarged in Rhodes's vision, making him raise his hand to cover his face subconsciously, but he immediately realized that it was the view of the river crab. In a hurry, he didn't know what instructions to give, and the river crab had already started to act according to instinct, raising a short claw. Natsu's fist hit the green crab claw, and the burning flame rushed to the river crab's eyes. The huge force made the 6 legs of the river crab pierce the wooden board under its feet and slide back more than 2 meters. The broken wood chips mixed with the soil below flew, and Rhodes was hit, half of his body lying on the back of the river crab. If there were no bumps on the crab shell that could be grabbed, he might have been knocked away. Ugh! Rhodes, who was hit in the stomach, wanted to vomit. He felt that if he was hit directly by this punch, he might die. Seeing Rhodes' reaction, the president decided to give this child with no combat experience a lesson. Magic power is not only used to launch magic, but also for defense. Even if you don't know defensive magic, it can still play a protective role, although the efficiency is a little lower. Rhodes nodded and understood. He could use it as internal strength, but it was much less cost-effective than using defensive magic. Kenyan Swift Crab, charge! However, his order was a little late. After being attacked, the river crab had already started to run away according to its instinct. It even ran out of illusory light and shadow, which is probably a small acceleration skill that the river crab has in the game. This behavior of selling out teammates made Rhodes face to face with Natsu, only 3 meters away. After hearing Rhodes' order, the river crab turned back and accelerated again. So fast! Natsu had originally planned to rush up and hit a friendly face-breaking punch according to his usual fighting habits, the kind without fire on his fist. But the speed of the river crab was unexpectedly fast. It was indeed different to face it head-on and watch it from the sidelines yesterday. This is fun. Natsu laughed instead, opened his hands and directly grasped the tips of the 2 big crab claws. Tisk! Natsu was pushed back by the river crab, and the leather sandals and wooden magic made an unpleasant sound. However, after retreating less than a meter, Natsu had already stood steadily, grinning at the river crab. Got you! Natsu's whole body was emitting flames, and his head directly hit the river crab's face, Fire Dragon's sword horn. Squeak! With a bang, the river crab was knocked over by this headbutt, and the flames spread all over its body, making a squeaking scream. Before struggling for a few times, the river crab's figure gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared completely. Oops! Natsu covered his head with both hands and rubbed his hair in annoyance. I went too far. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Natsu put his hands together and rushed to Rhodes to apologize frantically. I didn't mean to kill it. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Rhodes was not in a hurry. It's okay, it's not dead. Really? Natsu still maintained the posture of bowing and looked up at Rhodes. It's really not dead. You can think of it as being forcibly repatriated, and it will be fine after healing its wounds. Rhodes can now vaguely feel a stretch of water. The river crab is hiding under the water, and a pair of tentacles are exposed on the water surface. According to the game, it can be regarded as waiting for a refresh. However, the disappearance of the river crab this time made Rhodes feel that the existence of this river crab may be different from that of Poro. So that's how it is. Natsu jumped back a long distance, then come again. What other monsters are there? Release them all. Ah ha ha ha. This guy is so stubborn. His mood adjustment is too fast. It's quite in line with the male protagonist of the hot-blooded comic. Rode understood a little more about Natsu's personality, but then continued to summon. He looked at the Poro worm on the sidelines. Worm inadvertently hid behind Happy. Rode sighed, and he really couldn't count on him. He clenched his fist and looked at Natsu. Let's do it this way. I agreed to fight with Natsu just to gain some combat experience. It would be meaningless to admit defeat directly if I was afraid of getting beaten. Natsu also raised his fist and showed Rode a hearty smile. But when Rode recalled it later, he always felt that Natsu smiled like a devil. MD, you hit too hard. Hiss. It hurts. Myra carefully used tweezers to hold a cotton ball and apply medicine to Rode's swollen cheek. Rode sat on the chair, holding the back of the chair with both hands, grimacing in pain, and even forgot about the problem of being a little close to each other at the beginning. Bear with it for a while, it will be fine soon. Myra changed the cotton ball and dipped it in the potion again. Are the defensive skills taught by the president not working? It is useful, but I didn't learn it all at once, and. Hiss, who knew he would hit me in the face right away? Myra laughed and said, Natsu usually fights like this. Okay, turn around. By the way, do you still need to do this kind of training in the future? Rode turned around and pulled down his collar, revealing the bruises on his back shoulder. Recalling the painful experience just now, he nodded with a sad face. The more this happens, the more I have to continue to find people to fight. It's better to get beaten in the guild than to be beaten to death when I go out. Hiss. Chapter 30 The next target. I can do the rest myself. After taking care of the inconvenient places for him to apply medicine, Rode didn't feel comfortable asking Myra for help. Then I'll go out first. Myra put down the medicine bottle and tweezers. You can rest for a while. Well, thank you. After watching Myra leave, Rode took off his t-shirt and applied medicine to the bruises in front of him bit by bit. By the way, he also reviewed the fight with Natsu. After today's fight, in addition to leaving Rode with a lot of pain, he also gained a lot. First of all, he became a person who had fought seriously, which is very important. At least he would not be afraid before the fight when he heard about fighting. Then, he also learned some tricks to use magic to defend. Although it is a bit difficult to defend against Natsu's fist with his current magic power, if he fights with ordinary people, he can basically fight against the opponent's fists and feet. When fighting with Natsu, Rode's punches and kicks were basically imitating Natsu's movements. Natsu punched in the face, and he also punched in the face. Natsu elbowed him in the stomach, and he elbowed him in the stomach. Of course, apart from the two hits, Natsu didn't use magic at all. If you think about it, it seems that he left him some space to attack during the hand-to-hand fight, and he didn't do much dodging and defense. So if we only talk about the number of hits and the number of hits, the two should not be much different. But the final result was that Rod was lying on the ground in pain and could hardly get up. And Natsu, like nothing happened, patted the dust off his body and carried Rod to the infirmary. Thinking about it this way, it feels like Natsu is deliberately serving as a sparring partner for me. Rod looked at the injuries on his body and smiled helplessly. I have to thank him after being beaten. What's the matter? But when he beat the crab, it should be purely out of curiosity and itching. By the way, the strange feeling when the crab disappeared should also be studied carefully. After resting in the infirmary for a while, Rod got up and went to the front to help. In addition to Myra and Lakai, there was another girl helping in the tavern. From the front, she looked like a tomboy with her black hair, but in fact, she had a long braid tied behind her head. She was wearing a short red cheongsam and black knee-high socks with the guild emblem printed on the top of the socks. Rode recognized her name as Sally. She used the magic of changing clothes, but she was not as proficient as Urza. She only changed her weapons in battle. It is said that she is best at using a pair of steel claws on her wrists. It is easy to imagine that they are melee type, and they are quite brutal. Sally's shifts are much less than Rode's. Being a waitress is really just a part-time job. The main source of income is to team up with 3 other friends to do tasks. In addition to Sally, there is another girl named Izzy. Her situation is similar to her, but Rode only saw her once when he couldn't speak, so he was not very familiar with her. Rode? I heard everyone say that you had a fight with Natsu today. Sally held the plate in one hand, and the other hand flashed with a steel claw, and asked eagerly, "How about it? Do you want to fight with me?" It is obvious that she is also a warmonger. Rode refused decisively, "Please spare me, I'm in pain all over now." "Sally, my wine." Someone saw Sally stop to chat and couldn't help but urge her. "It's so annoying, isn't this a gift?" "Well, this guy has a bad temper, it's better not to provoke him if you can." Although his strength may not be that strong, it shouldn't be a problem to beat Rode now. Rode looked around and finally went to the counter to wait. At this time, Gray was leaning against the counter, with the task list on the table, waiting for Myra to register. "Hey, Natsu, that guy, his punch is heavy enough, right?" "Ah." Rod smiled bitterly and touched the swollen part of his face. "Why can't I see him? I just accepted the task and went out to work with Happy." Gray picked up the letter of entrustment returned to him by Myra and shook it at Rod. "I'm going to work too, see you later." Rod nodded. "Well, be careful on the road." Gray had just taken a few steps when Myra shouted at him, "Gray, clothes." Gray looked down and found that he was only left with a pair of shorts. When watching Gray find his shirt and trousers with a smile, Myra poured Rod a glass of water. "Do you care about Natsu?" "Yes, after all, I was taken care of by him, a little." Rod held the water cup, but didn't drink it, just stared at the gently shaking water inside. "It's a bit awkward." It's natural to feel uncomfortable after being beaten, but the other party held back everywhere and taught him fighting skills intentionally or unintentionally, so he should be grateful. And judging from the way Natsu looked, he should be younger than himself, which was a bit awkward. Rode found that he was a little entangled, liked to think about things, and it was difficult for him to be as straightforward as everyone else. From this point, he began to consider whether he would be out of place and excluded. Then he despised himself again, thinking about these things at such an age. Besides, others were so sincere, and he always felt sorry for them for thinking about these messes. Myra looked at Rode's changing expression and could only guess that he was unwilling to accept the defeat. "You have only learned magic for a few days, and it is already amazing to have such a level. If you continue like this, you may be able to do some ordinary work next month. Yet, let's practice hard first. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Maybe it's just that I'm not used to fighting for the first time." Rhodes looked at the people laughing and chatting in the tavern. "Who should I ask for next time?" A boy with split hair, the talkative Marcus in the morning, came into view. "Let's go and ask for it." Working, practicing, tasting the exquisite cooking skills of the guild chef, it was another fulfilling day. After returning home, Rhodes really did as Lakai said, smashing the wooden box without a mouth before taking out the magazines inside. Sashera is a weekly magazine, and Lakai gave Rhodes a year, plus some supplements and special issues, about 60 books. 60 magazines were neatly stacked on the table, more than a pound thick. It's a pity to waste such a perfect box. "Do you want it to be your nest?" Rhodes showed Worm the wooden box with one side smashed open. The box was not big, but it was enough to hold a poro. However, Worm didn't like this kind of nest, shaking his head and retreating to the bottom of the bed. "Forget it. I haven't cleaned the bottom of the bed carefully yet. Don't get covered in dust." Rod threw the broken wooden box to the fireplace and kept it for firewood. It was another day of envying the convenience of modeling magic. He took out Feng Yang's glasses and quickly browsed the contents of the magazine. The Ruler of Phantom. This is one of the 2 most famous wizard guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori. The other is naturally Fairy Tale. However, fairy tale was silent for a long time until its reputation grew in recent years. Rod read this news from a weekly magazine that focused on Phantom. If we only talk about the scale and number of people, Phantom is much larger than fairy tale, because in addition to the headquarters, Phantom has more than 20 branches and many members. It's the name of Phantom, it sounds so much like a dark guild. After seeing several signature wizards of Phantom and some accidents caused by them, Rod was slightly relieved of his doubts. This guild is no worse than fairy tale in terms of chaos. Chapter 31 A Little Gossip. After quickly flipping through 2 magazines, Rhodes took off his glasses and prepared to start today's physical training. I told you not to get under the bed. Rod held up the back of Worm's neck, and Worm's 4 legs hung down naturally, part of his tongue was exposed, and his horns drooped down, looking pitiful like please don't scold me. It's just right. Rod put down Worm and went to the laundry room to get a basin of water and a rag. Worm sat obediently on the ground and waited for Rhodes to wipe him. However, Rhodes threw the rag to it. Anyway, you are all dirty. Please help me wipe it clean under the bed. It is inconvenient for me to do it. Worm? If I finish wiping before I come back, I'll buy you cookies tomorrow. See you later. Worm hesitantly held up the rag with his little paws. Rod closed the door with a click and ran downstairs. The route was slightly changed from yesterday. Because he already knew where his limit was, Rhodes slightly controlled the return position and estimated that he would be able to lie down tiredly after running home. When you first start running, you can also think about your future training plan and wonder whether you should get a sandbag to hit at home. In the second half of the race, all that was left was the thought of one more step, one more step. This kind of training is effective. At least Rhodes is becoming more and more skilled in giving himself cold compresses and applying trauma medicine. When he dragged his legs like lead and climbed the stairs while holding on to the handrail, what he saw was a little grey dog squatting at the door. You really did it, you deserve encouragement. Rhodes moved to the bed and threw himself on the bed. His first thought was, it's over, I'm covered in stinky sweat, and the sheets need to be changed. Worm stuck out his tongue and watched Rhodes think for a while, then jumped on the chair, then jumped on the table, and jumped on the bed with the bottle of potion that Rhodes used yesterday. Thank you. Rhodes struggled to hold himself up, took the medicine bottle, and immediately saw the grey mark Worm left on the sheets. Worm felt guilty when he saw him, so he took a few steps back and jumped out of bed, leaving a few more footprints. Okay. Let me take you to take a bath first. The dawn of summer always comes very early, and it is already bright when Rhodes opens his eyes. Worm, who was sleeping next to the pillow, disappeared as before. Rhodes didn't know yet whether it was because the supply of magic power was interrupted after he fell asleep, or because there was a time limit for the summons to stay. He got out of bed, put on his slippers and stretched out. The soreness in his legs and the obvious increase in magic power in his body made him feel very at ease. Maybe it's because the base is too small, and you can easily see results as long as you work hard. Ding, MP limit +10. Rhodes voices his own silent gold finger. The increase in magic power is a happy event, but what makes him even more happy is what he discovered when he tried to feel the condition of the river crab through the necklace after meditating last night. Rhodes not only saw the river crab diving into the water, but also saw an entire river, and another river crab. The other party was walking leisurely around the lower reaches of the river, as if on patrol. Rhodes felt that he could summon this river crab at any time if he wanted. After the injured river crab recovers, it should be possible to summon 2 at the same time. He felt his own magic power. Okay. He still has to practice for a few more days. Rhodes washed up and went out, greeted Goodman as usual, and summoned Worm. I didn't forget to buy a pack of biscuits for Worm on the way. Funds are reduced by 500J. Seeing Worm happily swallowing a biscuit with just one roll of his tongue, Rhodes began to consider a feeding plan. Poros in the game need to eat poro delicacies if they want to grow up. Although they look like cookies, What ingredients are they made of? Do you want to find more ingredients and let Worm sort them out for yourself? That's a way. While thinking about it, the guild has arrived. Rhodes did some cleaning work as usual, and then went to the backyard together with Marcus, who had made an appointment yesterday. He has already inquired about Marcus's situation. He is considered a good player in defense when using sand magic, but not as good in offense. Comprehensive strength. Myra euphemistically gave a comment that it's not very impressive compared to Urza, which was considered as saving face for Marcus. Rhodes tasted the product carefully and felt that what she wanted to say might be that its strength was not very impressive among the entire guild. Then, Rhodes lost again. Although Marcus couldn't bring down the Kenyan swift crab as cleanly as Natsu, he could still block the crab's advance. When the crab hit the sand defense wall with a thud, several ropes of sand entangled the crab's legs, restricting its movement. It seems that it can really only be used as a functional wild monster. Rhodes completely understood the position of the river crab. Marcus walked around the river crab and walked towards Rhodes. Do you want to continue fighting? Rhodes took a stance. Fight. You can't beat him in a fight. The experience of just 2 fights is nothing compared to someone fighting every 3 or 5 times. Even Marcus, who is not outstanding in strength, can easily deal with Rhodes. It's just that Marcus was more particular about pointing to the point, so he didn't leave any bruises or other scars on Rhodes. In Marcus' words, I don't want a friend I just met to not want to talk to me the next day. For someone like him who likes to talk to people, the audience is very important. Rod felt that since Marcus liked it, he should chat with him about $10 before going to work. Whether it was to get more information or to correct his common language, Rod also needed to communicate with others. How to quickly improve magic power? There is no such thing. Magic power can only be increased by hard practice. Oh, by the way, as age increases, magic power will naturally increase. Take me for example, I am 16 years old now, and I will definitely become very strong in 7 or 8 years. Hey, how old are you, Rod? Almost 19 years old. Rod was stunned. How should I calculate my age and birthday in the future? 18 years old, then you are the same age as Urza, Myra, Bisksa, Alzuk. Marcus thought about it, patted Rhod's shoulder as if to comfort him. Keep working hard. Not comforted at all. Speaking of which, Bisksa has not been learning magic for a long time, and now she can be independent, so you don't have to worry at all. Just work hard. As Marcus spoke, Rhod's eyes fell on the green-haired girl chatting with Urza. That was Bisksa. Although they had not formally greeted each other, Lacey had introduced him to her. Bisksa and Urza had a good relationship and could also use the magic of changing clothes, but she changed into various firearms. In addition, there was also enthusiastic popular science, gossip, from Myra. Bisksa learned the magic of changing clothes because she admired Urza, and she also liked Alzuk, who was good at gun and bullet magic. According to Myra's observation, Alzuk would occasionally stare at Biska's back in a daze, and she felt that these 2 people would be together sooner or later. Alzuk. Rod looked for a while, and sure enough, he found a handsome guy dressed like a cowboy not far from Bisksa. Rod found that his guild not only had many weirdos, but also many handsome men and beautiful women. Some book friends said that the names and people did not match and they could not remember who was who, so some illustrations were added in some of the previous chapters, and I will try to add pictures in the later chapters. Chapter 32 Ancient Stone Beetle. Many times, Rhodes was most afraid of suddenly meeting eyes with unfamiliar people. Because after meeting eyes, if he looked away directly, it seemed impolite, and if he kept staring, it seemed like a provocation. In this case, Rhodes would be at a loss. Especially when the other person put down his glass and walked towards him after staring at each other for a few seconds. Fortunately, the talkative Marcus was there. Arzuk, you are here, I just talked about you. Speaking of me. Yes, this is Rhodes, You know him, right? Arzak nodded, the one who destroyed an entire forest. Marcus clapped his hands, that's right. Rhodes slapped the table, you're wrong. The two looked at him puzzledly, as if they were asking why he reacted so strongly. Rhodes raised his hand, sorry, it was unintentional. The two were even more confused. Do you need to explain such a small thing as slapping the table? Rhodes didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath, formally got to know Arzak, and then clarified the rumors about himself. He was just a not-so-qualified wizard who had just learned magic for a few days. How could he have the ability to destroy a forest? The president told me that the forest became like that because of the rampage of the beasts. There were rumors about strange birds, giant frogs, evil wolves, and flying dragons. It sounded like... It really seemed like he did it. Rhodes fell into deep thought. Something was wrong. Rhodes thought about it carefully. When he heard about it, he didn't seem to know that he could summon wild monsters. After knowing that he could summon wild monsters, he didn't think about it carefully. Now these two things are connected. Could it be that after being attacked by that bear, the life and death crisis caused the magic to go out of control, and summoned all the big and small wild monsters? The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. If it was really him, then, how much money would he have to pay for destroying a large forest? The more Rhodes thought about it, the more guilty he felt. The other two had already diverted the topic elsewhere. Marcus complained that he was a little bored recently. Should he hold an event or something so that he, the royal host, could use his skills? How about a shooting competition? Arzak patted the pistol on his waist. Don't joke, who can beat you and Biska in a shooting competition? Arzak suddenly panicked, don't talk nonsense, what Biska? The young man was indeed in trouble. Rhodes listened to Arzak's irrelevant answer and felt a little bit of the joy of gossip. As the three chatted, Arzak became Rhodes' next opponent. In the next few days, Rhodes experienced one actual combat training after another, sometimes one a day, sometimes 2 or 3 a day. Some of the opponents were found by himself, and some were brought by Marcus. For fun, they took away the president's hosting and refereeing tasks. Kana, who returned from a mission, also took away the president's gambling affairs. The guild's backyard was unusually lively for a while, and Rhodes also repaired the wall with his opponents several times. However, as the battles became more frequent, the novelty gradually faded, and the number of onlookers gradually decreased. Mainly because there was no suspense about the ending. Luo's record is now 19 wins and 19 losses. Today is another day of a happy defeat. Rhodes sat on a round stool, leaned on the counter, and waited listlessly for the noon work time. Worm went to the tavern to eat and drink for a while, and then ran back to hug Rhodes' calf to try to comfort him. Myra brought a small plate of broad beans and put it on the counter, calling Worm to come up for snacks. Then, while combing the white hair on Worm's back, he said, "Didn't we almost beat Lidas today? Lidas is too nice, I can't do anything to me, and it's hard for me to punch him." Rhodes has always been grateful to Lidas. It was his painting magic that helped him quickly understand the current situation and eliminated a lot of uneasy feelings. But painting magic is too cheating, right? Being able to draw anything makes my summoning magic look stupid. Today, Lidas drew the Kenyan swift crab, and then used crabs to attack crabs. At the same time, he had the energy to draw Poro to play a head-on battle with Worm. Although the painted river crabs were not very strong and would fall apart after 1 or 2 hits, he could draw many of them one after another. The 2 genuine river crabs happily returned to the Kenyan River under the attack of a large number of pirated river crabs, leaving Rhodes staring blankly. He felt that he might suffer from firepower deficiency phobia. Myra smiled and said, "There are limits to what painting magic can create, and almost every action requires the caster to distract himself to control it. But the creatures summoned by summoning magic can act independently as long as they are given a certain target, right?" This is your advantage. To some extent, Lidas's weakness is the same as yours. Attacking the caster himself is the most effective method. And because he has to distract himself to control the portrait, even if he is good at fighting, he can't exert his full strength. So when you have a more powerful helper, or your fighting skills improve a little bit, you will soon surpass Lidas. Like many of his companions in the guild, Rhodes has only seen him fail these days. But Myra noticed Rhodes' progress. The most direct manifestation was that she hadn't applied medicine to Rhodes for several days. Even in the fierce close combat with Gray, he didn't suffer the severe bruises as when he faced Natsu. Although it is possible that Gray held back more than Natsu, Myra could see that Rod's parry and attack were much smoother than before, and his magic power should have increased a lot. And the tricks of using magic defense were also used more and more handy. Rod was comforted. He found that although Myra said that he couldn't fight, she knew much more than him. The way she talked was very much like saying that professional players were bad at playing games. Of course, Rod was a keyboard warrior and Myra was Wang Yuan. "Ah, I already have a clue about the next summoning target, just complaining." Playing games 10 times in a row requires some emotions, let alone fighting. Fortunately, the friendly matches these days were not in vain, and the sweat shed was not in vain. When Rod and Lidas were practicing summoning river crabs today, he felt that the black fog somewhere in the summoner's rift disappeared, revealing a valley. The ground of the valley was flat, the rock walls were smooth, and there were patches of moss in the corners, giving it a cold and damp feeling. In this small valley, 2 stones stood quietly, one large and one small. Rhodes, who was familiar with the game, naturally knew what it was. Ancient stone beetles, commonly known as stone monsters, looked like they were tough, and their attack power was actually quite good among all the ordinary monsters. Moreover, when the ancient stone beetles were broken, they would turn into smaller stone beetles, and when they were broken again, they would turn into even smaller mini stone beetles. However, in today's competition with Lidas, Rhodes did not dare to try to summon them. He only knew their information in the game, not the specific situation, so he had to ask the president to help check it first. It would be bad if they were disobedient and hurt their companions. In this guild where recklessness prevailed, Rhodes firmly warned himself not to cause big trouble for everyone. Chapter 33 3 Doors? Rod punched out, but the opponent quickly dodged and kicked from the upper part. Rod raised his arm to block the opponent, but the opponent's figure had disappeared. Heard a faint sound behind him, and he quickly turned sideways, but his shoulder was rubbed. His upper body swayed slightly and he immediately stood firm, turning back and swinging his fist. Bang! The punch hit the real target, and the opponent's left arm was horizontal and his right arm was vertical, crossing into a cross to block the blow. "This punch is so heavy, you are much stronger than they say." The opponent took a half step back, simply turned over twice to distance himself again, and rubbed his forearm. Sarasuke, nicknamed Jet, wore a purple shirt, a wide-brimmed hat about a foot high, loose breeches on his lower body, and a pair of long boots for running on his feet. He was a member of Libby's driveway engine team. The 3 of them had not gone out to work since they returned from the last mission, and they laughed and played with their companions in the guild every day. I don't know if it's because he's interested in the rumor that Rhodes is going to fight everyone in the guild, or because Levi has been accompanying Rhodes to learn foreign languages recently, which makes him a little unhappy. Anyway, Jet took the initiative to ask to be on the reservation list to fight with Rhodes, and Troy on the same team did the same. The 2 have been fighting for a few minutes. This is the first opponent that Rhodes has met so far who is equally matched in terms of punches and kicks. He doesn't know whether he has become stronger or his opponent has become weaker. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss today. "You are also very powerful, your movements are really too agile. It's just that the strength is a little lacking." This can't be said, Rhodes silently warned himself in his heart not to be too proud. "Jet. If you can't win, just give up and let me do it." Troy shouted to Jet, "Libby also thinks I can win." Jet turned his head and yelled, "Shut up, Troy. Libby obviously supports me more." Libby sighed and whispered, "I didn't say that. But Rod has improved so fast, and he can already be on par with Jet." After yelling at his best friend, Jet pressed down the brim of his hat, smiled at Rod, and then posed for a start. "Next, I'm going to show you my magic. I'm the fastest man in the guild, that's why I'm called Jet. God's feet." Jet flew out like a feather arrow. Just when Rod saw him start, a gust of wind sounded in his ears. That was the sound of the wind brought by Jet running past him. Jet didn't rush to attack, but ran around Rod. Gusts of wind and footsteps made it difficult for Rod to catch Jet's figure. Judging from his rough observation, the speed of the river crab's sprint should be about the same as Jet's. However, the river crab can sprint and stop suddenly, but it can't turn around and run in such a small circle as flexibly as Jet. In this scene, Rod couldn't help but think of the scene of Xiao Li running around Gaara in the next studio. He wanted to stretch his legs to trip him. However, before Rhodes could make any move, Jet had already flashed back to his original position. He stretched his legs left and right and moved his neck. "Warm-up is over. I remember you have a crab that runs very fast, right? Why don't you call it out?" "No, it's not the Kenyan swift crab that's going to appear today." Rhodes held the pendant, and the magic power in his body surged. "I am the one who communicates the road between the two worlds. You, the creature of the summoner Kenyan, respond to my call and go through the door." Ancient stone beetle. Beetle. Troy, who was about to continue to encourage Jet, shuddered. "You are not going to summon a large group of insects? That's too scary." If it was really a group of insects, he even wanted to hide behind Libby. The pendant in Rhodes' hand emitted a blue light, and the ground under his feet shook slightly, and then 2 stone beetles broke out of the ground and blocked him. The big one was more than 2 meters tall, with 4 thick legs like stone pillars, a giant claw-like mouthpart in front of it, and a crack like a stone crack on its back. The small one was almost the same as the big one, but only about 1.5 meters in height. When the 2 stone beetles were motionless, they looked like 2 stones, one big and one small. Once they moved, the cracks on their backs flashed blue light. "Caw caw caw." The mouth parts of the stone beetles opened and closed gently, waiting for the master to issue an order. Rhodes once again confirmed the magic power consumption in his body, the same as when he first summoned the president yesterday, probably the magic power to summon 3 Kenyan swift crabs. However, perhaps because he was more skilled than yesterday, he also slightly reduced the consumption, about the amount of a poro, which was better than nothing. "Is this a beetle?" Troy was no longer afraid of them, but immediately changed to another kind of fear. "Looks strong." Jet felt the pressure when facing these 2 big guys head-on. Mainly because this stone-like appearance looks very hard at first glance, Jet is not a wizard who excels in destructive power. "In that case, I can only bypass them and attack you directly." Jet jumped and rushed out in an instant. Rhodes was also very decisive. He bent down and turned around, hiding behind the back legs of the ancient stone beetle. Secret technique, King Chin's pillar circling. The pillar-like thick legs and hard abdomen of the ancient stone beetle gave Rhodes a good sense of security. It's just a little short, but it's an advantage at this moment. In this way, if Jet wants to get in and attack him, he has to bend down, and his speed will inevitably be affected. Sure enough, after Jet bypassed the stone beetle, he suddenly braked. "Hey, you're too bad." Rhodes disagreed. "Defensive summons, that's what they are used for. Urza didn't take off her armor when she hit me." Jet wants to ask, does it affect the outcome whether Urza wears armor or not? But after thinking about it, I couldn't help but let Rhodes defend himself. "Okay, then try this trick, Falcon Tian Xiang." Jet's figure drew a beautiful arc in the yard, raised his leg and kicked the ancient stone beetle's leg hard. Rhodes could feel the pillar he was leaning on shaking, and the ancient stone beetle's head raised slightly, as if it was in pain. "Stone beetle!" Rhodes shouted, and the smaller stone beetle next to him turned around and bumped towards Jet. "It's so hard, but it's effective." Jet dodges quickly, distances himself a bit and then sprints again, super high-speed impact. "Isn't this the Iron Mountain?" Rhodes secretly saw Jet's posture and quickly hid from the front. Bang! Jet's shoulder hit the ancient stone beetle's hind legs, causing the ancient stone beetle to stagger and almost fall. Before the stone beetle could attack, Jet immediately ran away. "It's so nerve-wracking. You can't even defeat it like this." Rhodes poked his head out through the cover of the ancient stone beetle. "If you stop, I will attack you." Jetter smiled confidently. "That kind of bulky guy can't keep up with my speed." To deal with high-speed people, of course you need to use some tactics. Rhodes held the pendant and read a brief chant, and the Kenyan swift crab appeared. You can actually summon two monsters at the same time. Lebby knew something about celestial spirit magic. Celestial spirit magicians who could open two doors at the same time were quite rare. Summoning magic like Rhodes's, which was similar to celestial spirit magic, should be equally difficult. What's more, if you include the Poro next to him, Rhodes is now maintaining three doors at the same time. Even if Poro is an ornamental creature, it can no longer be described as awesome. The big ones are called ancient stone beetles, and the small ones are called stone beetles. Stone beetles are killed and become smaller, called mini stone beetles. The mini stone beetle will be gone if it is killed again. It seems that the appearance and characteristics of the game have been revised recently, so I won't care about it, just follow what I wrote. Chapter 34 Winner. Use those stone monsters for defense, and then use this monster crab to chase me. Jet didn't notice so many details, but he was still confident. If you can do it, let's give it a try. It's not that simple. Rhodes patted the leg of the large stone beetle. Ancient stone beetle, crack. Click. Rhodes gave an order, and the gap on the ancient stone beetle's back shone with blue light and split into two halves. When it landed, it turned into two stone beetles. This is different from the game. Stone beetles can actively split. Three almost identical stone beetles lined up in a row in front of Rhodes, and the river crab was in front of them, eyeing Jet covetously. Will it split? If it's 5 against 1. Jet was stunned. From his angle, he could only see Rhodes' head. No matter how many there are, the speed will not get faster. I will never lose my speed. Don't worry, I can't last long in this state. Rhodes jumped on the back of a stone beetle and felt the speed of his magic power consumption. If I can't catch you within 5 minutes, I lose. Rhodes pointed forward. Kenyan swift crab, charge. The swift crab rushed forward straight away, dragging out the afterimages. Then, Rhodes took a deep breath. Stone beetle, escape. The three stone beetles raised their front legs, arched their heads downwards, and burrowed into the ground simultaneously with their giant pincer-like mouthparts. Even Rhodes was brought along. Don't try to catch up with me. Jet dodged the collision of the river crab with great enthusiasm, and when he turned around, Rhodes was nowhere to be seen. At this time, there was a slight vibration on the ground, and the soft soil was turned up from underneath. Jet put force on his feet and subconsciously jumped out. A stone beetle burst out of the ground and jumped into the air. But a second stone beetle emerged from under Jet in the air. Jet twisted his waist and turned over to kick his legs. Eagle pounce. Oops! Jet's expression changed, because at this moment the third stone beetle came out with Rhodes on its back, opening and closing its mouthparts, and firmly grasped Jet's waist in one hand. Rhodes waved his fist and stopped at the tip of Jet's nose. After a moment, he smiled and said, "How was it?" Jet struggled a few times. It was difficult to exert force when being clamped like this. He said with some annoyance, "I lost to you." The stone beetle let go of Jet, and his figure became illusory together with the river crab, and finally disappeared. Rhodes had jumped down and was extremely happy. However, in order to take care of Jet's mood, he had to work hard to control it and only showed an ordinary smile. "Thank you for coming to practice with me." Rhodes extended his hand. Companies are supposed to help each other. Jet also stretched out his hand, but did not hold it. Instead, he opened Rhodes' palm and made a fist with his right hand, facing Rhodes with the back of his hand. "The handshake is too serious for my liking." Rhodes followed his example and raised his hand to fist bump with Jetter, laughing together with him. He seemed to like this guild more and more. "Oh!" Marcus came out with a burst of dust, holding the microphone in his hand, and shouted excitedly. "The winner is Rhodes." After experiencing consecutive days of defeat, Rhodes won his first victory since joining the guild. Let's congratulate Rod. Use summoning magic to summon powerful monsters. Lo! Virtue! There was a burst of cheers from the crowd of spectators, many of whom had seen this from the battle between Rhodes and Urza. They admire Rhodes's energy in defeating and fighting again and again, but they still hope he can win once. Although the time span before and after did not exceed half a month, it gave them a sense of joy that the children they had watched grow up finally had a successful career. Myra also joined in the cheers, but she just raised her fists and shouted, then stood there and smiled quietly. A red dress stands out among the crowd. "Good job, Rod!" Kana shouted loudly. She held a wine bottle in her right hand and waved banknotes in her left hand and shouted to Rod. "I'll treat you to a drink later. There's no need to look for anyone tomorrow, I'll accompany you." Today, except for Myra who encouraged Rod to win, all the people participating in the gambling game were Jet, who bought it. So Kana made a lot of money, and she didn't have to worry about drinking money for a while. However, Rod felt embarrassed. Although he knew that she was talking about practicing fighting with him, Kana's outfit, the drunken look on her face, and the money in her hand combined with those words made it easy for people to think wildly. However, the cheers were followed by condemnations. A group of people who had lost the bet, including two uncle-level figures, Macau and Wakaba, began to vent their complaints about whether Jet had deliberately let the situation slip and caused them to lose money. Jet decisively quarreled with them, and as expected, the quarrel quickly turned into a melee. Rhodes turned his head to avoid an unknown shoe, caught an innocent poro that was thrown as a weapon, and decisively stayed away from them. "We don't have much magic left. We'll suffer a lot from the fight. Let's retreat." "Ugh!" Worm's eyes turned into mosquito coils, and he responded in a daze. The president watched everyone fight with a smile. He was very happy with Rhodes' progress, and he was also very pleased that the children had such a good relationship. Besides, it's rare to do it in the yard instead of inside the house, so you don't have to worry about breaking things. Bang! Macau smashed the window and flew into the guild hall. The president kept smiling, and a vein popped out on his head. "Bastard Wakaba!" Macao crashed out of the window again with purple flames. Rod didn't understand why he and Wakaba were fighting. They were in the same group just now. But he hid further away with Worm in his arms, and even wanted to summon the stone beetle again to block it. Because the battle had begun to escalate, Wakaba sprayed a fist made of smoke, Kana took out a few cards, and Elfman's arm turned into a beast's claw. "Macau, don't try to run." Several figures rushed out of the hall and enlarged the hole in the window. They had just been knocked over by Macau. The president's smile gradually disappeared, and the blue veins on his forehead turned into a tic-tac-toe. "I smell a fight." Natsu, who had just returned from a mission, rushed to the backyard without even putting down his luggage. Thanks to him, the unfortunate window had been connected to the window next to it. "I'll come too." Fire dragons! The president finally couldn't stand it anymore. His body swelled up quickly, and a huge shadow covered the entire battlefield. "Go through the door. Don't destroy the guild." Natsu's iron fist was stomped down by the president before he could even shout it out. and the few people who were fighting were slapped into the ground by the president. Ah, it's like this again. Myra smiled softly behind the president, as if her own brother was not among those who were slapped into the ground. Rod hugged Worm and trembled. Speaking of destroying the guild, he also demolished the courtyard wall when he summoned the river crab. Thank you, President, for not slapping me with the Buddha's palm. I am so grateful. Chapter 35, Fighting in Progress. Myra smiled and reminded, Mr. Rhodes, who wants to prostrate himself, it's time to go to work. Rhodes nodded, okay, I know, the word prostrate himself is wrong. Myra said, it seems that not only magic, but also common language has improved. Because you and Lakai often correct me, Levi and Marcus helped a lot. Rhodes paused, because the 4 people he mentioned, except Myra, are now lying in the yard. Are they okay? It's okay, they will recover soon. Myra walked towards the hall, let's go clean up inside first. Rhodes followed, looking back every few steps. As Myra said, the companions who were beaten in the yard by the president quickly got up and patted the dust on their bodies. When Lucky was about to use magic to repair the wall, the president stopped him. Ask Makeo and Natsu to repair the wall and windows, no magic. Lucky provided a pile of wood, gave Natsu and the others a helpless look, and then only repaired the broken tables and chairs in the guild. The president was angry for a moment, and he turned a blind eye to the fight between Makeo and Wakaba, who were repairing the wall a few minutes later. Everyone had their own things to do, only Natsu shouted that he wanted to fight with Rode again after hearing about the battle just now. Rode happily agreed, wanting to see how he could fight with Natsu now. After a busy period at noon, it was lunchtime that Rode looked forward to most every day. Today's dishes seemed to be particularly rich. In addition to the 2 plates of vegetarian dishes served by Rode, Myra and Lucky each brought 2 plates of large dishes. Raw marinated prawns, each with its head facing inward and its body facing outward, were neatly spread around the edge of the plate, attracting attention. Raw pickled crab roe. The pickled crab roe is different from the directly steamed one, it is red and looks like it has solidified. The crab roe and crab meat lie quietly in the opened crab shell, making people salivate. Seafood omelette. A whole omelette covers the large round plate, a circle of razor clam meat is neatly arranged on the edge, other shellfish meat is piled in the middle, and green chives can be seen underneath. Various ingredients are perfectly blended together by the omelette, like a blooming sunflower. Finally, there is crab roe and shrimp casserole porridge. As soon as the lid is opened, the fresh fragrance is already in the air, making people salivate. Worm lies on the edge of the table with eager eyes. It is a polite poro, and it will not move unless others give it. At best, it sticks out its tongue and drools pitifully. Rode was about to lose control of his gluttony. Is today's theme seafood? Why is it so rich? Loki said, because Sister Myra said she wanted to celebrate for you, she specially asked Mr. Cook to make his specialty. Mr. Cook is the chef of the guild kitchen. It is said that he has been working here for more than 20 years. Every kind of food Rode has eaten here is basically his craftsmanship. This is too disrespectful. Rode's eyes were controlled by the delicious food on the table, and he couldn't move his eyes away. Is it excuse me? Myra went to bring 3 more glasses of azure wine, put them down and sat down. 3 glasses of blue starry sky, Kana treats you. Rode and Lakai looked at the table next to them. Kana was sitting on the table, holding a wine barrel and leaning sideways to signal them to raise the barrel. The 3 of them raised their glasses to signal Kana, then clinked their glasses and took a sip each. Sweet. Rode tasted it carefully. Compared with food, he didn't know much about wine. The taste felt a bit like Rio, but it was smoother and had a little more wine flavor. Myra said, this is wine from the neighboring country Bosco. It is a bit expensive due to transportation and tariff issues, but it tastes very good. The disadvantage is that the alcohol content is too low, which is not suitable for Kana's taste. I hope you like it. It tastes very good, thank you. Rod put down the wine glass and began to taste today's delicacies. First, the raw marinated prawns. The shrimp meat is very glutinous, so that it even feels a little sticky, and the taste is very different from steamed shrimps. The sweetness of it becomes more obvious with the marinade, and the overall taste is fresh and not fishy, and it is delicious. The other dishes also have their own characteristics. With every bite, you can even feel the enthusiasm of the chef for his work. Rod tasted each dish carefully and praised it. I think Mr. Cook will like you very much. Myra smiled. There are many people in the guild who like to eat, but Rod is the only one who can talk and taste so well. Haha. Rod said embarrassedly, actually. I think Mr. Cook is too serious. I don't dare to talk when I look at his face. That's because Mr. Cook takes everything related to cooking very seriously. And Myra thought of the past and said with a little nostalgia. When Happy was still young, he once dragged Natsu to the kitchen to find fish to eat, but accidentally knocked over the seasoning jar and ruined a lot of ingredients. As a result, Mr. Cook chased them for 3 blocks with a knife and beat Natsu up. Since then, Natsu and Happy never dared to enter the kitchen again, and Mr. Cook also developed the habit of staring at everyone who entered the kitchen seriously. So that's it. Rod nodded heavily, worthy of being the chef of fairy tale. In the future, I must be extra careful when going to the kitchen, and communicate through the serving port unless necessary. Lockie looked at Myra and felt a little happy. Sister Myra actually took the initiative to bring up what happened at that time. She must have gotten over it a little bit, right? It wasn't just Natsu who accompanied Happy to find fish and was chased for several streets. Rod had another fight with Natsu in the afternoon. Originally, he should have found Kana, but she drank too much and couldn't even stand steadily. She was holding a barrel and talking in her sleep. Natsu's destructive power is much stronger than Jet. One move of Fire Dragon's Iron Fist can break a leg of a stone beetle. One move of Fire Dragon's Roar can blow the ancient stone beetle back and even split it twice. That is, after drilling into the ground, breaking through the ground and attacking separately can cause some trouble to Natsu. But unlike Jet, who was clamped and difficult to exert force, Natsu would be on fire all over his body and use the powerful heat to send the stone beetle away directly. Such an obvious contrast made it difficult for Rod to determine the stone beetle's defense for a while. Is it strong or not? Natsu's breath should be a powerful magic, right? In this battle, Rod achieved unprecedented results. Relying on the advantage of numbers, he made Natsu lose his balance and almost fell. Unfortunately, before he could chase him, he reacted, supported himself, turned over, and successfully resolved the crisis by catching the Fire Dragon's claw. In close combat, Rod was no longer powerless to fight back. He fought with Natsu for several rounds before he turned into a tough guy fight with punches. This exciting fight with fists and flesh moved Elfman to tears and almost went down to join the battle. Chapter 36. Is Kana so strong? Ha! Drink! Ha! Rhodes punched the sandbag in front of him, his bare upper body reflecting light because it was covered with sweat. This is a new evening training program. He spent a lot of money to buy the sandbag a few days ago. He always felt that it would help him become more self-disciplined. Because the money has been spent, if it is not used properly, it will feel very bad and distressed. After playing for half an hour, Rhodes stopped panting, wiped the sweat from his face, gently kneaded and patted his sore arms. After his breathing and heartbeat had almost calmed down, Rhodes went to take a shower. Before coming out of the bathroom, he bent his arms in front of the mirror. You seem to have gotten a little stronger, right? He bent down and patted his calf. Compared with the chubby appearance that he patted and shook 3 times before, it was really much stronger now. Snoring. Worm gave him a positive answer. That's good, let's start studying. Rhodes returned to the bedroom and sat at the table, opened a magazine and notebook and started writing and drawing. He had already read through more than 60 magazines using Feng Yang's glasses, and they were now divided into 2 piles. There are more than 20 books in a stack. There are photos of Myra in them, no, and they contain relatively important information. Another pile of more than 30 books contains only ordinary information. What Rhodes is doing now is to sort out useful information, such as major guilds, famous magicians, famous cities, etc. He will also record the special magic that causes trouble mentioned in the news. He must understand the world as much as possible and adapt to it so as not to get into trouble in the future due to common sense mistakes. In addition, there are many kill at first sight magic in this world. People who don't understand it can easily fall into it, but once they understand it, they can easily break it. For example, the use of charm magic was banned by the council a few years ago. To be honest, after knowing the effects of charm magic, I kind of wanted to learn it. Pora of the Red Sky was expelled from the regular guild giant's nose for stealing. She has been wandering around the border area between the kingdom of Fiori and the kingdom of Bosco, occasionally committing crimes. Rhodes wrote down the information about this dangerous person, closed the notebook, and started today's meditation practice. The president said that if you want to become stronger, you can only rely on down-to-earth efforts. No matter how powerful the magic is, it needs the corresponding magic power to support it. Myra rarely warned him in a very serious manner that he should never be too ambitious, otherwise he would not only hurt himself, but might also affect his companions. Rhodes is a person who listens to advice, especially in areas he doesn't know enough about. Therefore, he just steadily accumulated magic power to exercise his body every day, and was cautious even when using his mental power to explore the Summoner's Canyon that was covered by black mist. It would be fine if the beasts went on a rampage in the forest, but if it happened in the city, Rhodes would feel like he was in jail. On July 22nd, the weather was sunny. Today's opponent is Kana, and Rhodes thinks he can do it. As usual, Kana had been drinking heavily with a large bucket of wine in the morning. Macau, who was sitting next to her, was one of her drinking buddies. Kana, are you getting better and better at drinking? Gulu gulu, ha. Kana wiped the corner of her mouth and glanced at Macau. I want you to care, but you are also drinking. Macau spread his hands. It's not that I want to worry about it, I just think it's better for girls to drink less. Hey, I won money yesterday, so of course I have to drink to my heart's content today. Kana complained and picked up the barrel again, but she drank a little slower. Today's young people. Macao sounded like an old man. After taking a few sips as Macau sighed, Kana put down the barrel with a bang. Rhodes, are you okay? Right now. As an excellent laborer, Rhodes had to finish his work first. Don't get drunk again. It's still early. Because she is often drunk, Kana is very aware of her drinking capacity, and a bucket in the morning can only be regarded as an appetizer. Myra made a rough calculation, and Kana alone accounted for more than 20% of the entire guild's alcohol consumption. In other words, a considerable part of Rhodes' current salary can be regarded as Kana's contribution. After Rhodes finished the cleaning work at hand, the two went to the backyard to prepare for the duel. Of course there were people watching, but not as many as usual. Rhodes summoned the river crab as usual and prepared to test it. Just in case, check again. Kana took out 3 playing card-sized cards from the satchel on her waist. Will this guy die? Rhodes said, don't worry, it will be sent back if it is injured to a certain extent, and it will recover tomorrow. And compared to Poro, river crabs and stone beetles seem to be less spiritual. Then I'm welcome. Kana showed a confident expression, and the card in her hand flashed with golden light. Is this still the drunkard? Rhodes found that Kana's whole aura changed a bit when she became serious. He even had the illusion that he was facing Urza. The river crab charges forward, and Kana shoots out the 3 cards in her hand, hitting the river crab accurately on the head. The 3 cards exploded, and in the flash of golden light, the river crab had been sent back. This power. Somewhat unexpectedly, Rhodes summoned the ancient stone beetle. Kana threw 2 cards, one turned into flames and the other turned into violent wind. The ancient stone beetle was hit by these 2 magics and instantly split into 2 stone beetles. This is not over yet. Kana fired 3 more cards, and 3 golden lightnings struck the tops of the 3 stone beetles. Light, fire, wind, thunder. Rhodes' eyes were full of cool special effects. He now understood the meaning of an all-round wizard. When the 3 stone beetles were hit and split into 6 mini stone beetles, Kana casually fired 6 more cards. 6 explosions sounded, and the stone beetles were also sent back. Kana flexed her wrists and smiled. Okay, the next close combat is the focus, right? Rhodes nodded. Although he could still summon another river crab, or summon a stone beetle alone, it was unnecessary. This should be considered a tactical mistake. When encountering enemies in the future, summoning stone beetles must let them burrow into the ground. A few minutes later, Rhodes lay on the ground and doubted his life. This speed, this power. Is Kana so strong? Of course, Kana is very strong. Facing Rhodes' question, Myra answered. She has been listed as an S-class wizard candidate for 3 consecutive years, but unfortunately she has been a little bit unlucky every time she takes the exam. For example, she met Urza and Mr. Gang in the exam, and so on. S-class candidate. Rhodes thought about Urza's suppression and Mr. Gong's powerful sleep magic. I felt much better in my heart. It's not shameful for a newbie to lose to Kana. Kana must be very sad, right? Rhodes glanced at Kana, who changed to a small cup of wine. People who look so bold on the surface must have their own troubles in their hearts. Mr. Gong Miss Stung. Urza Elsa. Marajana Maraja. Lucky Lucky, Lucky. When translating the names of Japanese comic characters, there are always various versions. Understand? Chapter 37. Why are you protecting me? Kana's fighting skills are different from those of Natsu and others, focusing more on grappling and wrestling skills. I don't know if her exaggerated strength was gained by practicing lifting wine barrels every day. In addition, during the battle, Rhodes noticed that Kana raised her hand twice to insert her eyes, and once raised her leg to kick her crotch. Fortunately, she stopped in time. However, Rhodes was still scared and broke into a cold sweat. He would have to think carefully about how to deal with this kind of move in the future. Boys must protect themselves when going out. Rhodes took advantage of his free time to review the battle and silently increased Kana's danger level. Kana shook the empty wine barrel she had finished drinking. Rod, a glass of beer. Okay. Rhodes went to the corner and picked up a wine barrel, then paused. Kana? Did you just say a cup or a barrel? 1 cup, just 1 cup. Why are you so long-winded? Kana glanced at Macau, who was arguing with Wakaba about their parenting experience. Rhodes poured Kana a glass of wine with confusion, and then saw that Kana's drinking speed had slowed down. It was as if I couldn't bear it anymore, so I took a sip to relieve my addiction. Why are you looking at me like that? Still want to fight? You can continue to fight. Rhodes didn't mind getting more experience. I just think there's something wrong with you. I think so too. Myra smelled the gossip and suddenly came out. Could it be that Kana has a boyfriend? How is that possible? Kana denied it. She raised her glass and said, "Wine is my boyfriend." That means you have someone you like, but you don't have the courage to confess. The boys who have been in contact with Kana more recently, let me guess. Myra was particularly enthusiastic about this kind of thing, and she immediately targeted the person next to her. It's Rhodes. Kana, you must have been touched by Rhodes' indomitable spirit, and then you were fascinated by Rhodes' manliness in today's battle. Kana breathed a sigh of relief, and was relieved to see that Myra was still acting like a fool as usual. Last month Myra also said that Wakaba has a crush on Lucky. That's nonsense, that guy obviously likes every beautiful and gentle girl equally. Mature guild members all know that any gossip coming from Myra's mouth should be ignored first and then questioned. Rhodes was not mature enough and immediately denied what she said. Although I am very happy to be praised so much by you, Myra, my manhood today has been thrown to the ground by Kana's shoulder. He looked at Kana's crossed legs as she sat sideways in front of the bar, and was almost completely kicked away by Kana's high-heeled sandals. If it wasn't Rhodes, who else could it be? Myra thought, did Loki take action against you? Does he have the guts? Kana sneered, besides, that's not the kind I like, why would I talk about such a boring topic? Kana picked up her wine glass and strode away, pausing midway, then her steps became smaller again, and finally sat down at the table with two drinking buddies, Macau Wakaba. Myra pinched her chin and guessed, could it be Macau? The more you guess, the more outrageous it becomes, Miss Mila. Rhodes admired her imagination. Macau is almost 20 years older than him, right? That's possible. Myra smiled and finally ended the topic. By the way, would you like to go shopping with me this afternoon? Okay. Rhodes didn't hesitate, but asked doubtfully, isn't Mr. Cook responsible for the purchasing? He seems to like to select the ingredients himself. Because Mr. Cook and his grandson have an appointment to go boating and fishing this afternoon, so you can only ask me. Myra said, he has already made a list, we just need to choose carefully. Mr. Cook, who is extremely serious about cooking, can relax his principles in selecting ingredients for the sake of his grandson. It should be said that he is a very good grandfather. No problem, leave the bag carrying to me. Rhodes is very clear about his positioning, and such a difficult matter as selecting ingredients is definitely not his responsibility. Miss Myra, do you want to go out? Well, I have some things to buy. Miss Myra, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Miss Myra, will you be included in the next issue of Magic Weekly? Sorry, I haven't taken any magazine jobs recently. After leaving the guild and walking through the residential area, Rhodes immediately understood how popular Myra was. Almost everyone who recognized her greeted her with a smile, some would simply say hello, and some would take the opportunity to ask a question or two. You are so popular. Everyone is so enthusiastic. Myra sighed with a chuckle, occasionally, I feel troubled. Yes, Miss Myra Jane Strauss, the big star, would you consider putting on sunglasses and a mask next time you go out, to stand out from the crowd? As he became more and more familiar with her, Rhodes became more and more casual in talking to her. Good idea. Myra clapped her hands gently, but if I want to stand out from the crowd, I can try to look like you, only with a different head. Spare me, I don't want to board Sosura under the name of Fairy Tales cross-dressing mage. Rhodes admitted defeat and found that Myra no longer directly corrected his wording mistakes. Myra smiled, stepped onto the stone arch bridge side by side with Rhodes, and walked to the other side of the river. She pointed forward. The next intersection is Shopping Street. Have Rhodes been here before? Rod shook his head, not yet. My current activities are basically on the other side of the river. I buy things in the shops near the guild. Hey? You have been here for almost a month. Haven't you looked around the city? Myra asked, what do you do after get off work? Physical training, magic practice, meditation, reading, magazines. Rod thought about it and found that what he did these days was for survival and better survival. The only thing that can be called leisure is playing music on the phonograph while washing clothes. Even reading magazines is to understand the world and collect information. Myra asked, don't you feel it's hard? It's okay. Learning magic itself is a very interesting thing. Rod said. And only by practicing hard can I feel more at ease, and have the ability to pay off that huge debt. Ah, the debt problem is indeed a headache. Myra said, but don't be too stressed. The president rarely lacks money. The more this happens, the more I want to pay it back quickly. The president takes care of me too much. Rod was helpless. Many times, the pressure comes from his conscience. This seems to be considered internal friction. Myra smiled but said nothing. The president treated Rod like his own children, like other members. But Rod didn't seem to realize it yet, or he hadn't adapted to it yet. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. The two talked as they entered the shopping street, but after a few steps, someone rushed towards them. Get out of the way. Don't meddle in other people's business. The man held a women's handbag in one hand and a short knife in the other hand to threaten others to make way. Someone behind him was shouting, "Catch him and bag snatcher." Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Myra's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, raised one arm, and protected Rod behind her. Rod? Sister, you said you are not good at fighting, why are you protecting me? Chapter 38. She. Rod naturally refused to let Myra face danger. He pressed Myra's arm and led her to the side of the road. Myra seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then she retreated to the side of the road obediently. Rod stood alone in the middle of the road, raised his leg and kicked the bag snatcher's wrist, and the short knife flew out of his hand into the air. Damn! Before the bag snatcher finished speaking, Rod had already grabbed the other's wrist, then turned his body to the side and pushed his shoulder hard, Kana's personal shoulder throw. With a muffled bang, the bag snatcher's body hit the road heavily, and the bag in his hand was thrown out. Rod didn't even raise his head, and gently stretched his right hand to the side, just grabbing the handle of the falling short knife. Showing off successfully. Rod was quite satisfied with his performance, but there was a small problem in the following steps. Originally, he planned to catch the short knife, squat down and stick it next to the bag snatcher's ear to scare him, but he overlooked some small problems. First of all, the ground of the commercial street is paved with bluestone, not the land in the guild. Secondly, this bag snatcher is an ordinary person, and his body is not as strong as that of a wizard. Rod's move was based on the strength of fighting with his companions. This time, he threw the man down and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and fainted. There was no need to scare him anymore. Did I hit him too hard? I didn't mean it. Rod squatted down and checked guiltily. He was still breathing, but his arm might be broken. It doesn't matter. The crime of robbery with a knife is very serious. We will hand it over to the sheriff later. Myra picked up the bag on the ground and said, "Let's wait for the owner." Some pedestrians nearby have already gone to find the sheriff, and the person who shouted from behind also ran over. Isn't that Miss Myra? She is a wizard of fairy tale. Soon someone recognized Myra and saw the guild emblem that Rod's short sleeves could not completely cover. Some people went to check the injuries of the bag snatcher. After speaking out, not only did no one sympathize with him, but some people looked regretful. After being beaten by the wizard of fairy tale, he only fainted and broke his arm. This guy is so lucky. Listening to their praise and weird discussions, Rod looked at Myra with some doubt. Did I bring shame to fairy tale? That's not the case. Myra smiled. You looked very handsome just now. And the reputation of the guild is still the same as before. They are all good people, but sometimes they don't know how to do things. The owner is a plump ant with a slightly old-fashioned perm and blush. Myra handed over the bag. Please check if anything is missing. Thank you for your help. There is something important in the bag. Hey. The ant was slightly stunned after seeing Myra's face, and then saw Rod's emblem. You are the one. What a coincidence, my husband is also a member of your guild, his name is Wakaba. The ant gestured in front of her forehead with her hand, the one with hair like this, the old smoker. So you are Mr. Wakaba's wife. My name is Myra Jane, this is Rod's. Myra talked to the ant very naturally. I often hear him talk about you and your daughter. If you are not there, his life will be a mess. Really? Did he say that? The ant was happy and a little embarrassed, he still knows this. Yes, yes, Mr. Wakaba did mention you a lot. Rhodes laughed dryly on the side. He did mention you a lot, but most of the time he was complaining. He found that Myra was quite good at talking. The first half of the sentence, I often heard him mention, was true, and the second half, if not, was her speculation. However, when they were put together, it caused a subtle misunderstanding. Moreover, even if the aunt asked about this kind of thing at home, Wakaba would not be stupid enough to clarify it. Then the aunt asked some questions such as whether Wakaba stared at the waitresses with lustful eyes in the guild every day, or flicked cigarette ashes randomly. Myra answered them one by one with a smile, and it was as if she had not answered them after answering. Even if she was scheming, she would not talk nonsense about things that might affect the harmony of other people's families. Rhodes silently learned the art of speaking for a while, and the sheriff in a brown uniform hurried over with a team. Wakaba's wife explained the situation to them and confirmed that Rhodes was a brave man. The sheriff checked the injuries of the bag snatcher and asked someone to carry him away to confirm that he was not dead, and also took away the short knife as evidence. As Myra said, armed robbery is a serious crime in this country. Not only was Rhodes not held accountable, but he was also thanked. Magnolia reputation +10. The matter was quickly handled, and the aunt also said goodbye to Myra, the old sister who was very easy to talk to. By the way, this is for you, just as a little thank you. The aunt stuffed 2 bills into Rhodes' hands. She looked at Myra, then at Rhodes, blinked, and whispered, "Young man, keep working hard." "Ah? I." Rhodes took a look at the Bill Honey Dessert House new store invitation ticket, and before he could refuse, the aunt had already walked away. What did she say? Well, invitation ticket for us. Rhodes thought for a while and handed both to her. Do you like desserts? It will open next month. Myra took one and shook it. Let's go and try it together then. Well, okay. Next month is just over a week later. Desserts, Rhodes is looking forward to it. Then, it's time to get down to business. Myra put away the invitation ticket, took out the shopping list, and opened it to reveal a long piece of paper. Rhodes leaned over to take a look, held his pendant, and decided to let the crab carry it back later. The prosperity of the shopping street was a little different from what Rhodes had imagined. Compared with the high-rise buildings and busy traffic before the crossing, this place should be considered a form between the city commercial street and the rural market. There were not too few pedestrians coming and going, and the sound of hawking was also one after another. There were both large-scale stores and simple stalls along the street. Considering that this is a city or town with a permanent population of only 60,000, such a shopping street should be considered very good. Myra picked and chose high-quality fruits, vegetables, and meat, and bargained with the bosses of different personalities in a pleasant voice. Rhodes followed closely, taking a food bag from time to time, watching Myra choose ingredients for a while, and looking at the surrounding environment for a while. Some rotten leaves were randomly discarded near the vegetable stalls, and the front of the seafood store was wet with small puddles of water. The fishy wind blew over, dirty puppies ran over, and people were busy shopping. This scene was very much like life. Rod? Let's go, I'm going to order some wine next. The pleasant voice came, and Rod woke up as if from a dream. In front of him was the familiar smiling face, and his heartbeat was quietly accelerating. In the past, he always felt that this smile was far away from him, but now it suddenly felt very close. What, are you tired? No, let's go. The word "we" is really good. He suddenly had a little unrealistic idea. Chapter 39 Salary Payment. After entering August, the weather seems to be a bit hotter. Magnolia has done a good job of greening, with trees everywhere, which also leads to the constant sound of cicadas. When you are calm, you may feel good to listen to it, thinking that this is what summer should be like. But when you are not in such a good mood, you will just feel annoying. The ceiling fan in the guild is turning slowly, bringing a breeze that is better than nothing to the noisy tavern. In this hot weather, Rhodes feels that even the noisy voices are hot. In fact, there are many people in the tavern who are as hot and lazy as Rhodes. The serious ones are weak in speaking, and only gulping down a few sips of ice beer can relieve a little. At this time, Gray became one of the most popular people. Although he himself was sweating profusely, he still couldn't resist everyone's pleading and became a ruthless ice-making machine. But this is also good for him, that is, those who have benefited from him are embarrassed to remind him to put on clothes. Of course, these people do not include Natsu. This guy was not affected at all. Even in such a hot weather, he still had the energy to run around, and even did some strange dances occasionally. Myra took an empty cup, put a few ice cubes in it, poured a drink and pushed it to Rod. "You don't look very energetic." "Thank you." Rod said with a bitter face, "I didn't sleep well last night. It was too hot, and the mosquitoes were very fierce." The mosquito repellent left by Goodman when he moved had just run out, and Rod reminded himself to buy a new bottle after get off work. Myra showed a sympathetic look. "That's hard enough. Why haven't I seen Worm these 2 days?" "Because the weather is too hot and he doesn't want to come out. He's a disloyal guy who hides in the howling abyss to escape the heat." Rod picked up the cup and put it on his forehead. The cool touch made him feel a little more comfortable. "I suspect that things may not go well recently, and even the increase in magic power is not as obvious as before." "Of course, because your magic power level is already very good, the same increase is certainly not as obvious as it was at the beginning." "Can I be considered good? At least Jet and Marcus are no match for you." Myra covered her mouth lightly, feeling that it seemed a bit rude to Jet and the others to say this. When Rod just got the stone beetle, it was already a headache for Jet, not to mention that his magic power has increased a lot now, and he also has the 3 wolves. The 3 wolves are the common name for this wild monster combination, including 2 shadow wolves and a large shadow wolf. The size of the shadow wolf is similar to that of a tiger, much larger than an ordinary wolf, and more powerful than an ordinary wolf, a bit like a saber-toothed tiger. The large shadow wolf is even larger and has 2 heads. When the 3 giant wolves leaned over and bared their teeth, they looked ferocious, and it was obvious that they were not easy to mess with. After many tests and sparring with his companions, Rhodes determined that they were more agile and better at attacking than stone beetles. In addition to the basic attack of biting, the shadow wolves have a keen sense of smell for tracking, and are good at sneaking in the shadows. The wolf is as its name suggests. Although it seems very weak in the game, its strength here is not bad. At least Kana can't hit them with cards as easily as she can against stone beetles. As for the magic power consumed by summoning them, it is basically about 3 river crabs, similar to stone beetles. Now Rhodes can command stone beetles and shadow wolves to fight at the same time. As long as the fight starts, the single fight will immediately turn into a group fight, which is a huge advantage. The problem that follows is that Rhodes himself is more likely to be targeted as a breakthrough point. There are 2 most effective solutions at present. One is to ride on a river crab and run far away. The other is to follow the stone beetle to burrow into the ground and run as far as possible within the limited breath-holding time. The tactics are cowardly, but they are useful. However, these can only treat the symptoms. If you want to treat the root cause, you still need to be strong. Continuously exercising the body and practicing fighting skills is one way, but it still requires long-term persistence. Another way is to learn 1 or 2 ability-based magic, but this method. Rhodes asked, everyone seems to specialize in only one kind of magic. Why not learn a few more to deal with different situations? Because there is not enough time and energy. Myra said, whether it is learning magic or improving magic power, it takes a lot of time and energy. If you learn multiple magics at the same time, you may achieve nothing for a long time. It is better to concentrate on studying a certain kind of magic. Imagine if you add 1 more kind of magic practice to your current schedule, is there any way to squeeze out time? Rhodes thought about it. Meditation and physical fitness are the basics of becoming stronger, and they must not be put down. The proficiency of summoning magic is an important factor in reducing the chanting words, and the time for this practice cannot be less. The other thing is working time. You can't just sit there and wait for the guild to support you. Even Nabu, who never takes on any quests, occasionally does odd jobs to earn some food money. In addition to these, there is time for studying. When I have completed my common sense, I should be able to use it to learn other magic. Now, squeeze out some time to sleep. No. Myra immediately rejected it, and she raised her index finger to show the importance of what she was going to say next. Sleep is an important way to restore mental strength. You mentioned your schedule before, right? That is already an exaggeration. If you reduce your sleep time to practice magic, you will run the risk of suffering from magic power deficiency. Rhodes has read about magic deficiency syndrome in books, and it is usually easily induced when magic power is overdrawn. Once the disease occurs, it can range from coma to sudden death, which is a very dangerous disease for magicians. Practicing magic because you are afraid of death, and practicing magic to death. That's too stupid. Rhodes responded seriously, I know. Just because you don't have time to practice now doesn't mean you'll have to prioritize things later. As long as the goals of this stage are completed, supplementing knowledge and shortening chance, there will naturally be time to practice other things in the future. He had only been studying for less than a month, so he couldn't rush it. Don't look so sad. Let me tell you some good news. Myra seemed to be relieved and put a wad of banknotes on the counter. Dang dang dang, salary has been paid. So early. Rhodes was surprised and picked up the banknotes and clicked them. No more, no less than 120,000 J. He asked. No, I don't think I've been working for a full month. Myra thought for a while. I worked overtime on the purchasing day. Then thank you. I want to thank the guild for taking care of me, and also thank Myra for thinking of a reason. Rhodes realized that this was not the hotel where he worked as a summer job, but the guild. Fairy tale. Myra waved to Lucky, who was chatting with her companions not far away. Reiki, come here and get your share. Here we come. Lucky took over her salary. She was a full-time employee and her banknotes were thicker than Rhodes's. I finally received a measure of the value of my time and labor. Lucky's strange expression of the value of time and labor. Rhodes eliminated this phrase from his vocabulary. Correcting the common language was already very hard and he didn't want to learn it. Lucky rubbed the banknote with her face affectionately. I can buy a few more little cuties. Little cutie. Okay. Chapter 40 It and number 039, S over. It and number 039, S over. Chapter 40 It's over. The salary I just received hasn't even warmed up yet, but I have to take out 2/3 of it to pay the rent. The disposable balance is only 40,000 J. The president borrowed 150,000 J from Rhodes last month. The reward for asking Hibiki to teach him the common language is 80,000 J. And there are also medical expenses for Ms. Polyasika to help him heal his injuries. The president didn't mention that Rhodes should pay for these two items, but Rhodes couldn't pretend not to know. Pay back 20,000 this month and keep 20,000 for living expenses. It will probably take more than a year to pay it back. But the season will change in 2 months, and there will be a lot of things to buy. It's better to save a little more and pay it back together. Rhodes counted his debts and the speed at which he made money, and the pressure immediately surged up again. According to the combat power of the stone beetle and 3 wolves, once we have the toad and 6 birds, it will be enough to deal with low-difficulty crusade missions. Considering the possibility of unexpected situations, it is better to be safe and wait for a red and blue buff to come out before doing the mission. It is better to team up with others. Inspired by the salary, Rhodes made a short-term plan for himself. In fact, after the president's certification, Rhodes can now take many missions, but he feels it is not safe and wants to practice for another month or two. In the tavern, Matteo drank a few more glasses of cold beer to cool off, and his voice became a little louder. Wakaba, you didn't get divorced secretly. How is that possible? Wakaba wondered, why do you say that? Because I haven't heard you complain about your wife for several days. Matteo felt that he had a good reason. Speaking of this, Wakaba was even more puzzled. I don't know why my wife has been so nice to me recently, as if we've returned to the time when we first got married. Except that she dresses a little more rustic and has gained weight, there's really nothing to complain about. Macau burped, and then took a few more gulps. Damn, I thought you were unhappy in your marriage like me, why did you suddenly become so happy? Where is your unhappy marriage? Kana interrupted. Didn't your wife divorce you because you only care about work all day and don't care about the family at all? I'm a man, and I make more money to support the family. Macau argued with a red face, and then his tone dropped again. And I've changed, I'm not only busy with work now, but I'm also taking good care of Romeo. Damn, I also want a happy marriage. Kana knew Macau was drunk when she saw his expression, and she was too lazy to compete with him. She held her small wine glass and looked at the big wine barrel in the corner reluctantly. Humph, he drinks like that all day long, and he still advises me to drink less. The drunken Matteo was still asking Wakaba, tell me quickly, how did you do it? I told you I don't know. Rod looked at Myra and signaled with his eyes that it was your credit. Myra smiled but said nothing. Kana saw that Matteo was not giving up and was about to get drunk at any time, so she reminded him, have you encountered anything special recently? Special things? I encountered a robbery more than a week ago. Maybe you were scared by that time. Wakaba said, you know, the robber was caught by Rhodes and Myra. To thank Rhodes, Wakaba also coached Rhodes for several days. Rhodes benefited a lot from the rich experience of this old guild member. He was even willing to tell Rhodes which issues of Sosura were the best. Worthless information. Rhodes decided to write it down on the spot and sell the information to other perverts in the future. Matteo was still pestering him. Wakaba was so annoyed that he had to take action to solve the problem. After get off work, Rod went to the daily necessities store. He originally planned to buy a bottle of mosquito repellent, but ended up buying a mosquito net. You have to buy more after the medicine is used up, but the mosquito net can be used all the time, Rod's little trick to save money. Rod, who was about to go home, remembered that Myra had just reminded him that tomorrow was the opening day of Honey Dessert House, and he should remember to bring the experience coupon. So Rod turned his feet and went to the clothing store. The money was still not saved. After leaving the clothing store, Rod turned his head and went into the barber shop after a few steps. Not only did he not save money today, he had to add a little more. The sound of scissors clicking sounded on his head, and his hair fell in clumps. Rod stared at himself in the mirror, calmly thinking whether he was moved or had a brain twitch. This did not seem difficult to determine. The problem was what he was like in Myra's eyes. If I were to label myself from her perspective, I would probably be newcomer, companion, occasionally needing care, more obedient than Natsu and the others, practicing hard, and so on. After counting for a while, Rod found that he was probably just like the other companions, with only a basic good impression of Myra. At most, they worked together every day and chatted frequently, so they were a little familiar with each other. Rod sighed, there was still a long way to go. By the way, I had a little more motivation to practice hard. The next morning, after stretching and hitting the sandbag to stretch my muscles, Rod washed and prepared to go out. He told himself that he didn't need to think too much at this stage, and just get along with her normally. But his body honestly changed into new clothes and combed his hair in front of the mirror for a while. After finishing their daily work in the tavern in the morning, the two went out together. Fortunately, the president was here today. Sally and Izzy also came part-time, and it didn't matter if Myra and Rode left temporarily. Except that she felt a little uncomfortable with Lakai's hot eyes, there was nothing else. From her eyes, Rode could see that Myra, who gossiped about others all day, would also be gossiped about by others today. Today, Myra wore a beige dress with the hem just covering her knees. Because the sun was not very friendly since the morning, she also wore a sun hat with a big pink bow on it, showing her youthful atmosphere. Rode didn't pay much attention to it before, but now he found that Myra's head was just a little higher than his shoulders. The height is quite suitable, ba ba ba. When walking side by side with her on the road, a faint fragrance floated from the side. If it was before the time travel, Rode would think it was the smell of shampoo, cosmetics, or perfume. But he had seen in magazines that there were many magic products for women on the market, magic that could change the color of clothes at any time, magic that could emit various floral scents. Rode was not sure whether Myra used these, but this dress was very beautiful, and this scent was also very nice. Myra seemed to be in a good mood. Did you cut your hair? Yeah, I haven't had it trimmed for almost a month. It would be embarrassing to say that I cut it on purpose, so I had to find a reasonable reason. By the way, I also wanted to know her opinion, and asked casually, is the cut okay? Myra turned her head and looked at it for a few more seconds. It suits you very well, and I feel more handsome. Really? Rode smiled, thank you. It's over. Although I knew that this compliment was probably just a polite remark, the joy in my heart could not be suppressed. It's over. Chapter 41 The Unlucky President. Welcome. The person who greeted guests at the door of the dessert shop was a pretty girl. Rode's comment was that she was not as good as Myra. Can you two sit here? Another cute waitress led them to their seats. Rode's comment was that she was not as good as Myra. When passing by the cashier smiled gently. Rode's comment was that she was not as good as Myra. Alas, I'm so drunk. Calm down, calm down. I don't know if it's because it just opened, but this dessert shop is doing very well. After Rode and Myra sat down, there were no empty seats in the store. Most of the customers were girls who came together, and a small number were male and female groups. There was soft music in the store, and the atmosphere was quite good. Iced coffee, hazelnut cookies, blueberry mousse cake. Myra ordered 2 desserts, and then showed a distressed look. Rode asked at the right time, what's wrong? I want to try the wheel puffs too. Myra pinched her waist, which had little fat, under the table, but I feel like I'll get fat. Do wizards also have this kind of trouble? Rode thought for a while, then I'll have some, and we'll eat in turns. Good idea. Myra's eyes lit up, that won't take up the share you want to eat. You know I like to taste all kinds of delicious food, and I don't worry about my figure. It doesn't matter if I order a few more. As for desserts, eating anything is eating. Rode felt that he had so much exercise every day that he didn't worry about calories at all. The waitress in charge of taking orders looked at Myra enviously and quickly wrote down what she ordered. Please wait. The atmosphere here is very good, no wonder it's so popular. Myra took off her sun hat and put it aside, gathered her bangs on her forehead with her hands, and put the rubber band on her wrist on her hair, returning to her usual hairstyle. In fact, it looks good with bangs down. Well, it's much quieter than the guild. Rode didn't stare at her all the time, but looked at the couples and girlfriends whispering in the store. I feel that this place is very suitable for afternoon tea, dating, etc. Myra triggered the passive gossip attribute. Oh, Rode often brings girls to this kind of store for dates. I'm not Loki. Rode believes that this kind of question must be answered firmly and decisively. I didn't have any female friends who were very close to me before, and I never went to places like dessert shops and cafes. I didn't dare to fall in love early before college, and I played with my brothers every day after college. Cafe? Times. Internet cafe. Myra blinked. Why do I suddenly feel a little pitiful? Hey. Myra laughed. No wonder I didn't even dare to look directly at Kana at first. Please forget about it. Rode is used to it now. Now, let alone looking directly at her, he can even fight. Although he can't win. Please enjoy your dessert. The waiter brought 2 cups of iced coffee and a portion of exquisite dessert. Ah, the wheel puff is more exquisite than I thought. Let's try this first. Myra held out her knife and fork, and Rhodes took away the plate. No. Hey? Why? I'm not happy because I was teased. Myra laughed, put her hands together, and blinked her left eye slightly. How about I apologize? Well, I forgive you. Rhodes nodded calmly, pushed the plate over, and looked out the window. It's too foul to flirt, I have to look somewhere else to calm down. Then Rhodes saw something familiar. Stone statue? Hill. What? Myra had a small piece of pastry on her fork, and she hadn't put it in her mouth yet. She followed Rhodes' gaze and saw a hill of suitcases and a petrified Urza. Myra put down her fork. Urza. Rhodes nodded. It seems that because there is no seat, she was blocked outside by the clerk. Myra thought for a while. Let her come in? Squeeze with us? Of course not. But it's so pitiful. From her luggage cart, you can tell that she just finished the mission and rushed here without going home. They are all companions. Rhodes sighed in his heart. Then I'll go call her. Wait a minute. Myra stopped him. What's wrong? Myra covered her mouth and smiled. I want to see more. Urza is so cute like this. Black-hearted. So Rhodes also took a few more glances. The majestic Urza looked lost because of this little thing, which was really cute, with a sense of contrast. The devil in the dessert house finally invited the fairy queen outside the store. Rhodes reminded her that there were no extra stools inside, but Urza immediately pulled one out of the mountain-like suitcase and took out a folding chair from it. It was not a daily style. Looking at the pictures and words on it, it looked more like a souvenir from somewhere. It can be seen that she really wanted to eat dessert. Rhodes and Myra were still sitting opposite each other, and Urza sat on the side and called the waiter to take the order. Strawberry cake, strawberry pudding, strawberry milkshake, a dozen or so items were ordered, all strawberry flavored. Don't be too obvious about your preferences. The waiter quickly wrote down the menu and left, giving Rhodes a scumbag look before leaving. This sister is too arrogant. Who dares to scum Urza? Myra was already chatting with Urza. Did the mission go well? You came back earlier than scheduled. Yet. Urza clenched her fist and raised her arm, her eyes full of expectation, because I've been looking forward to this store for a long time. Myra said, as expected of Urza. But it's related to the work of the council. Is it really okay to advance without permission? This. Urza was also a little guilty. I hope I don't get the president scolded. Rod asked curiously, what mission is it? It's actually related to the council. Does it need to be kept secret? Urza looked at Myra. In principle, it needs to be kept secret until it is confirmed to be completed, even to companions. But now there is only the finishing work left, and that is Myra's decision. If Urza's work has been completed, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it will be published in the newspaper in a few days. Myra said. It is a task to assist the council to arrest all members of the Dark Guild Scorpion Tail. Doesn't the council have its own law enforcement team? Rod's common sense supplement plan worked well. That's right, but the council is a continent-wide organization, and there is only one branch in Fiori. The place where the Scorpion Tail hides is relatively remote, and the troops cannot be quickly mobilized there. Usually when encountering such a situation, the council will issue assistance commissions to local guild alliances in various places, and then the local guild alliances will assign them to specific guilds. I see, so this task was assigned to our guild by the local guild alliance. Rhodes speculated, is it because the guild has a high reputation in the alliance? Urza denied, no, it's because the president has bad luck. Hey! The rewards for such commissions are usually lower than those for tasks of the same difficulty, so as long as it is not a very dangerous task, the allocation method is decided by the president's drawing lots. As she spoke, Urza sighed, and our president? Myra smiled and continued, I often draw the worst lot. Road. The president may have used all his luck to pick up the children back, and he picked up an S-level 1 every time. Chapter 42 Offline? Natural? The unlucky president often gets tasks that are low-paying but not low level of difficulty, and he can't do everything himself, so he can only leave them to the children. The most ideal candidate was originally Laxus, but his character was really difficult to deal with. Therefore, Urza, who has a strong sense of responsibility and sufficient strength, would often stand up and solve these matters for the president. Rhodes took a closer look and found that Urza's ability to speak well in the guild may not only be due to her strength. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Rhodes suddenly discovered a blind spot. Then what did Urza mean when she said she completed the mission ahead of schedule? Is it what I imagined? Urza nodded, I just challenged the entire guild, it's no big deal. Rhodes was silent, it was no big deal. Could it be that the outside is actually not as dangerous as you think? Rhodes hesitated and said, isn't it unsafe to do this? Well, the decision made in haste this time was a bit hasty. Urza reflected on herself seriously, but then said immediately. Because I'm so looking forward to the strawberry cake from this store, I really can't wait for the reinforcements. I will consider it carefully next time. Very good, because I was in a hurry to go home and eat cake, so I just cleared a dark guild, which is very reasonable. Myra was not surprised at all, this was indeed Urza's style. And she had read the information about the poisonous scorpion tail, and Urza could definitely deal with it. The waiter quickly brought Urza's order, and small plates filled the table. Urza was immersed in the world of desserts, and from time to time she showed a cute expression that was completely different from usual. Rhodes calculated it secretly. Urza defeated the entire Dark Guild, and I was defeated by Urza. Therefore, my strength is approximately equal to that of a Dark Guild, and my logic is rigorous. Ha ha ha, low-key, low-key. After finishing his dessert, Rhodes entertained himself. Urza pushed the strawberry cake she ordered in front of Myra and Rhodes. Let's eat together. Rhodes asked, don't you like strawberry cake the most? That's why you have to share it. Sharing it with your companions will make the food even more delicious. Urza looked intoxicated when she said this, and her tone was almost perfect. Since it's Urza's wish, then eat a little more. Myra cut a small cake in half and gave it to Rhodes. Then the more Urza ate, the more she felt something was wrong. Speaking of which, why did you two come here together? Could it be a date? Before Rhodes could respond, Urza's face turned red and she couldn't speak clearly. You, what? When will you get married? Pfft. Rhodes covered his mouth and almost sprayed coffee on her face. You're thinking too far. No, isn't it? It's just that Wakaba's wife gave us 2 hospitality coupons. Myra explained, then held her face in one hand and said with a bit of a smirk. Ah, but it seems it can be counted as a date. Yet. Urza continued to stutter. Myra smiled even more happily. Shy Urza is also very interesting, but it's a pity that Rhodes doesn't even blush, so it's not as fun as before. Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief. A month of experience has made him thick-skinned, or his ability to accept things has become stronger. The most important thing is, when I went out today, it seemed that I had the same attitude towards a date. Now that Myra said it in a teasing tone, she couldn't be shy at all. Next, Rhodes discovered that Urza was a bit naturally stupid. When he and Myra had already talked about the next topic, Urza was still confirming with Myra whether it was a joke or not. After finally explaining it clearly to Urza, and after she finished eating her snacks, the three of them left together. "Please walk slowly and welcome to visit next time." The waiter at the door bowed politely, but Urza suddenly stopped and said to Myra and Rhodes, "Wait for me." Rhodes asked, "What happened to her?" Myra thought for a while, "Want to pack a few cakes to take back?" "Probably." A few minutes later, Urza returned, but her clothes had been changed into the uniform of a waiter in this store. Rhodes didn't understand the situation at all. A heroic female knight went in and a soft waitress came out? Transform into a living person? "Welcome, two guests, what would you like to order?" Urza bent down slightly, making a gesture of invitation, then straightened up and asked, "How do you like?" The girl in charge of greeting guests was already fascinated by Urza. "Very." Rhodes' beautiful sentence got stuck in his throat, so he changed it to "very suitable for you." Myra smiled and clapped, "It's very beautiful, why did it suddenly change like this?" "Because I thought this dress was cute, I asked the boss if he could sell it to me." Urza tugged on her collar. "Then she said it was not for sale, but she could give it to me as long as I worked here half a day." Rhodes was a little stunned, "So you agreed?" Urza nodded matter-of-factly, "That's right, so we have to start working. I'll ask you to help bring the luggage back to the guild first, right?" "No." Rhodes' head was buzzing. "You're an S-class mage who earns around millions per mission, but you sold yourself just for an ordinary uniform?" Myra didn't mean to stop her at all. Instead, she continued to encourage Urza, "Come on, leave the luggage to us." After all, it was Hisya who shouldered everything, not only pulling the luggage cart, but also carrying Rod and Myra. "You don't understand?" Urza's actions. Myra sat sideways, with her legs together and her skirt pressed tightly, like a mermaid. "A little bit." Is this her character? She feels a little out of line and naturally stupid. Rhodes recalled Urza's expression, she seemed to be enjoying it. Myra said, "I prefer to call it freedom and spontaneity." Urza just likes all kinds of distinctive clothes and also likes to try interesting professions. As for the reward, it is not within her scope to consider it. It is better to say that as long as she will be happy if she does that, that is the biggest reward. Compared with Urza? No, not just Urza, compared with most people in the guild, Rhodes, you seem too worried and tense. I don't know exactly what you have been through and what worries and pressures you are burdened with, so I am not qualified to advise you to relax like everyone else. But at least today, at least that little time in the dessert house, I hope you are happy." The same bright smile as when they first met, the same gentle words as when they first heard, word by word, poured into Rhodes' heart like a trickle. Soft and warm. Rhodes was sure that he had found the reason why he was tempted. "Thank you, I'm very happy. Every day I spend in fairy tale is a joy. I'm very happy today." Chapter 43, Wallian and number 039, S distress signal. The news that Urza was working as a waitress in the dessert shop spread like wildfire in the guild. This explosive news directly led to a significant decrease in the number of customers in the tavern. Most of the boys who often hang out in the guild chose to join in the fun, wanting to see what Urza was like as a waitress. Most of the girls, too. The person who spread this news first excludes Rode. "You did it again, right? I only told Marcus." That's equivalent to telling the whole guild. I didn't expect everyone to be looking forward to Urza's service. Myra laughed, "Doesn't Rode want to experience it?" "Forgive me," Rode said, "when she was pretending to be a nurse, she almost strangled me with a bandage. When she was pretending to be a waitress, will she smash the customer's head with a tray? Or step on the customer under her feet or something?" Myra waved her hand, "No matter what, it won't be that exaggerated. I hope they are okay." Rode prayed for his companions for a second, and went to practice by himself while there were fewer people and less things to do. In the corner of the guild's backyard, there were several dummies and wooden stakes, and a rack was built to hang sandbags for practicing punches and kicks. All the parts involving wood were provided by Lakai's wood modeling magic. The reward was a simple diagram of the blood dropper drawn by Rode. This thing should be considered a weapon or hidden weapon in martial arts novels, but because its hideous shape is too much like a torture device, Rode likes it. I heard that she had asked someone to modify the design in detail and was ready to start manufacturing. Most of the time, Rode used the training equipment, but other companions would occasionally be infected by Rode's diligence and go to practice when they were free. Especially Jet, Troy, and others who had been defeated. Originally, Rode asked Lakai to make 2 wooden stakes, but Natsu saw that Rode was having fun with the crackling and hitting, so he insisted on trying it. Then the wooden stakes were left with only the stakes. It doesn't matter if it breaks, but you can just hit it at will. The sound of thumping rang out from the backyard, and Rode became more and more adept at the combination of magic and fists and feet. Respond to my call, Crimson Razorback. The crimson magic circle flashed by, and 6 strange birds, 1 large and 5 small, appeared in the guild's backyard. Chi, the largest bird, raised its head and made a hoarse cry. Crimson Razorback and Razorback, commonly known as 6 birds, F6, etc. They are not powerful wild monsters in the game, but when mapped to reality, their sharp beaks have excellent penetration ability. In addition, they also have a long-range attack method, shooting feathers like flying knives. The small ones can only be shot one by one, and the big ones can be shot in a bunch. And it won't take too long for the feathers to grow out after shooting. Rode understood it as a skill CD, and gave this move the name of Flying Feathers All Over the Sky. If there is a disadvantage, it is that it can't fly high. The wings of the razorbacks are a little small, and their flying ability is probably better than that of pheasants. The good news is that the big one can carry Rodes to glide or fly at low altitude. In addition, thanks to their strong legs, they can run well. Success! Rodes clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with joy. Not because he got 6 birds, but because the chant was successfully shortened. He simplified the long chant to only half a sentence plus a name, which was enough to deal with emergencies. I believe that after a while, Rodes can reach the level he pursues to successfully activate it by just calling a name. He felt the magic power consumption of summoning 6 birds, which was about 3 more river crabs, which was okay. Rodes commanded the razor beaks to do some simple actions, and summoned 3 wolves, trying to let them cooperate with each other and rush forward. Then he summoned the stone beetles to try to form an offensive and defensive formation. After practicing for a while, Rodes returned to the tavern to consume magic power to the extent that it would not affect normal actions. The incident of watching Urza a week ago has been safely passed, fortunately without any casualties. The news that the Dark Guild Scorpion Tail was wiped out was published in Wizard Weekly. The council was very principled and openly admitted that it was Urza's work alone, without any intention of stealing the credit. Although they were slightly dissatisfied with Urza's unauthorized actions, they also praised her ability. As expected of Urza. This was the evaluation of most of the companions. That guy is getting stronger and stronger. This was Gray's feeling, and he even took the initiative to check whether he was wearing clothes. Isn't Scorpion Tail a regular guild? Nabu's question made the surrounding area quiet. It seems to be true, Urza took action against a regular guild? No, this matter involved the council, it's impossible. Marcus was very happy to explain to everyone, Scorpion Tail was only recently listed as a dark guild. Because in order to make money, they secretly helped some big businessmen to suppress their competitors by kidnapping and coercion, and it was only exposed some time ago. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were immediately lifted up again. Help! Everyone in the guild, including Rode, heard this voice. How terrifying! Someone come to save me! The same voice sounded again. Rode suddenly realized that this voice did not come from outside, but directly from his mind. Before he could ask questions, Myra said seriously, Wolian, this is Wolian's talking magic. You can directly send what you want to say to others through the air. Rhodes was not familiar with Wolian. He only remembered that the man had strange side bangs and liked to be alone. Others have also heard it, it's Wolian's voice. He's asking for help. Is he in danger? But didn't he go on a date with his girlfriend today? This was the information Marcus learned when he talked to Wolian yesterday. Where are you? Wolian. Gray suddenly stood up, yelled and tried to talk to Wolian. Others either shouted or asked inwardly about Wolian's location, but no one received a response. Wolian just repeated words like terrible, terrible, and help. Loki pushed open the guild door from the outside with a bang, ran in and asked, "Does anyone know what happened?" Now everyone on the street has heard Wolian's cry for help. It's going to cause panic. It's an indiscriminate request for help. Urza couldn't sit still. Now that the president is not here, I will take command for the time being. Everyone is ready to fight. Urza quickly assigned tasks, and some people set off immediately to maintain order and protect the residents. Some people were responsible for searching for Wolian's location and preparing for rescue. Generally speaking, when a magician goes out, he should be responsible for all actions and risks caused by his actions. If others help without authorization, they may be regarded as looking down on the other person and hurt the other person's self-esteem. However, if he himself asks for help because of a crisis, then as a companion, he will do whatever it takes to rescue him. At least that's what Fairy Tale does. Chapter 44. Anyway, it was used. Rhodes was assigned the task of searching for Valian by Urza. Myra had to stay behind. After finding out the truth, she would be responsible for comforting the nearby residents. In the worst case, she would guide the civilians to take refuge. At Urza's command, the guild members took quick action and spared no effort to do what they could. This was the first time that Rhodes saw the high-speed operation of the guild. This guild that quarreled and fought every day had such strong cohesion. Respond to my call, Shadow Wolf. Rhodes was infected by this atmosphere and summoned 6 wolves in one breath. In the Summoner's Rift, there are 2 groups of Shadow Wolves, a total of 6. Urza, they have a strong sense of smell. If there is something that Valian used, they should be able to find it quickly. If anyone needs to hurry, I still have swift crabs. Nabu said, I know where Valian's home is. Send a few of them to follow me. Myra also said, there may be something Valian left in the guild. I'll go and look for it. You're a big help. I thought Natsu wasn't here and couldn't track it by smell. Urza said, that's it. Let's split up. Okay. Rhodes sent a group of shadow wolves to follow Nabu, and left a group with Myra to search for things in the guild. It's so high, so scary, help. The people in charge of the search paused and narrowed the search range to a place with relatively high terrain. On the one hand, Rhodes was worried about Valian's safety, and on the other hand, he was relieved that he could help. But this relief completely disappeared in a few minutes. The other companions also put aside their worries and even wanted to beat Valian. Because we're saved. We've finally left that damn suspension bridge. We'll never date at such a high place again. Oh no. Could it be that my telepathy has always been? Valian's voice stopped abruptly. There was a chorus of curses from inside and outside the guild. Valian! You bastard, are you kidding us? I won't let you off. Another fairy tale wizard? What are you doing this time? I said they'd be quiet for a while. It's too much to do such a citywide prank. All kinds of voices rang out throughout Magnolia, and the people's condemnation on the street could be heard in the guild. Urza covered her forehead with one hand. She had just been so majestic in commanding everyone to do things, but the result was like this. Myra stopped rummaging around and smiled again. It's a big deal again. Rod was in a complicated mood, so, Valian went on a date with his girlfriend on the suspension bridge, and because of fear, his magic went out of control, and the whole city heard his voice. Iluza nodded. Ah, that guy seems to have a serious fear of heights. This matter is so absurd that Rod can't believe it. Because this kind of thing affects the whole city, will our guild be demolished by the residents? No, no. Myra waved her hand. This kind of thing is not uncommon. There is an even more exaggerated uncle in the guild. Once he comes back, the whole city will be turned upside down. But you still have to apologize and strive for everyone's understanding. I'll go find him now. Urza's eyes became sharp. Rod, swift crab. Ah, okay. Rod summoned the river crab. It's similar to riding a horse, using the tentacles as reins. I know. Urza jumped on the crab's back, threw the reins, and the river crab carried her out of the guild gate quickly. Rod thought about Urza's scary look just now. Will Valian be killed by her? Myra said, he probably won't be killed. So he will be killed? Rod found that his common language had improved again, and he could easily understand what Myra meant. Moreover, if something like this happened, even if he was not killed by Urza, he would be dead, right? Rod imagined himself crying in front of the whole city because of his fear of heights. It's too bad. How can I go out in the future? Out of concern, Rod decided to connect the river crab's vision and prepare to see Valian's condition. The river crab's vision came into his mind, and the scenery in front of him quickly retreated. It was obvious that Urza was driving the river crab at full speed. A second later, Rod took the initiative to cut off the vision connection. The river crab's perspective is relatively wide. It's okay if I didn't think of it just now. It's a bit rude to continue watching it. Good luck, Valian. The citywide prank incident caused a very bad impact. On the day of the incident, Urza and Myra came forward and took Valian to explain and apologize to many citizens. After the president came back, he personally went to the city hall. However, both the mayor and the citizens were very tolerant of this matter. It's just shouting in the hearts of the people in the city, not destroying the whole city. According to the gossip spread by Myra, the mayor said this when he met with the president. After the citizens complained for a few days, this matter became a joke. Do you know, the Wizard of Fairy Tale a few days ago? The citizens had more things to talk about after dinner, and also added a not-so-serious bad record to this guild that likes to make trouble. Even Brother Goodman couldn't help but ask Rhodes what kind of magic that day was and what kind of person Valian was. The matter was barely resolved at this point. However, since then, Valian has not appeared in the guild for quite a long time. When he had no money and had to accept a mission, he would hide in a corner outside the guild and whisper to Myra. Myra would carefully select the missions suitable for Valian and then find a way to send the mission list. Well, this is what Myra told Rod. Because the one responsible for sending the mission list is Rhod's shadow wolf. A few days ago, Urza used the fast speed of the river crab to catch Valian. Now the good at stealth and sensitive sense of smell of the shadow wolf are used to find Valian and secretly send him the mission list. I originally wanted them to help rescue Valian, but now it's good. Rod shook his head gently. No matter how to use it, it's used anyway. Since the phased goal of shortening magic chanting has made a breakthrough, Rod has more time to read the magic encyclopedia recently. He is choosing magic suitable for his minor. Of course, to be on the safe side, you should consult the president before you start practicing to see if there is any danger. Most magic will not be dangerous as long as you practice it step by step and there is no problem with the compatibility. The president said so. The so-called compatibility is easy to understand. It is probably a talent suitable for a certain magic. It often determines the entry threshold of a magic and its future height. As for how to confirm the compatibility, generally speaking, those who can awaken on their own are the most suitable. For example, Urza suddenly mastered magic in a crisis when she was a child. For those who cannot awaken on their own, they can only choose the magic they are interested in and try to get started quickly. Rhodes has already selected several targets of interest. The incident of Wallen was not drawn in the feature film, but it was mentioned in the setting. It is estimated that old fans of fairy tale don't know much. Chapter 45 1-month trial, no fees charged. When it comes to minoring in magic, the first thing Rhodes thinks of is Lebby's three-dimensional text magic. Lebby, who uses three-dimensional text magic, likes to study various characters, so will knowing multiple languages benefit this magic? Will the Chinese eye master have good power? Just give it a try and you'll find out. It just so happened that recently, Lebby also felt that there was nothing left to teach Rhodes about the common sense of the world. When he mentioned that he wanted to learn three-dimensional writing, Lebby immediately patted her chest and said that he would be taught, and she would try it out for a month without any charge. Getting started with magic naturally starts with the most basic words. Lebby's fingertips shone with golden magic light, her wrist moved gently, and words formed in mid-air. 3D text fire. The golden magic light is in the text. The moment the words were written, they turned red and turned into burning flames, dancing in the air as Lebby's arms waved. Rhodes picked up a piece of broken wood in the corner of the yard and threw it in. The wood immediately ignited. But when the glyph of fire was destroyed, it became more and more difficult for Lebby to control it. After sustaining for a while, the flames dissipated, leaving only a piece of charcoal falling to the ground and continuing to burn. 3D text water. Lebby waved her hand again and wrote the word water, extinguishing the burning charcoal. Three-dimensional text magic is a magic that uses words written with magic to mobilize elements or other forces that are not good at mobilizing. To a certain extent, those words are temporary magic props created by us. After completing this step, you can use them as holding magic. How can you explain it this way? Rhodes didn't know what to say. He originally wanted to learn the ability system, but Lebby told him that it was half a possession system. Even if it's the same kind of magic, everyone's experience is different. That's just my opinion. Lebby said, anyway, let's start with the first step, using magic to write words. Okay. Rhodes nodded, he's here now, let's give it a try first. Lebby explained in detail how to distribute magic power and how to make the magic power released through her fingers stay briefly in mid-air. Rhodes listened, took notes, and followed the instructions. If he didn't understand anything, he would immediately ask. Things related to spiritual practice must not be careless. While the two were teaching harmoniously in the backyard, there were also two pairs of eyes staring at them. Jet and Troy were picking at the door frame of the guild's back hall door, one on the left and the other on the right, each peeking out their heads. Jet said angrily, "Damn it, that guy Rhodes is so cunning, he used the excuse of learning magic to pester Lebby." Troy said, "But, it seems that Lebby went to him first to learn writing. No matter what, if this continues, maybe, we have to do something to make Lebby understand our feelings." Troy thought for a while, then, challenge Rhodes and prove that we are better than him. "You've already been defeated, in front of Lebby." Jet said in frustration, "How many wild monsters can you defeat?" Troy touched the seed packet on his body, "As long as he doesn't use stone beetles." Jet reminded, "Rhodes recently got a strange bird. When he waved his wings, the sky was filled with feathers like flying knives." Troy hesitated for a moment, "Well, as long as he doesn't use that weird bird." Jet added, "He also has a kind of wolf that can touch the back while you are not paying attention and pounce on you. Then, as long as he doesn't use that kind of wolf." Jet sighed, "It's better to let Rod tie his hands and feet to make plans for you." Troy himself felt that it was a bit excessive. "What can I do? How can anyone become so strong after practicing for more than a month? There is really no other way, so we have to do that." Jet turned around and left. "Hey, Jet, what do you want to do? Be prepared and come back soon." Jet used his magic foot and quickly disappeared from Troy's sight. Libby pointed at the text that Rhodes had just written and said, "The magic power is not evenly distributed here. Please control the output speed a little." "Okay." Rhodes did as he was told, and the skill of this word magic was slightly stronger. Even if you want to use your strength to create a miracle, you have to have a continuous and consistent amount of vigor. Holding your breath and forcefully releasing magic power will not work. After practicing for a while, Lebby suggested that Rhodes take a break and review his many previous mistakes before trying again. At this moment, Jet burst into the backyard like a gust of wind and stood in front of Lebby with his hands behind his back and a serious expression. Lebby asked in confusion, "Jet? What's wrong?" Jet said seriously, "Lebby, I have something important to tell you." "Oh," Rhodes retreated silently, lowering his sense of presence. He felt that there was something to eat. Lebby seemed to realize something and followed his words and asked, "What's the matter, so serious all of a sudden?" Jet took out a bouquet of red roses from behind, bent down and brought the flowers to Lebby. "I like you, please date me." After Jet said this sentence in one breath, he closed his eyes, held his breath, and waited for Lebby's reply like fate. Lebby showed a slightly surprised expression. She only hesitated for a moment, then took a step back, twisting her two little hands behind her back and not picking up the flowers. "I'm sorry, Jet, I don't have that kind of feeling for you. Thank you for your love." Rod was surprised to find that the weak-willed Reb was very decisive at this time. It took only 2 seconds from Jet's words to Reb's refusal. "Is that so?" Jet said with difficulty. When he stood up, a stiff smile was already on his face. "Sorry, I'm sorry to bother you." Jet changed to holding the bouquet in one hand. This can be considered as an apology or a gift between friends. Reb still didn't reach out, but just smiled and shook her head. Jet took his hand back and forced a smile. "That's right, this is not appropriate." "Then I have something else to do." Jet turned and left, leaving behind a relatively free and easy back. Troy, who was secretly observing, was stunned by Jet's series of actions. He was first angry that Jet had rushed ahead, then waited anxiously for Reb's reply, and finally felt bad for Jet who was rejected. Of course, there was also a hint of "I have a chance" in the pain. This glimmer of joy made Troy feel very guilty. They have been best friends since childhood. The most important thing to do now is to stay with Jet. "Jet, you." When Troy found the lost Jet, he found that he could not speak. He could fully imagine how sad Jet was now. At this time, it would be useless to say anything, right? Unexpectedly, Jet patted Troy on the shoulder. "It's okay, I have thought of this result." "But you, Troy, come on. What are you talking about? If you succeed, I will also bless you." Jet said, "We are still best friends." Jet. Disclaimer: many of the settings about magic in this article have no official basis, such as Libby's explanation of text magic, which is a secondary setting added by the author without authorization. So please do not practice at will without the accompaniment of a regular magician. Parenthesis, if there is really a genius who has practiced it, remember to teach me. End of parenthesis. Chapter 46. Could it be that? Chapter 46. Could it be that? Rhodes, who hid in the corner with a melon-eating mentality, now felt that the melon didn't taste good because Lebby looked a little uncomfortable. I guess she was probably worried that this incident would affect her friendship with Jet. After all, the 3 members of the Lane Engine team grew up together. "Hey, Rod," Lebby asked in a low voice, "did I speak too harshly just now?" "I don't know." Rhodes didn't have any childhood sweethearts, and he had never been confessed by his childhood sweethearts. He could only think carefully and said, "If you don't like emotional matters, it would be better to explain it clearly like you do, right?" "That's what I said." It was because Lebby understood this truth that she refused so decisively. In the end, she didn't even touch the bouquet, not wanting any misunderstanding to arise. She sighed, "I'm just worried that the Lane Engine team will be disbanded. We have always been good friends. We should think of a more euphemistic way of saying it." No matter how euphemistic it is, the meaning is the same. The longer it is delayed, the deeper the injury will be. Things have happened, no matter which is the best choice. Rhodes doesn't want to say things like you didn't do it right or you just didn't think about it. Then there is no use except making Rebby blame herself even more. The best choice is the one you just made. You have to make Rebby believe this so that she can feel better. After that, wait until she calms down a little, and then help advise her on what to do next, if she needs it. However, something unexpected happened to Rhodes. Just as Rebby regained some energy, Troy appeared again holding a bouquet of flowers. Compared to Jet, Troy's movements were slightly stiffer, but after taking 2 deep breaths, he still mustered up the courage to say the same thing as Jet. This time it only took a second for Rebby to reject Troy. Troy was more embarrassed than Jet, dropped the bouquet on the ground, and left in despair. Rhodes had to shoulder part of the blame. It was he who had just convinced Rebby that a decisive refusal would be best for them. After a while, Rebby turned around and tried to control her emotions. Let's continue practicing. Rhodes wanted to master magic quickly, but under such circumstances, dragging Rebby to teach would be a bit. He thought for a while and said, "Well, I have consumed a little too much magic power today, so let's take a rest first. How about I buy you a drink? Just say thank you for your help." A few minutes later, Rod and Rebby were sitting at the counter. The two of them clinked their glasses together, and just as Rod took a sip, Rebby had already downed a glass, as boldly as if she was possessed by Kana. "Good thing it's just regular beer." Myra noticed Rebby's red eyes, deliberately put her hands on her hips to look angry, and asked, "Rod, have you bullied Rebby?" "Absolutely not." Rhodes raised his hand and said, The situation is a bit complicated, and I can't say anything. It's none of Rod's business, it's just that I don't know what to do now." Rebby's drinking capacity was a little weak, and her face turned red after a glass of beer. She poured out her troubles to Mila like beans from a bamboo tube, and she was obviously drunk when she spoke. "Don't worry, Rebby," Myra said softly, "the 3 of you are also good friends who grew up together and are partners in the same guild. No matter what happens, this feeling will last forever. It won't be long before Jet and Troy regain their spirits." "Real?" "Certainly." "Then, have another drink." After finishing her second cup, Rebby lay on the counter and fell asleep. She would occasionally mutter something in her sleep, move her arms and kick her legs. If this kid drinks more in the future, his wine may not be very good. Rebby was wearing a strapless dress, and the coat of arms on her left back shoulder was very conspicuous. Although it was summer, the ceiling fan was spinning. Rod wondered if he should cover Rebby with something, but he had nothing on hand. Instead, Myra found a thin blanket and gently draped it on Rebby. "Rod has been caring about Rebby since just now. Could it be that you also?" Myra started again. "No, although Rebby is cute, she's not my type." "Then what type do you like?" Myra's eyes were bright, and her eyes seemed to be burning with the flames of gossip. Rhodes really wanted her to have a taste of eating melon at his own home, but being impatient would ruin his plans. Secrets make men more masculine. Rhodes altered a line from a detective anime. Confessing something like this is not a good idea for a charger, as Jet and Troy just showed him. "Hey, this kind of thing can only be said by Loki." Myra said, "Has the relationship between you two gotten better?" "Not at all, he would run away within 5 meters of me approaching him. Now he and the people around him have to ask Lucky to take their orders for me." Rhodes was also helpless. His communication with Loki was limited to the last attempt at sparring. After that, even if he wanted to ease the relationship, the other party would not give him a chance. Myra only knew that it was related to a female celestial spirit mage. Based on Loki's nature, she guessed that it was an emotional entanglement. He just didn't know what kind of sad experience it was that made him avoid anything related to the celestial mage. Rhodes' method of dealing with this is not to solve it if it can't be solved. Even brothers can be at odds with each other. It is normal for a guild this big to have a few people who can't play together. Out of friendship, when he has something to do, we will really go. The lane engine is formed. Libby suddenly raised her fist and shouted. Rhodes helped her put the fallen blanket back on. This is a dream about the past, right? When did the three of them start to team up? I don't know about this. Myra thought for a while. I remember that when I just joined the guild 5 years ago, they often got together. 5 years ago, you were only 12 or 13 years old. Joining the guild can be understood as coming out to be self-reliant, and she also brought a younger brother. Rhodes felt a little distressed when he heard it. 13 years old is not that early. Natsu joined the guild a year before me, Urza a year before, Gray, Kana and Rebecca even earlier. Myra looked nostalgic. We were all homeless children, and joining the guild was the only way to settle down. Come to think of it, I've never asked you what you did before. I was a student. Rhodes said, I went to school from the age of 5 until more than a month ago. You've only been going to school for more than a decade. Myra looked surprised, and when Rhodes nodded, she asked. Were you a noble or a prince or something like that? Fairy tale trivia, Jet once confessed to Rebecca, but was rejected in just 2 seconds, setting the fastest rejection record in the guild. He is indeed the fastest running man in the guild. However, Troy broke Jet's record in a short time, in just 1 second. Chapter 47 Worm, have you gained weight? No, there are no nobles or royal families in our country. Being able to study for such a long period of time should be due to policies, order, and productivity. Of course, family support is also important. Rhodes suddenly stopped talking. Except for the few days when he first arrived here, he didn't dare to think about these things, and he didn't want to mention them. The president told Rhodes that if he goes out more in the future, he might be able to find clues about the space magic that brought him here. If he can't find one, then the guild is his home. Just like Natsu, 6 years have passed since Natsu's adoptive father Iguniru disappeared. Natsu is still trying to find clues about the family he loves most, but in the meantime, he has a new family. Rhodes didn't know the inside story of Naz's matter, but he thought it was different from him. I may never have the chance to go back. There's nothing bad about it. It's a dreamlike world full of magic, and there are many scenery waiting for you to enjoy. Rhodes told himself this, and then devoted himself to work, reading, and spiritual practice. He put those things aside for the time being and worked hard to live. Myra had a hard time imagining what the country Rhodes described looked like. With a good life and order, even the children of ordinary families can go to school until adulthood. Being so privileged but without a king or nobles, is this possible? She did not continue to ask because Rhodes stopped talking when he mentioned his family. Without waiting for her to comfort him, Rhodes drank down his glass of wine, stood up and said, Lebby, I'll leave it to you. I'll go practice for a while. Myra nodded and only warned, remember not to overdraw your magic power. The days are long in August, and when Rod comes home from get off work, it's not getting dark yet. As he walked, he waved his hand to summon Worm, and rubbed the unfaithful guy hard to relieve his stress. Hylia Worm made a disgusted sound. It was too hot and he wanted to go back to escape the heat. Wait a minute, have you grown up a little? Snoring. Worm looked confused. I feel like you were smaller than you are now when I first met you. We were together every day before, so I didn't notice it. Recently, I haven't been around often, and I realized that Worm was growing. Don't leave in a hurry. I'll weigh you later so that I can have a standard for comparison next time. Worm's pair of small horns hung down. It felt that the owner was retaliating against it, and the weighing was just an excuse. Road. 2 familiar people were waiting for Rhodes on his way home. Jet, Troy? What's wrong? Rhodes stopped. To be honest, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw these two because he had witnessed the failed confession today. Troy was stammering and speechless, but Jet was quick to speak. "We are looking for you because of Levy's matter." "Ah." Rhodes thought for a while. "Do you want me to keep it a secret for you?" Jet denied. "No, it's just that the confession failed. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Actually, it would be best if it could be kept a secret." Troy beeped quietly, but unfortunately Rhodes didn't hear it clearly and was glared at by Jet. Jet got down to business. "The thing is like this." Rhodes summed it up. "So you went to confess your love rashly today because I have been getting close to Levy recently, which gave you a sense of crisis." Troy added, "And it feels like Levy is very happy every time she comes to see you." "Of course I am happy. Don't these people know how happy studying is?" "You are overthinking it. Rebina is simply enjoying the joy of gaining new knowledge. She really likes things related to all kinds of words." Troy said uncertainly, "Really?" Rhodes said, "You grew up with her, don't you know how much she likes to study characters? Like ancient characters and so on." Jet felt a little embarrassed. While she was studying those things, the two of us were either sleeping or hiding far away. Rhodes rubbed Worm's horn and said with certainty, "I'm sure Levy doesn't have the kind of feelings for me that you're worried about, and I don't have any feelings for her either. That's not the type I like." Jet and Troy felt a little like crying. They seemed to have done something stupid. "If you want to cry, feel free to cry. After you finish crying, think about how to deal with your relationship. Rebby clearly rejected you." Rhodes said goodbye to the two people who were frustrated in love, feeling happy in his heart. Fortunately, these two are not messy guys, otherwise they might have to face such ridiculous plots as "I don't believe it, unless you can prove it to me," or "You can't get close to Levy unless you beat us." It's so easy to get along with this kind of person who speaks straightforwardly and makes things clear as soon as he says it. On the way back, Rhodes saw a watermelon stall packing up. He shamelessly carried Worm and asked the boss to help him weigh it, and then did not buy any watermelon. "Grandma, why are watermelons so expensive? When I make a lot of money, I will buy 2 at a time, eat one and throw it away. The guild will give one to my companions." Rhodes silently took note of Worm's weight, bought some cookies that Worm liked, and then returned him to the howling abyss to cool down. The schedule after get off work is still the same. Exercise, hit the sandbag, take a shower, solve a few housework, and then sit at the table to sort out the information in the magazine. Last week, he had finished reading the nearly 60 magazines that Lakai had lent him, and he was reluctant to return them for the time being. He had originally wanted to make a collection of clippings, but it was a pity that they were not his own. Rhodes gritted his teeth and promised to return them tomorrow. He was now reading 2 weekly magazines of this month, which he bought himself, and spent about the price of a few beers, which was still affordable. The wizard guild that saw Shara introduced this week was Mermaid Heel, a guild with only female members. It is said that this guild is very popular, and many male wizards have applied to join, but all of them were rejected. There are also some individuals who do not listen to the dissuasion and shamelessly go to the guild every day to pester. As a result, they were knocked unconscious by members of Mermaid Heel, put on a small skirt, put on heavy makeup, and tied up at the door of the guild for a day and a night. After that, the wizards basically reached a consensus that they should not look down on Mermaid Heel just because there are only female members in them. They should not be easily provoked. The focus is on the genius wizard Kagura, who is proficient in swordsmanship and gravity magic, surpassing all peers in the guild, and is expected to become the pillar of the future Mermaid Heel. The standard princess cut hairstyle with a long sword made Rhodes involuntarily think of a woman named May. The past is unbearable to look back on, and Rhodes thinks that he has passed the stage of liking paper people. He silently wrote down the information about Mermaid Heel and Kagura, put down the notebook and started today's meditation. Magic +1 +1 +1. The time of training is fulfilling and enjoyable. Chapter 48 Poro delicacies are under development. The confession of Rebbe has not spread too far for the time being. Because although Myra likes to spread gossip, she is still sensible and does not want to hurt the feelings of the three people. Rode is still learning three-dimensional text magic from Rebbe, and is also quietly paying attention to the reactions of the three people. After all, the cause of the incident has a little to do with him. In the week after that, Jet and Troy did not take any work, but often muttered in the corner. Jet wanted to talk to Rebbe a few times, but was stopped by Troy and discussed how to say it without embarrassment. Rebbe did not go to find the two of them during the break, but often sat at the counter and chatted with Myra. Her eyes often drifted in the direction of Jet and the others, and she was also worried about how to break the awkward situation. Rode was thinking about whether to make things clear for them, but was worried that it would make the atmosphere more awkward. Myra suddenly showed a distressed look when chatting with Rebbe, and sighed softly. Naturally, Levi couldn't help asking, "Does Sister Myra have any troubles?" "A little bit," Myra said logically. "The weather has been too hot recently, and everyone has become lazy, so there are now a lot of commissions piled up here. If we don't deal with them, the ability of the guild may be questioned." "Hey, is it that serious?" Levi felt a little guilty, as she was one of those who hadn't been working for a long time. Myra took out a commission from under the counter. "Yes, especially this one, the task of being a tutor for the children in the welfare home in the neighboring town. If no one goes, the children will be disappointed." Libby glanced at a corner quietly and replied, "If you want to help the children with their homework, you can just find an ordinary teacher, right?" Myra said, "Because more than half of the children want to become wizards, the welfare home wants to invite a few teachers who know magic." Myra's pleading eyes made Levi unable to bear to pretend not to understand what she meant. Being a teacher is a good job for her. Thinking about how she is often taken care of by Sister Myra. After hesitating for a while, Rebbe asked, "Well, what does the client want from the teacher?" In addition to basic requirements such as patience and carefulness, the client hopes that the teacher can teach the children words and history, and can accompany the children in sports and games. It would be best if they can also teach them knowledge about plants and gardening skills. Myra smiled, as if her plan had succeeded. "Sister Myra, stop joking." Rebbe pouted. "What's the difference between this request and directly naming someone? It's obviously made up by her." "I'm not kidding. The client's request is very clear." Myra showed the details to Rebbe. "Just treat it as helping to deal with the backlog of tasks. It's so suitable. I'll talk to Jet and Troy. There is such a tailor-made task." Rebbe hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. Myra went to Jet and Troy to explain the situation. Rod saw that the two were obviously stunned for a moment, and then showed a happy expression. Just then, Libby looked over, and the three of them looked at each other, awkwardly moving away, but couldn't help but look back. Myra thoughtfully helped them to arrange to gather at the guild gate early tomorrow morning, and Jet and Troy immediately went home to prepare. Libby found Rhodes with the task list. "Sorry, Rhodes, I can't practice with you tomorrow." "It doesn't matter, I have memorized the basics, and I'm embarrassed to keep taking up your time." Rhodes said, "Good luck on the task, and other aspects too." "Well, then I'll go back first. Bye." Rhodes accidentally saw the time on the task list. The commission date was yesterday, and the deadline was a week later. What a long-standing commission. Zhang Wuji's mother was right, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Myra clasped her hands together and said playfully, "Sorry, Rhodes, I sent your tutor away." Rhodes suddenly wanted to be naughty. "Yes, my heart has been greatly hurt, so, is there any compensation?" Myra blinked. "What compensation do you want? Promise yourself." "Of course, this cannot be said." Rhodes thought for a moment and said, "I have something to ask Mr. Cook. Can you go with me and help me build up my courage?" Looking for Mr. Cook. Myra asked in confusion, "What is it?" Rhodes said, "A research plan on the formula of nutritious meals to promote the growth of worm." Rhodes had thought about researching poro delicacies for worm before, but he had no time, no cooking skills, and no motivation, so he delayed it. But last time he found that worm might have grown up a little, which made Rhodes pick up this idea again. Maybe poro delicacies can raise a poro king? The best cook he knows now is Mr. Cook, the chef of the guild. But he didn't know if he would be angry if he asked such a great chef to help research pet food. So the reason for asking Myra to go together was to find an excuse to do something with her or stay alone for a while. Build up courage is just a word. Even if he really angered Mr. Cook, the worst that could happen was that he would chase him for a few blocks with a kitchen knife, but he wouldn't really be hacked to death. Rhodes's calculations were going crazy. Myra agreed without hesitation. For her, Mr. Cook was quite easy to get along with. The two of them walked around the counter and walked into the aisle, preparing to enter the kitchen through the side door. Rhodes summoned Worm, "Come and help me see if Worm has grown up a little." "Long time no see, Worm." Myra held the white dumplings in both hands, weighed them and made gestures. "It seems to have grown up." Snoring Worm said it was very hot and wanted to go back. Rhodes said, "Be patient for a while and go back later." Myra rubbed Worm's heart-shaped belly and smiled, "I'll take you to eat something delicious." Hulyalo Worm immediately became happy. The scene is very similar to that of a husband and wife, one tough and one soft, coaxing an ignorant child with 2 words. Myra looked more and more gentle as she hugged Poro. "Come on." Fortunately, Mr. Cook did not take Rod's request as an offense. Instead, he was very interested in Poro. Worm was so frightened that it always felt like the uncle in front of him had just glanced at it and marked a dozen places on his body that were suitable for a knife attack. It felt like he was about to be skinned, deboned and thrown into a stew pot the next second. Rhodes tried his best to describe the appearance of poro delicacies in his impression, and guessed several possible materials. We also listed the things Worm usually likes to eat for Mr. Cook's reference. Mr. Cook wrote them down one by one and said he would try them starting tomorrow. He felt that according to Rhodes' description, that thing could actually be eaten by others, and there might be another signature dish in the guild in the future. Chapter 49 Magic Swamp Frog. This month, there is another small expense. Although studying food is Mr. Cook's hobby, Rhodes is always embarrassed not to pay for the materials. However, Worm also gained the right to enter and exit the kitchen at will when Mr. Cook is not busy. The prerequisite is that it cannot touch the things in the kitchen. This is the 12th day of Rhodes learning 3-dimensional text magic. After the task recommended by Myra, the atmosphere between the Lane Engine team has eased, and soon agreed to go out to work together next time. When Rebecca is free, she will come to tutor Rhodes again, and Jet and Troy will occasionally come to see the excitement. However, the study in the past 2 weeks has made Rhodes realize how important compatibility is. At the beginning, he could use summoning magic almost as soon as he got started, but the learning results of 3-dimensional text magic were really unsatisfactory. When writing the same fire, Rebecca released a raging flame, and Rhodes released probably a torch. When writing the same water, Rebecca released a large amount of clean water, which can have a good impact. What Rhodes released was just enough to wash his face. This level of skill is useless for fighting, but Rhodes plans to learn a few more words that can create light, wind, etc. At least life will be much more convenient. In the future, you don't need to light a lamp to go to the toilet at night, and you don't need to bring a fire when you go out for a picnic. Congratulations! In contrast, the progress of summoning magic is as stable as ever. This time, Rhodes felt that there were new wild monsters to summon, and he asked the president to help watch it as before. The result confirmed one thing: it is right to be more stable. Respond to my call, Magic Swamp Frog. The magic power that can summon nearly 4 river crabs was drawn away by the pendant, and a huge brown toad appeared in the backyard of the guild. The appearance of this toad should be described as ugly. It has a huge body that can swallow a person in one bite, and there are several purple mushrooms on its back. At a glance, you can tell that it is definitely poisonous. Quack, accompanied by a loud frog croak, the ground under the feet of the magic swamp frog was dyed purple. The next second, Rode felt that he was grabbed by a big hand and his body retreated quickly. Then the president appeared in front of him, slapped the ground with one hand, and a golden light was emitted. The magic frog and the land under its feet were surrounded by a golden magic circle, and golden spells rose from the bottom to form a protective shield. The magic frog seemed to want to jump, but Rhodes gave it a don't move order to calm it down. President, what is this? It's venom, this will prevent it from spreading further. The president looked at the purple ground and said seriously, will it obey your orders like other wild monsters? It should be possible. Rhodes could feel the connection between the magic frog and himself. Raise your left front paw. The magic frog raised its paw. Move left one step. The magic frog did it. Call. Quack. It seems there is no problem. The president said, then is there a way to take back the venom? Rhodes ordered, take back the venom. No response. Rhodes thought for a moment, eliminate the venom on the ground. The magic swamp frog stepped back slightly, opened its mouth, and nibbled a mouthful of soil. It wanted to vomit but didn't dare, and looked at Rhodes eagerly. Ah, Rhodes suddenly thought this toad was cute. With the president's approval, Rhodes said, spit it out, gently. The president looked at it and saw that the venom in the soil that was vomited seemed to be neutralized or absorbed. And the toad didn't pollute new land when it just retreated. Well. Makarov thought for a while and said, don't summon it in the guild for the time being. Okay. Rhodes nodded and waved to send the magic swamp frog back to the summoner's rift. Makarov was very relieved. It was great that Rhodes was a steady child. President, what should we do with this piece of land? I'll go to Polyasika to help think of a solution. If I can make an antidote, I'll give you some with you, just in case. In fact, the simplest way is to scrape the ground and bury it deep. But we have to think about the long term, we can't always stop Rhodes from summoning it. President, can you take me to visit Ms. Polyasika? I haven't thanked her properly for what happened before. When I just woke up, I couldn't communicate. After learning the common language, the old lady went home a long time ago, and she never came to the guild again. Rhodes did ask Myra about the address of the lady, but was told that Ms. Polyasika didn't like to be disturbed. If you don't have business, you might be beaten out by her with a broom. Preparing the antidote should be considered business, right? Let's go together. She might want to see your magic frog. Makarov waved his hand, and a light flashed on his body. He had changed from casual clothes to formal clothes. Rhodes had to admit that he was impressed by the old man's handsomeness. President, this dress-up magic is so cool. Hee hee. The president showed a childish smile. How about it, do you want to learn it? Yes, yes, yes. I must learn a set when I have time. Changing clothes and transforming is the romance of a magical girl? No, it's the romance of a wizard. Makarov was very relieved that this child finally had some pursuits besides becoming stronger. He took a glass cup to collect some poison-contaminated soil, used magic to protect it, and called out, "Let's go." This was the first time I walked on the street with the president, if the time he carried me back didn't count. Are you still used to being in the guild? Fortunately, everyone is a very good person. They take good care of me and teach me a lot. Rhodes ignored the two rude S-class magicians, and everything was fine so far. As soon as Makarov smiled, he heard Rhodes continue. Apart from the fact that it's noisy sometimes, with unknown objects flying past my ears, and that people often break things and it's hard to clean them up, there's nothing to complain about. Makarov covered his chest, feeling a little worried, if you want to learn common language, follow Myra or Rebbe, don't learn Urza's way of speaking. Urza is like this, she talks about everyone's shortcomings, and then says, I don't want to talk about you today. Ah, Guildmaster, I was just joking, don't worry. Rhodes was afraid of making the old man angry, so he hurriedly added, it would be nice to have more excitement in the guild. He tried to change the subject, by the way, President, Ms. Porliusica lives in the eastern forest, right? Do you want to take the river crab? Makarov looked at the crowded streets, let's wait until we leave the city. Don't cause trouble to everyone. Oh, wait for me, I want to buy something. Rod ran to the fruit stand and came back a few minutes later with a bag full of apples and a bag full of peaches. It's not good to go empty-handed for the first time. Makarov smiled and said nothing. This is where I found you. The two entered the forest on a river crab and walked some distance. Makarov pointed to an open space. Rhodes didn't have much impression of this place. He thought everything in the forest looked the same. Even if I hadn't encountered that strange beast, I would have gotten lost and fainted from hunger here. Chapter 50, Unable to achieve divine power, forced to leave the mountain. Originally there were some messy footprints around here, but it rained a few days ago, and the specific shape is now difficult to identify. President, you said before that you investigated the beast herd rampage. Did you get any results? No, there has been no trace since that time. Makarov looked at Rhodes, but now I have a little guess. This, me too. Rhodes was a little guilty and whispered, if it was really caused by my magic rampage, how much compensation would I have to pay? Seeing Rhodes's worried look, the president smiled and said, no compensation is required at all, because this area is a no man's land. You can't go to the king to pay a fine for such a small matter. Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief and almost faced a greater economic crisis. After walking a distance deeper into the forest, the two officially arrived at Poliusica's residence, a tree house. Rhodes looked up at the red apples hanging on the surrounding trees, and then looked down at the bag of apples in his left hand, and suddenly felt that he was a little redundant. President. Rhodes forced an ugly smile, why didn't you remind me? Ha ha ha. So you can show such an expression, so funny. Makarov laughed out loud in a very bad way, like an old naughty boy. After he laughed enough, he said, it doesn't matter what the gift is, as long as the thought is there. It's so noisy. The door of the treehouse was opened roughly, I can hear your annoying laughter from 100 meters away, Makarov, can't you be quiet? Makarov greeted with a smile, what's wrong with being lively occasionally, isn't it lonely to live here alone? Poliusica noticed Rhodes, your injuries should have healed a long time ago, right? Rhodes said quickly, yes, because I heard that you like quietness, I didn't dare to disturb you, thank you for your help and care. Poliusica was surprised that Rhodes spoke the common language so fluently, but did not ask in detail, only said, since you know, go back quickly, I said I hate humans. Don't be so heartless, this child also asked me to bring him here because he wanted to thank you. Makarov said, here, I also brought you a gift. Poliusica saw the red apple at a glance and glared at Makarov, humph, the child taken in by a fool is also a fool. After speaking, she turned and went into the house, but did not close the door. Rhodes was a little embarrassed by what she said. But Makarov knew that she was not humphing about Rhodes, but his boring behavior of teasing children even though he knew that there were only apple trees here. Don't mind, she speaks like this. Makarov is used to Poliusica's way of expression, let's go, not closing the door means inviting us in. Sundara? No, too rude. Rhodes condemned his own behavior of criticizing his benefactor without authorization, and followed the president into the treehouse. The space in the treehouse was not big, and the furnishings were very simple. There was almost no place to stand after entering. The ground was full of flower pots with herbs and bottles of various medicines. The furnishings in the house were only a bed, a desk, bookshelves, and cabinets on the wall, and a wooden stool. Rode looked left and right, and didn't know where to put the things in his hand. Polycycle looked at the bottle in Makarov's hand. You came here for that thing in your hand, right? Makarov nodded. Yes, here is some soil stained with poison. I want you to see if there is any way to solve it. Polycycle immediately asked, has anyone in the guild been poisoned? No, just preparing for a rainy day. Makarov told the cause of the incident again, and at the end he praised Rode. This kid is very stable. Humph, another idiot who only knows how to pursue power. Polycycle took out a petri dish with a look of disgust, put a little soil in it, and dripped one liquid after another into it. Rode didn't care about Polycycle's attitude. This old lady probably said such a thing because she had experienced something. For example, a companion pursued power too much and finally hurt himself. After a series of professional tests, Polycycle confirmed the effect of this toxin. Contact toxins will quickly penetrate the skin after contact. There will be a tingling sensation at the beginning, followed by a sense of paralysis, and the movement will become slow. If the poisoning lasts for a long time, the toxin will damage the internal organs, and in severe cases, it may cause death. Low temperature can reduce the spread rate, and the toxicity will decrease to a certain extent after high temperature baking. The effect of inhaling a small amount of volatilized gas is not obvious. After a detailed test, Polycycle went outside to find a place and asked Rhodes to release the magic frog. She needed to collect some more venom samples, oral secretion samples of the magic frog, and the mushrooms on its back should also be studied. Come and get the antidote in a few days. Don't abuse this monster before then. Yes, thank you. You don't have to come. Makarov asked for your trouble. Let him do it himself. Oh, okay. Rhodes wanted to say that he caused trouble, but after thinking about this sentence carefully, he always felt that it was wrong. Trouble may refer to him, so the president is the one who is looking for trouble? It seems that there is no way to refute it. On the way back, Rod was gloomy. Makarov asked, do you care about what Polycycle said? No, Ms. Polycycle, how should I put it? Although she has been complaining, the things you asked her to do were not perfunctory at all. He should be a nice guy with a sharp mouth but a soft heart. Rhodes shook his head. I'm worried about other things. I seem to have overspent on my living expenses this month. The money to buy meet and greet gifts, the money to research and develop ingredients for poro delicacies, the clothes I bought some time ago, and a few pieces of fitness equipment. The money in my pocket always slips through my fingers unknowingly, and there are still nearly 2 weeks until the salary is due. Before time travel, just skipping breakfast every day would have solved the problem, but that doesn't work now. Skipping breakfast will definitely affect training. It's about time you try to accept commissions, right? Makarov said helplessly, if you continue like this, you will become the second Nabu. Nabu was actually more determined than Rod because he refused to be a waiter. Actually, I want to give it a try, but the hourly wages for commissions in the city may not be as good as those in the guild tavern. Commissions outside the city. Rhodes looked troubled. I always feel that I am not strong enough and it is not safe to go out like this. It's good to be cautious, but now at least half of the people in the guild are no longer your opponents. The president sighed, give yourself more confidence, you are strong. Magic comes from the power of the heart. If you don't even believe in yourself, the magic will become weak. Rhodes was shocked, so even if I keep practicing hard, there is a chance that I will become weak after I go out. Is this the point? Makarov couldn't help yelling at Rhodes, go back to Myra to help you choose a suitable mission. Makarov suspected that Rhodes might have suffered sequelae after being attacked by a ferocious beast. It was necessary to let him go out for a walk to develop his confidence and gain some common sense from outside books. Oh. Rhodes reluctantly nodded and thought about it rationally. There was no need for the president to lie to him, and there was no reason to cheat him. Maybe it's time to go for a walk? To be more prudent, Myra must choose a safe mission, preferably forming a team with others.